I'm Nick von Wackerbarth, and you're listening to the VonDubCast. If you don't want to listen to me gap in the intro and you want to skip right to the interview, skip about 8 minutes. But before you do, please consider doing one of these couple things that really helps out the show. Following the social medias for the VonDubCast, subscribing, and leaving a review. If you could do those things, that'd be awesome. Also, give me a subscription on the YouTube channel. That'd be great too. All right. Hey everybody, welcome to episode number 60 of the VonDubCast. Just wanted to start off with a big thank you. Can't believe we're already at 60 episodes. The support I get from you guys really makes it worth it. Knowing that you guys appreciate what I'm doing really makes me want to bring this to fruition with exactly what I see I can do with this podcast and the maybe scary heights that I hope to achieve. You got to set your sights high, and that's the only other way you're going to make something that you're truly proud of. So just wanted to thank you guys. It doesn't work without you guys listening. So really appreciate that. Every time you share the post, the messages you send me, telling people about it, subscribing, all that stuff, it really goes a long way. So got a really exciting episode for you guys today. This episode's kind of been haunting me for the past couple of weeks since I did that trip to Slave Lake to record all these. Because I loved this episode so much. It was one of the high points of this podcast was recording an episode like this, where I think I'm always nervous with people like, I guess I should say the name of the episode. It's Drew Deschover, one of my best friends growing up. We worked together. We spent almost endless amounts of hours together as kids, along with his older brothers, Derri and Darbie, who came and joined us for the last 2 hours of this podcast. We did 2 hours with Drew, and then Derri and Darbie popped by, and they joined us. And the conversation we had was so funny, and some of the stories that came out were just amazing. But unfortunately, the audio quality wasn't as good. I only had 2 mics, and I cranked it right up, hoping that you'd be able to pick up Derri and Darbie a little bit better than what ended up coming out. I've cranked it as loud as it can go in the editing software, and I've done everything, so I'm hoping that you can hear them. Because I don't want you to miss what we talked about. I think I get so nervous with guys like Drew and Darbie and Derri because, you grew up with them, and growing up, I put on such a persona of who I was, and I was always so scared to let out these other sides of me, and I'm always scared with what people are going to react when I'm open. And I find on the podcast, that is I am me 100%. And sometimes it's intimidating bringing that on with people that have maybe, they know you well, but only know a certain part of you or a certain persona that you've put on when you're around them. And I definitely, just hearing myself on this podcast, I slipped back into it a little bit, but then there was also moments where I was able to be honest about who I am and some of my more vulnerable points. And just to see, guys, it's that all that you build it up in your head is so silly because they're so supportive and they really care about what you're trying to do. And if you let people in, you think they're going to react negatively and judge you, but usually people are so much more responsive and they want to help you and they care about you. And I just found that with this, just, having guys like Darbie and Derri, who were always the coolest guys growing up. Me and Drew would just do everything we could not to look like idiots and losers in front of them, but just to be vulnerable and to see that they're vulnerable too, and they're people, and that they go through the same types of issues and struggle with the same things, and they're thinking the same thing in their head when they walk into certain rooms of who they're trying to be in front of people. And it's just so universal. And I just really enjoyed this episode. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this episode. There's so much funny shit, so many funny stories that came out. I had to cut one story out with Darbie and Derri there. I won't say who it was, but you might notice a little bit of a jump about 3 hours, 15 or 20 into the interview portion. Just had to cut one little story. Like I say with every guest, if you say something and you regret it after, I'm never going to hold you to that. I want everybody that comes on this podcast to have a great time, and I think that's a message that will maybe give some people the courage to come on, that maybe just think about it, because there's so many people I'd love to have on. I probably have 100 people waiting right now that are just trying to get the courage up to come on that I've asked. I've just I always say this, I want to do as many of these episodes as I can. I want to get better as fast as I can. I can only do that when people are willing to come on. So the rate that I can get better at this is really gated by how many people I can convince. So if you're one of those people listening that you think about it, definitely come on. I'm hoping that a couple episodes like this that I did when I came up to Slave that aren't so intellectual and don't have a real point to them and are just, bullshitting and telling stories and having some laughs. So that's what I want this podcast to be. I also want it to be, very serious at times, and there's certain guests for that, but I don't want anybody to think that they have to be a certain things. I feel like I pigeonholed myself kind of at the start with what this podcast could be, and I want to really break out of that and show that it can be a conversation about whatever's happened in the news that day. It can be a conversation about when we're kids. It can be a conversation about anything. It doesn't have to be anything in particular. And I think that is what is important about trying new things and always trying to be pushing edges and finding new areas. I think that's something where people get really pigeonholed into an idea where they have a little bit of success and they're so scared that people aren't going to follow them into this one area, and they might not. I've done episodes of this podcast where the topic doesn't really grab the people that I have and it doesn't really get many uploads, but I enjoyed the conversation. I got better, and eventually I'll be able to tap into those markets where those people are. There might just not be, because I'm not marketing it out to the entire world, it's very localized to the people that I know. And that'll grow organically, but there's going to be times where those episodes that I've done in the past are going to pay off, because now by that time that I get on, I guess, that is big in one of those spaces and I can actually enter that market, I'll already have some experience with having conversations about these topics. And I'm excited for it. I can't thank the Deschover boys enough for how open they were coming onto this. I think I don't want to offend them with this, but I think growing up, all of us were kind of a hard culture, and it was very manly. We didn't talk about a lot of feelings and stuff. And I didn't know how I was going to go with this conversation. I was so impressed with all three of them, Derri, Darbie, and Drew, and just the degree to how much they've grown from what I've seen growing up with them. They're all such amazing people and accomplishing so much amazing things. And mainly just with that especially of who they are and being okay, not being so wrapped up in what other people think, and just being true to themselves and finding out what works for them and what doesn't work for them, and saying, fuck you to whoever wants to push them to what they think they have to be. And I think that's a very hard thing to do in a small community, because there's kind of a couple lanes that you can stay in, and to step outside of that, it takes on a lot of eyeballs. And I think a lot of times that's in our own heads, but it doesn't make it any less real. And I think it's still very admirable to strike out your own path. And I feel like all three of these boys are very individual and have found themselves very much. And I think the more they find themselves and find what makes them uniquely them, the more impressive they get in my eyes, and I think in a lot of people. And I think I hope that this episode can kind of show that. I hope you can hear them so that you can get that. But I think maybe even people that knew any of these boys in the past will listen to this and maybe get a different view on who they are, and maybe a more well-rounded view on who they are. And that's all I hope with this podcast, is just to bring these people that interest me, that I'm impressed by, and try to bring out those qualities as best as I can on this podcast, and make them shine them in the best light. And I'm sure they'll be on again. I said as soon as we finished, I got to get more microphones. We got to do this as soon as we can to get all three of them back on and have a good conversation, because it was so much fun. So other than that, I think I said it at the start, all the following the podcast, subscribing, the YouTube channel, social media, tell a friend, all that stuff. It's all good. It all really helps. I know it doesn't seem like it helps, but it really does. You can notice it almost if one new person shares a podcast that doesn't, or shares one of the posts that doesn't usually, you can see that jump in the downloads every time. It's actually very actionable, and it really means a lot when you guys do that. Don't have to, never going to force anybody. That's not who I am. But if you do, I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the episode. I'll see you guys in the outro. Try and keep this one a little bit shorter on the outro, because this is already a really long episode. If you make it all the way through, I admire you. If you just listen to the part with me and Drew, that's good too. If you're just coming here for Derri and Darbie, it's about a couple hours in, maybe 2 hours, so you can just skip around and find it. Other than that, see you guys on the next one. Awesome. She's recording. All right. Thanks for being here, brother.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Fuck. I mean, you were a couple of people when I started the podcast. Like, I knew there was going to be some people that were going to come on for sure at some point, but just had to kind of get the ball rolling and show kind of what it is too, because it's hard to explain to people what it is. So there's a couple of people I asked at the start that I knew listened to podcasts and that, but guys like you and Travis yesterday, like those are the guys that made me who I am, right? Like growing up, and that was so much fun recording with Trav yesterday, and I'm sure it's going to be the same thing with you today, just like going back through some of those stories and having those laughs. Like, fuck.
Half of his stories are all bullshit, though.
For sure. 90%. I think half is a little low, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's what we're saying. Like, the next step, we got to get Philgate on with Trav.
Oh, my God.
And get that trio on. And
wow.
Now, that ratio of true stories is probably,
0.
1 to 3% of that shit is true. Once you get Philgate on there with us, too. Oh, man. No, but it's tons of fun. I really enjoy kind of reminiscing, catching back up with guys, right? You get so busy that
Totally.
you're off doing your own thing and you got life and work and all this stuff. It's you don't get time to kind of sit down and just have a bullshit with people.
Yeah, and we have like such a relationship where we cannot talk for 6 months and pick back up to it's just the same as it was, right? That's
for sure.
Pretty special to have.
It's very special to have. And I think also like even a step further, I think there's some people where, you know, it might take 5 minutes to settle into that, where me and you like just running up, I hadn't talked to you in forever and, you know, popped up to your office yesterday and it's like nothing with me and you because we've been through everything. Like you moved to Slave when we were what, 4?
I think I was 3.
3?
Yeah.
Right. So, and at that point, you know, like it was kind of our dad started working together and they were working together very closely and your mom started babysitting me and we were together almost, you know, all day, every day.
One, basically.
From day one, right? And the only difference was that you were a year ahead of me in school because I was a November birthday. Well, you're probably the same year as me, but then I got held back in kindergarten there.
Yeah, so we had the same class for about 3 minutes.
Yeah, we went to play school together, and that was and one of my favorite play school stories. I don't even know if this actually happened because what do you remember from fucking play school? But I remember we had ice cream, and there was I don't know if there was a rock wall at play school or like a little climbing wall, and we're sitting at the top of it eating our ice cream.
I know what you're jungle gym thing, yeah.
Yeah, and somebody knocked my ice cream off, like the bully or whatever, and he beat him up for me. And I don't know if that was true or not, if I invented that, but I still remember that
Big
fucking play
memory
school.
Of that too, yeah.
That place over by the entrance to the reservation there. That was where we went. Hey, like I don't even know what that building even does.
Little brown building there.
Yeah, like it's just nondescript ever
Go
since.
in there and eat some crayons.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of paste. Hey,
yeah, push a kid over.
Oh man, but yeah, no, it was kind of since day one we were together, but then school kind of came up and we'd be separated for a year, and then there'd be always that 1 year where you'd go to a different school. But for me, it was always cool because then, like, just the first one I remember was going from grade 2 to 3, jumping from CJ Scherder School to E.G. Walser.
Yeah.
And I got to roll in there grade 3. You know, everyone's nervous and that, but I had you kind of, you know, the bodyguard that already been through that school for a year, grade 4, kind of, you know, the cool guy, right? And I found that was something where I definitely, my whole friend group switched too, and like just kind of got into different stuff. And then from that point on, I kind of got to live in 2 different worlds. I got to, you know, hang out with the older crew, with you and all your friends, and the kind of younger crew, especially because of hockey too. I was always playing hockey with
those crews kind of blended together too.
They did,
have, you know, a couple years together in hockey, right?
Yeah, and they did, and I think at different times they would be closer and farther apart. I think definitely later in the later years. That was another one that I wanted to bring up was kind of grade 9 too, because all my grade 10 buddies all got their licenses, you know, like you, even like I was fucking rock star at grade 9 because all my buddies.
You had yours before anybody.
I had mine before everybody, but even before I got mine, all you guys got yours. So like, you know, like I was going for lunches with all the grade 10s in grade 9, and you know, everyone's
that was like
walking.
Same as Coulter. He's October birthday, right? So he's like you for our grade, right? That's. As soon as he had his license, it was like 4 guys in the cab truck every day at lunch.
How many can we fit in here?
Yeah, pretty much.
And that was same thing, right? Like, you know, 3 weeks you're going for lunch every day with you, and then it's even. That's all, you know, and that was fun too. If eventually once you get to high school, some of the classes start to mix too, and then you got to get into some classes.
Oh yeah, right. Like in high school, because I took comm in grade 12.
Yeah,
because I just like didn't want to
do it. You're putting it off, eh?
And then I was like, God, Rick, I got to do this now. And yeah, and being like in grade 12 and there's like grade 10 kids just fresh, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was that comm class. That was quite the experience. I found, like, just reminiscing with Travis, I was forgetting so many of these classes. Like I forgot all about leadership, like that course. I forgot,
never had that.
Oh, me and Trav and Lance took that, and it was actually like, I think we were pretending that, you know, we were taking it because it was an easy class and just kind of fuck around, which it definitely was, and that was part of it too. But I think all 3 of us kind of like that shit. Same with drama. Like
what
we were
was
always,
that leadership?
It was like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like it was, I guess in a way, leadership. I don't remember the actual things, but we did like a couple conferences where you went to like a school and met up with all these other like leadership courses, and they're trying to, I guess, teach you to be a leader in your community and like what that means and all that. I don't remember the specifics of how they tried to train that into us, but it was kind of a fun course. It definitely was a bit of a fuck around.
Course, guaranteed.
For sure. And we definitely had a little bit of fun with it, but like I completely forgot all about that, right? Like that was even a course that we took, right? Like, oh man. Yeah. And the only reason that came up was I had to tell a story on the podcast with Travis yesterday of one of like the worst moments of my fucking life of crushing a fart in a teacher's class that had cancer, that was on a phone call with her cancer doctor.
Oh my God.
Dead silence. I know, it was one of the worst moments of my fucking life. I had to tell that story.
But have to be explaining that one when you die and get to heaven, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at the gates there.
A few things to clear up here before you get in.
Holy fuck. I know that was a bad one. And that's the thing. Like I always you know, I didn't mind getting shit if I deserved it, right? But I always had a real fucking chip on my shoulder if I feel I didn't deserve it or it was unfair.
Yeah, you're going to fight it.
I was going to fight it, right? That's always why I had so much trouble with school, with teachers and stuff, right? Like if I deserved it, because I was a shithead and I knew it, right? And I did that stuff. But when I definitely deserved it, I was great at taking punishment. Yeah, I'll take my legs, kick me out. Yeah, I probably deserved that. But if I didn't, especially when it was someone else, and that was something I think came up on the podcast a while back about you, kind of, that was something that I learned right away. Like, oh man, I got to be careful with that because we were so close that when I felt like you were getting in trouble, if I was with you and you were getting in trouble for something I knew you maybe didn't deserve that, I'd go to fucking, you know, to war for you, right? Like, and that eventually became all my friends and stuff. But at a certain point that was, you know, I don't know if I maybe didn't have that close relationship with other guys other than you until kind of later on, because that eventually became Lance and Travis and Clinton and all those guys. But for a long time, that was only you that I was that close with where I'd get that defensive, right?
Totally.
You'd get a little bit defensive here and there, but it wouldn't get me into real trouble, right? And that was a lesson to learn that maybe there's times you don't need to do that every time.
You can back down a little bit.
You can let some other people fight their own battles, right? Everyone's not defenseless too, but you know, that was some good learnings for me. And I think that was also something I was talking with Trav about, was all the different houses we go hang out at and just the different rules and stuff. And I feel like that was something growing up with you and getting babysit by your mom and hanging out with you guys. One of the big things was you had older brothers, right? That was
put you ahead of the game in a lot of ways. Put you ahead of the game,
right? and I feel like that put you so far ahead of the game that I was always kind of confused. I never knew where I stood growing up, right? Like I always knew I was smart, but then I was so ignorant in other areas that I would always second guess myself. Like maybe I'm not.
You also
smart.
had nothing really to compare to. Like your sister, she's so smart, right?
Right.
But like I had brothers that had already gotten in shit for this, for that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
Kind of like I was the last one. Like my parents already kind of figured most of the shit out.
Yeah, exactly. And then we got to take advantage of that. But it was so often there'd be things like that I thought I knew all this, but then you had all those. You were learning different lessons. Like we were both, I think, ahead of the game, ahead of our ages. But you were learning kind of, you know, you had older brothers to teach you. You were learning the fun shit.
You get mentored in the right, the funner stuff. For sure.
And then I would, you know, just by osmosis get to soak a little bit of that in, right? You don't even want to admit you don't know what some of these were. You know, sex comes out. You don't want to say you don't know that. Yeah, no, I know what that is.
I've done that. Fuck, lots.
Yeah, I did 6 times yesterday.
I sex all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to admit that, but I just kind of listen and pick all that shit up too. And I think that was. It's funny you brought up Courtney, because that was one of the things I was thinking of. I was such a rule follower. Like I was a bit bad too, but I was so scared to get in trouble all the time, right? And I was, and very much. I don't think Courtney's this way anymore. Still a little bit, and she kind of grew out of this too. But how much she follows the rules, I feel like that would have been me too. Because I definitely have it, and I still have that in. I was talking to Trav yesterday. Like I'm still working on not caring what my parents think. Like.
Yeah.
Which is so silly to be 27 years old and be thinking like.
I think too though, your parents were like they're such good people. You probably just like you take their advice more seriously than like it's not about approval from them, more or less. Right. Like you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is why I care so much about them, because I do value what they did and all that. But I do think I'm very grateful to have. I think I was thinking about it, and I feel like I haven't put enough thought into how lucky I was to have both, because I think I could have. Those was good things, and it's good that I valued what those lessons were, but I think I could have overvalued them, and maybe the rebellious streak that I have in me very clearly, I value that a lot now, and just not taking the status quo and, you know, like
for sure,
saying if I don't think something's fair,
throw your weight around.
Throw your weight around a bit,
right? Make room for yourself. Break
and break a couple rules and know when to break rules and that. And I feel like I learned a lot of that of going over there, and I feel like when we would do the same kind of shit, whether we're hanging out at your house or my house, but I feel like at your house we could kind of get away with it until we crossed the line, whereas here we had to hide it all together. It was, let's go down to this basement here, because my parents never came in this basement. Like we had this basement.
We lived down here, man.
We lived down here, but we could do whatever we want until, like, you know, as long as we don't break something too loud where you could hear it upstairs.
But break stuff quietly.
Exactly. and we would hide everything. So we kind of had that two dynamics where if we were here, we knew we were going to still do some bad shit.
Yeah,
but
we figured that out quite quickly too.
Yeah, but it was nice to kind of, at your house, we could have a little bit more freedom. Maybe if we're going to do something real wild, we'd hide it. But maybe the stuff where we probably would hide that shit here, we'd do it a little bit more out in the open to have that. I feel like that was very valuable for me to realize, like, there's some value in bending the rules too. Totally. I feel like that's a huge lesson to learn, and learning that lesson well. I think you can learn that lesson badly, right? If you learn how to break the rules from someone that's maybe breaking the rules in a certain way, you know, you can get down some bad passes or hanging out with the wrong kids, right? And I feel like that was the perfect balance where if I didn't have what I had, I would have gone down and just been, you know, rule follower, never drink, never do anything, you know, just always by the book. And to have that strong base where I do have a lot of strong morals, and I'm very happy with what I came up with, and I feel like I have a good moral compass of what's right and wrong. But I also feel like now I have even if a rule says one thing, if my own moral compass says something else, I feel okay to learn to I've learned to follow follow my own stuff, and I feel like that was very, very important to pick up as a kid, right? And just in all those different ways, I think some of the lessons maybe would have rather learned them a little bit funner ways.
Learn them with a hot ass and crying in bed.
Exactly, right? Like
that's that a few times, yeah.
Oh yeah, and that was kind of a different experience too, because our families were so close, and our dads worked together and all that. Like, you could get in shit from both, like, I could
that's like having two dads and two moms, right?
Exactly, it was, right?
Everyone's watching.
And that is, to the highest degree with our families. But then even you go to the hockey rink, I talk about this all the time, and now you got 100 parents, right? Because maybe they're not comfortable enough to give you the real shit, but if you're doing something, Mrs. Lucan's going to say something. Mrs. Discovery.
You're getting ratted on.
For sure. You're going to get in trouble. And you learn so many lessons from all these different parents around there too. Maybe not to the degree that, I learned from your parents because I was around them so much, but it's just, I think we don't take, we take for granted all the nice things of living in a community like this gives you, right?
Totally.
Like, so many people shit on Slave Lake. And actually, I should mea culpa here. When I first released the first couple episodes, I was actually talking to Mr. Fisk, one of both of our favorite teachers, because I don't know, me and Mr. Fisk, reconnected. We were chatting when I was just firing the podcast up, and he said, "Hey, listen to the first couple episodes, just be careful how you talk about Slave. Like, I know you love it because like we would talk on the phone and talk about these things." He said, like, make sure you also show the good side of it. I was like, yeah, you're right. Like, that was a really good tip early on.
There's a ton of positives about a smaller town,
For
right?
sure.
Like, you grow up with like families, right? Like, it's not just people you see driving around or whatever. Like every house, like I've been in that house. I've been for supper there. We went for Christmas there. Like,
exactly.
You see people at the grocery store that you haven't talked to in a couple years, and it's just like, everybody, right?
Yeah. I was just on Jamie Coots's podcast, our Growing Up Fire, and he was talking about during the fire the difference between the Slave Lake fire and the Fort Mac fire. And he was saying, like, it's one thing when it's your own hometown. He said, like, every house that burned, I knew somebody who probably lived there now, or who lived there before, or who the past 5 owners of that house, of every house in that Southeast. Because if you grow up somewhere, you just know all that shit. And they said when he went up to the Fort Mac fire, it was still serious and all that, but it was just a different level because you don't know that. And that's just that thing.
Not as much connection, right? Like,
and I don't think you even, until you have something like that you realize, man, I know almost everyone that's lived it. Every house in the Southeast section, I know somebody that's lived there.
Oh, for sure.
You don't realize that.
Broke a window at a couple. Or,
Oh man, broken windows and that stuff. I was curious what kind of stories were kind of come up on this one of just those things. I feel like when I look back on, definitely me, Travis, and Lance too, but me and you, the times of having the most fun getting into trouble is probably like me and you doing that. Like, I remember,
there's endless amount of stories on that.
Oh man, breaking windows in the back 40 of the trucks and like headlights and shit, which is, looking back on it, one of the dumbest things we did. Like, why were we breaking windows on our own shit? Like, we
were stupid little kids, nothing better to do.
Exactly. And I feel like that was always one of those things. I feel like I was maybe a little too smart for my own good, didn't know what to do with it. Sometimes I would come up with these really fun plans that were
conniving,
right?
Plans.
And then I would be I would have the courage to say them because I knew I'd be too much of a coward to ever do it. I was just saying, like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we did this? But then, you would hear it, or Trav would hear it, or I'd say, oh, that sounds pretty good. We're doing that. And I'm like, oh, fuck, okay, so now I'm in, right? And it's my idea. I had to take some responsibility, but then, like...
You're not the guy pulling the trigger.
No, but eventually I would be, right? Because then one guy does it, oh, that looked like a lot of fun, right? Throwing rocks at somewhere, going egging, or whatever it was. Like, oh, man, the stories of that, like... and it was fun to have buddies that lived in town a little bit too, because living out here, if you have a sleepover, you can't really cause as much ruckus. The ruckus you cause is very
contained.
It's consolidated to like the area of how far we can travel on foot out here, right? Like, but going to Philgate's or Malbus or something, you sneak out at night out of there.
Yeah. Eben's house.
Eben's house. Man, the fun times we had there.
Like,
hey? Like,
party there every weekend for like 3 years straight.
Yeah, right.
Honestly.
And then the summer would come and we'd party at Eben's cabin.
It's like,
what a guy. I think we got to fucking have a cheers just to Eben here. No shit for letting us party there all the time. Like, oh man, that was, you're not wrong. There's probably 3 years straight where if it wasn't at his house, it was at his cabin, right?
That's the thing. I think our parents didn't really care so much because everyone knew where we were, right?
Yeah.
And there's adults watching us, but we just thought we were like, it was like we're going to the bar, right? But we're just sitting in this basement with like a shitty couch and like everyone's got maybe a 6-pack of beer, but it's like the craziest time ever.
For sure. And then, sometimes the parties did get a little crazier, right? Like I remember that one New Year's where we went to a party like with probably I don't know, we probably had 30, 40 people like in our group roaming around, and we got kicked out of a party, or a party didn't turn out that we thought it was. So we're just roaming the town. It was like -40, like trying to find a place to stay. And eventually it just got to the point where like, okay, I guess we're going back to Drew's. Like, and we had no permission. Like,
no, I remember that night actually. I had like, there was like 3 or 4 people in the basement.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like everyone started phoning me, and I was like, fuck it. Like kind of drunk, whatever, come over. Buck. And then I went upstairs and told Barry, I was like, hey, there's like 4 or 5 people coming here. Is that okay? He's like, well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. And then like knock on the door 20 minutes later, and there's like 20 people standing at the door. Everyone floods downstairs, and then he comes downstairs.
Well, no, he didn't. He yelled at the top of the stairs. I remember this too. He yelled at the top of the stairs like, Drew, like, come over. And you went up there and you brought Coulter with you because you said, oh, he loves Coulter and we'll get him down. So then, and you said, you're like, I'll get him down here. And then sure enough, probably 10 minutes later, Barry shows up still. And my favorite part was he was still in his dress shirt from the New Year's party, but he had shorts on. So he had like board shorts and a dress shirt on, down having beers with us. Man. Oh man, it was so funny to see him come down the stairs, and like for sure he went from mad like 10 minutes earlier just to down like partying with all the guys.
He was just mad that he wasn't in the party.
Yeah, for sure it was. That's all it was. And it's so funny because both of our dads are like that, right? They're both kids at heart, and they want to be a part of the party, right? Like one of my favorite times was I think it was third year university. We went to a hockey game. It was at one of the last games at Rexall Place, and we're in the box there, and it was we didn't have the box that night. I think it was Peterbilt, right? So we were just in there, and my buddies Chase and Fraser, I think you know Chase. Yeah. They were at the game too, not in the box. And then after the game, they came over and they're shit hammered. I told them like, you can come after because usually you have a couple more drinks at that thing once everyone floods out of the stadium. Yeah, then you don't have to beat the crowds and all that. So they come over and they're just shit hammered. They come in this box with all these like businessmen and stuff. And at the end of the game, all the players would kind of come down from the opposing team and meet up with the people they know from there, kind of right below our section of where the box was. So Lindy Ruffs, the coach for the Dallas Stars at that point, was down a couple rows down there, and these 2 fucking goofs come into this box and they go, Lindy Muff, Lindy Muff, and they're just yelling at her, like just yelling crazy shit in front of. But luckily enough, all the guys were having a good time. We had a few in, like it was just funny, and it rolled with it. And Ingo started drinking with us, and then we go back to Lister, and Ingo was staying at the Lister Hotel that night.
Yeah, like the parents' spot there.
Yeah. And we said, we're going to go to Duke's, which is the bar right across, right? And that was our stomping ground. We were there every night, like for 4 years pretty much. And we'd always get in the back door. So we, like, Ingo, come out. Oh, okay, I'll come over with you guys for a couple, right? And it's just, the only people in this bar are from Lister. So it's like 18 to 21-year-olds, all at university students, all here. They all know each other. It's like a big family. So it's quite the environment in there. And especially for an outsider to step in there, especially just to see an adult in Duke's is weird. But so we walk up there and there's a big lineup being, I don't want to wait in line. We go, Ingo, like we don't wait in line here, right? So we text whoever it was working that night and go in through the back, and Ingo, he loves that shit, right? Yeah. So he comes
VIP.
in, big wheel, right? And then and at Duke's you don't. It's a pretty big party foul to order 1 beer there, right? Like the smallest you can order is a pitcher. Yeah. Or else you get chirped pretty hard, right? But more is a teamer, right? A 3 liter, those big teamer jugs or whatever, 2 liters, 3 liters, and that's usually what we buy. So Ingo gets in there, and all the boys are, Ingo's here, and and he's in his element there, and then he starts buying teamers for everybody. And he was like that night, he was just in his element, and you know how he gets, right? He can talk to anybody.
Totally.
You could have swore he was in university himself that night, right? And just like all the stories.
He signed up for classes that night. Exactly, right? I'm sticking around here for a while.
And I just I love that, and both of our dads are like that, right?
Totally.
You drop them off in a desert for 10 minutes, and you come back, and they've met everybody in the desert.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like they can stoop to everyone's level. It's bizarre.
Yeah,
like their people skills is off the charts.
Whatever the topic, wherever the conversation goes, they're in it, right? And I feel like that was a skill that I got to watch, and I feel like now with this podcast, this is that next step of that, right? Like what I've been saying to people is I'm in that same mode right now with the podcast where I would have anybody on, right? Like, doesn't matter if you want to come on. I just want to get better at this, and I feel like if I'm doing a good job, I should be able to pull a good conversation out of anybody.
Oh, totally.
But I feel like that's the exact skill that Ingo and Barry showed me all those 100%. Years, is how to talk to anybody and connect over anything.
You just got to relate to something, right?
Find something, and if you are genuinely interested and you show a little bit of charisma, give it 10 minutes, give it 50 minutes. You're going to stumble upon something that you can really dive into and sink your teeth into.
100%.
And even if like the first thing that comes up that they show interest in, they also have an amazing skill of, I don't know, I'm sure Barry has this too, but Ingo, and who else has this is Phil Gate, where if they don't pick up on something, but they see that you are passionate about it, they'll pretend they know all about it.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, I'm sure you'll see it. But that's, I try not to do that. I try and be more honest. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know, right? But to have that in your back pocket where
they're just like refined bullshitters.
Exactly. Right? Refined bullshit. That's a great way to put it, right? And that's probably what I should have named this fucking podcast, is refined bullshitting, right? Like, exactly. That's exactly the skill that I had. But what I found was also going to university, that skill was fucking immense. I didn't study. If you know how to bullshit and, work your way through and schmooze and talk to the professors and do that kind of shit, you can walk your way through it, right? Like,
I think, we learned that really young, right? Of just walk up to someone, like someone at the pumps, just go talk to them. And, bullshit with them and just listen. People just want to be heard.
Yeah,
right?
so much. I remember, and I think one of the biggest things too
thrive off it.
I started working in the C-store when I was, 13 there, and all the time. I remember one of the first times maybe I was only a couple months in, and I was talking to Ingo, and I was kind of bitching about the conversation he has that, because truck drivers, right? You just spend 12 hours
the
on the
loneliest
road.
people in the world.
They just want to have a conversation. You can't blame it, right? You've just been alone for 12 hours. You just want to have some interactions.
Talk to someone.
And I remember Ingo saying that, like, hey, like, these guys just want to have a conversation, right? And from that point on, I kind of changed it. Like, I'm going to try and bullshit everyone that comes in if they, and you can't strike up a conversation. There's going to be guys that just want to in and out. They're grumpy. They don't want to talk, right? Yeah. But that was always the funnest part, when those grouchy guys get them. I'm going to get this grouchy fucker to have a conversation with me. And you try, and then you just sit there all day because it's boring as fuck, right? Like, especially some of those weekend shifts where you work from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m.
10 customers
come in, and you feel like 15 propane balls.
4 hot dogs today. I have
3 cups of soup. Those fucking Max Fuel hot dogs, those are royalty here.
Oh, man.
Every time one of my buddies goes to Petro and picks up a hot dog, I always get a snap of it.
Shout out to Ryan Pikolik for being the
number one hot
dog buyer at Max Fuel.
I think we should get some gold hot dog cards for all him. Sean Kubel, he's a big dog. He's a big dog eater. And just looking back on that job alone, right? Working that C-store, the amount of stories in there, and like one time your brother Derry came in and fucking put, I don't know what, every condiment, relish packets, mustard packets, ketchup packets, all in the microwave, put it on for like 5 minutes and just walked out and left. And then I had to go clean out, just absolutely destroyed this microwave.
Like one time when Darb and Derry, they both worked there together.
Right. Oh,
and it was Darb's birthday, and they closed that night, and Derry took all the old hot dogs and wrapped them up and like duct taped them and like made it look like a present. And he gave it to Darb for like, oh, here's a birthday present. And he's like, oh, okay, right on. Opens it up. And it's like 4 like shitty old hot dogs. And I just remember he just rifled them across the room. And, he was mad.
Oh, that was a funny thing too, because just last couple of years I've been really working on my anger. I have a short trigger, and I feel like that was also something that definitely was on display in the Deschover household with 4 men and Shireen, right? That's a lot of testosterone in that house. That's a lot of battle. That's a lot of
backhands.
Yeah, like it's a lot of. It's a lot of emotion, right? And I feel like that's where I picked up. And I feel like that was kind of, growing up from 3 or 4, however old we were when we started being there all the time. You learn that too. And I feel like that was always something that you get so good at working in that dynamic where if we want to take this to an anger level, I can go toe to toe with anybody, right? Like we're versed in that domain, but now I'm trying to learn some other ways to deal with it, because now every time
I guess I never really got to be that angry because there was always
somebody
3 other bigger guys than me all the time.
Right. So how do you ever think about that? Like how that affected you, like not being able to kind of show that shit, or what?
Like I did get my moments to be angry for sure, but
I definitely saw a few.
It was, I guess I'd never really backed down to them either, was kind of the problem.
Yeah. And I got to watch that too. And that was the thing, that none of you guys would back down. So usually when it happened,
was always a bit of a Mexican standoff,
but then as well as that, and I think that was something that our relationship definitely hinged on too, was me and you would do the same thing, but then it only lasted 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Probably every time, like from the ages of whatever, 3 or 4, whenever we started to 10 or 12, whenever we stopped being babysat together. In those days, there's probably each one of those days, probably 5 times throughout that day where we weren't talking. Right?
Oh, yeah.
We'd go on 10 minutes, we'd be not friends, friends off. Yeah.
Not friends with that kid anymore.
Yeah. This is done forever. And then 10 minutes later, one of us, sometimes it'd be you, sometimes it'd be you. Well, you want to go, race dinky car? You want to go over to the park or something?
Rock some Ninja Turtles.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Right. And it didn't last long. They were bright flashes and there were, heavy emotions, but we put it behind us. Right. And I feel like that, I was actually talking to Jamie about this too. I feel like that skill is huge, of being able to have tough conversations and get emotional and that sort of stuff. And then to let it drain off and to jump back in and, hey, say sorry, fuck. That
probably that's one of the hardest things for me in life is to say sorry.
For sure, sure. And I think that's for me too. I think sorry, and I'm getting better at sorries. But my big one, I'm wrong. I'm getting better at that one too. But my big one that I still suck at is thank yous, and like, especially around work and stuff. Because growing up, we would work hard and stuff, and that was expected, right? You wouldn't get if you really bust ass at work. It was very rare.
That's what you're supposed to do. It's the thing, right? Like you're supposed to work that hard.
Exactly. So why would you give you thank you every
exactly?
But now we grew up with that, and that was kind of what it is. And now we have employees, and that's one of the biggest criticisms I get is not enough thank yous. And I'm like, fuck, but I didn't get thank yous. How do you?
Yeah, exactly. No one kisses my ass during the day, but
that's what people need, and everybody needs something different. Like there's probably a lot of our employees that don't need thank yous and grew up in a very similar way to you, but you just have to. I feel like one of the biggest lessons you can learn is that everybody's so different. Like they all need different shit.
They're appreciated. Most people, right?
Yeah, and I think that's
any
pretty
kind of way.
That's pretty universal, right? And it's different how they're appreciated, right? Some guys just appreciate, that the fact that they have a paycheck and that they're respected and the way people talk to them.
I think that's a more old school mentality,
but
right?
The new school,
it's the newer people coming up 100%. That need that. Oh, you work so hard today. Like we're gonna get you the weekend off. Or, like here's a.
Even if they're gonna get the weekend off anyways, and you're just framing it that way to make sure that they're feeling that appreciation, right? And that's a huge lesson that, like the being wrong and the saying I'm sorry, I'm getting better at those ones. And I find for some reason I'm finding those ones are much more coming natural and getting better at them, right?
Yeah. Definitely.
But that thank you one, it's not even that I don't want to do it. It's just I can never remember. It just doesn't come naturally. So you kind of got to do it in the moment.
Go out of your way to kind of do it.
Really,
right?
you got to go to your way. And for myself, that's usually I'm pretty good with my words. So I don't do it for a little while, and then every couple months I'll write up like a really nice email to send out to everybody, right? Like usually we put Ingo and Barry's name on it too. Say they wrote it, right? And that's it out.
This thing Barry wrote. Yeah, not a chance.
But because that's my way of doing it, it's, maybe it's not the thank yous every day like some of the guys would probably want, but that's my way of doing it. And I'm trying to get better at saying it in the moment and remember. And a couple times you're like, oh shit, I did good. Somebody goes that extra mile and you give a real genuine thank you and you see it be appreciated. And you're like, fuck, that was a good one. I got to do that more. And then you forget for 3 weeks.
Yeah, no kidding. Eh?
Shit gets busy and that. And I'm actually curious to ask you, how do you like working with your dad? Because I feel like growing up, that was always something with you that you always said, like, I'm never going to work for our dads and stuff. And I feel like that also kind of got in my head too. And because also definitely a big part of our dynamic too, is you were the cool, almost the older brother of our relationship. I was always trying to, do whatever you wore cowboy boots, I wore cowboy boots, all this shit, and I feel like because you were always so vocal about I'm never going to work. I always had even when I started working at the C-store, I always had a little bit of guilt about it because I was like, Drew always said like, no, I'm never going to work with my parents. And then now we do it. And it's actually pretty fun at times.
Like,
right?
honestly, it's, I love it. Like, working with my dad, we get along so well. Mm-hmm. And like, we have our moments where, we get at each other or I have to tell him to back down or he tells me to back down. But like to be able to have, it's almost like you're getting life advice every day, but it's life advice on business, right?
And sometimes those life advice things are easier to take when it's framed not through life advice. When it's framed through work, you can take some more stuff 100%. From it, right? Yeah.
And like, I never did think I was going to work for my dad, but it kind of like happened. It just happened.
Yeah, exactly.
It just ended up working out the best for me.
Same with me. Yeah, I agree. And then to kind of get into it, and I feel like that was the thing of similar to me once I jumped into that role. Like I always worked for Ingo, right? Like I worked in the C-store, then I worked in the mechanic shop, and then that was fun having you join. We'll definitely have to tell a couple stories of that if you come and join in the mechanic shop at that point. But then, in the office, but none of those roles were really working with Ingo at that point, right? Like it took until I got into this role here when I moved to GP. That was when I was always working for Ingo. Then I was working with Ingo.
Same as me, basically. Same thing.
Yeah, and would you say you started to see that when you started running the shop as the head mechanic, or when you jumped out of that role into the operations?
It was more into operations because Bruce was still around when I was running the shop, right?
Yeah. And that was more of the intermediary between Barry and you.
He was kind of the guy that you'd get your marching orders from and everything.
Quite the guy, old Brucey, hey?
He'd make the decision. Oh, he was a great guy.
He's going to have to come on this podcast at some point. Hey, get a couple whiskeys in him.
When we were in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, and he's just a beauty.
Oh, he is. He's so much fun to hang out with, God. Just some of the stories you get out of him. Holy Christ.
And he taught us a lot, too.
For sure.
He's major trucking background. Yeah. And I learned a lot of shit from him, to be honest.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, we're so lucky. That was the thing I noticed when I got to business school. I was just like, holy fuck, I got to fucking buy Ingo and Barry a gift card or something, because like just all that business knowledge that I got to download from that, but you don't realize you're downloading until you get there. And then you see people that don't have it and you're like, oh, honey, like you are going to be in trouble
like
when you
kids
step
straight out of high school, probably never had a job,
right? And I don't want to chirp on Calgary. I mean, I always chirp on Calgary, so whatever. But it seemed like the common denominator, there were so many people that came from, their parents worked downtown Calgary. They'd never worked before, or maybe they'd worked, at their parents' country club or whatever it was. But it's like, you never worked. You never,
probably smart kids, but you're gonna
real
have
smart,
a struggle.
Real smart,
start,
but
you got a bit of a head start from them, right?
The social aspect, right? Like that was the thing. Like I remember it really was rubber meet the road in the finance classes, because that's where they knew a lot, and they would go back and forth with the teachers like, yeah, like what you're saying, you're definitely right, and you're definitely smart, and we can see that you're smart, and they would really want to show that they were smart. But the way they went about it and their social skills, and it's like
you try to have an accountant for that. So
yeah, like you try that in the workforce of like talking to a superior like that, like the way you talk to your professor, if you talk to your boss like that, like, and even if it was good things that were adding something to the conversation, they were so combative.
Delivery, right?
Yeah, it was all in the delivery, and it's like that's what you learn. Like what I learned so much about Barrie and Ingle, 90% of what you say is how you say it. 10% is what you say, right? It's all about, and that's where Ingle and Barrie excel, right? Neither of them are Mensa members, 180 IQ. They're not that they're dumb guys, they're pretty smart, but where they really excel is that social understanding. Their emotional intelligence is off the chart, right? They know how to read
their
people.
Self-awareness is just ridiculous.
Right? And that's where I feel like that was so much of that skill, and that's the shit that's hard to teach too, right? Like, and that's the thing, you get to university and you're getting all these other skills of like learning the basis of accounting and finance stuff, but nobody's there teaching you, right? And the classes that are supposed to teach them, like the HR classes and stuff, are such a joke. Like the HR classes I took, like all the classes that weren't accounting and finance I took, were the biggest jokes I've ever seen. Like I was thinking in this class, like with the teacher that has never done anything in HR, they were in business school, didn't have a degree, went straight into teaching, has never worked a day in their life. And it's like, this is not how it works.
Yeah.
Like, you try that in the real world, like all these strategies, communication, this is not. The biggest one, I took a negotiations class, which,
oh my God,
if you've ever met Barrie Deschover before, you don't need a negotiations discussion. I can't even stand around Barrie when he's in negotiation. He's the best negotiator I've ever met in my life.
Yeah,
like
it's pretty dirty.
It's amazing. Like it's almost like magic. Like
and you used car salesman on steroids.
And I can't be around it because I almost can't keep my jaw, pick my jaw, and I'm hurting his ability to negotiate because I'm sitting there with my jaw.
You go in the
truck, exactly, right? Like, and that was the thing. Every time you want to sell something, if you want to sell the truck, hey Barrie, you want to come and help sell this truck or get an extra
or
deal
anything,
or to buy anything
or whatever.
100%, you always get that. But that shit was so amazing. I didn't go to that negotiations class once that whole semester, and the final, there wasn't very many. Pretty much, I think 50% of the grade was a final negotiation you had to do against the professor, or maybe it was with another student with the professor watching. And it was the only class I think I got like an A in the whole, and I didn't do any other work because it was all bullshit. It was like, this doesn't actually work. And I was like, I know if the actual last test is just negotiation, I can do this, no problem, right? And it was just so funny to watch all these kids just eating up this negotiation tactics that are not really how it works, right?
Just
you try
ridiculous.
This shit, right? And it was, and I shouldn't say that. There was pieces of it that were good, but like, if 50% of what you're teaching works and 50% doesn't, you are now setting these kids up. And this is what I saw all the way along, is like so much of what they were teaching is like some of this stuff works, but there's a huge portion of it that doesn't. Now you're sending these kids out that
they're going to be wrong half the time.
For someone like me, it was like, I can, because I have this experience, I can digest like, that is good stuff. I'll take that. Like, that's a good learner.
You know what to grab and what to kind of throw away.
To throw away. But then you see these kids and I was saying like,
and that's the only skill that those kids have after, talking to this professor that's supposed to be.
Exactly. So now they're going to go out, and I'm sure that, say 5 years into their work career, they'll probably be in a pretty good spot. But that 5 years is going to be them taking all that knowledge of them and now parsing out what was shit, what was good. And then now
you already did that immediately.
I was doing it while I was doing it, right?
Exactly.
But then there were certain classes where, I've told this story a million times on the podcast, but this guy named Andrew Leach was supposed to teach us one course on energy markets and stuff. And that was where I learned all about like, West Texas Intermediate and all those different Hardesty and like where all this goes and all these different markets and why they're different. And it was an amazing class, but he was supposed to teach it. And he had to go sit on the panel for that new carbon tax. It was when the NDP got in, they were putting that carbon tax in place. He was on that panel. So they brought this lady in. Her name is Carmen something. I want to have her on the podcast, and it kills me. I can't remember her name. I'm sure eventually I'll figure it out and have her on, but she was the best fucking teacher because she was in the industry and they just brought her in. I think maybe she had taught a couple classes here and there, but she was actively working, but just would come in that one day a week to teach us. And for so many ways, like actually when the way she would teach, it was, if people were talking about it, she quit being a fucking idiot. She would talk to you like it was.
Like you're at work.
And to watch those guys, there's one guy in particular that was really bad at that when I talk about all these things, like this one guy in the yellow coat, I always called him Yellow Coat guy, right? Like he was the one that in those finance classes going back and forth with him. And the way she put him in his place, you want to come up here and teach this class? You think you know more than me? And it was so much fun. I was sitting there like a little kid. I never went to class ever. I went to every one of those classes because I loved it, right? And I learned so much because she'd actually been in the...
Well, they very interactive probably and draws you in. And makes it interesting and fun. And
proves that she knows what she's talking about, right? Like, and to have that was so enriching and so much. And it wasn't one of those classes like I felt like half the work I did in some of those other classes was parsing out what parts of this are bullshit, what parts are good. It was like, oh, this is pretty much all good. Like there's barely any bullshit in this. This is awesome. I wish every class was like this. But then it was kind of opened your eyes to what these courses were and what this university degree that was, because growing up, there was not really an option. I was getting a university degree. I don't think that was, I think at one point I told my parents I wanted to join the army and I got told pretty quick that wasn't happening. Right? Like, no, they said, no, you're going to university. Right? Like, and all this stuff. And I think because of that, I always had this little rebellion of, no, I'm going to go into the trades then or something, right? Like because I just wanted to do the opposite of whatever they were saying, right? Like it wasn't for any real desire to do it, but I always had that little bit of that push, but then, you grow up a little bit and you go, no, I'm probably going to go to university. And
probably
figure
the
this
right
out.
call.
But what university was in my head before I got there was so much different from what I actually realized it was once I got there. Like, and now having a degree, I look at them so much different. Like when I'm looking at resumes and I see somebody has a degree, beforehand, I would have like held that a way higher regard, and I still hold it to a different regard. But like, it's just when I see somebody has a university degree on their abstract now, it's just, oh, that tells me you can follow rules, you can meet deadlines, you can
read and write
certain things.
You can,
but the actual knowledge of what you gain there is probably pretty minimal. Like if I think you're going to be an expert because you have a degree in HR, that doesn't mean you're going to be an HR expert. You might not even be very good at HR, but it means that you can actually get through this, right? And if you look at the school and how tough that is, it'll give you a little bit of a gauge. But I found that was a huge understanding to realize it's just what these university degrees actually are, because I feel like I was so wrong on what they were before.
Yeah,
I thought it was magic. Yeah, right.
Like you
get
graduate out of university.
Yeah, you come out with a science degree, you know every science thing and right and just
or Bill Nye.
Yeah, pretty much, right? The science guy, Bill Nye, the engineer. He's not even a fucking scientist, but and I found that was very interesting to kind of see that. But you don't really know that until you get there, unless somebody tells you, right? So hopefully,
for sure.
I always wish every time I talk about the university experience on here, I just hope some kid is listening and realizes like what it is and maybe makes a better decision, because I feel
that's like same as trade school too. Like I love going to trade school, and it's totally different than high school because you're going there and you're learning about something you want to learn about, right? And so everyone's engaged the whole time. It's not like I was one of the kids in high school, like fucking around in the back room, back of the class. Like that doesn't happen there. Like, because everyone's there to learn the same shit. But like I always thought, like, okay, you go to school to be a carpenter or like welder, whatever. I always thought like, soon as you're done school, you're the best welder ever. Like that's not at all. Like 90% of that shit is like, they make sure you can read and write and that you can do this amount of work and you can follow all this shit.
Right.
And then, the rest is up to you to like acquire the skills still. Right.
And that's, they always talk about that 10,000 hour rule. Like if you want to be a master or something, you got to put 10,000 hours into it, and all the books you read and all that doesn't really cut it. Right. It's about, and that's something I take very seriously. That's why I want anybody that wants to come on this podcast to do it, because I want to get that 10,000 hours. And I know the closer I can get to that, the better I'm going to be. Right. Like I can listen to podcasts all the time, which I do. And I'm just because I'm addicted to it, but I know that there's no substitute for actually time in the saddle, right?
Totally.
Same thing with driving, same thing with welding, mechanics and that. And they're just giving you kind of the base building blocks to go acquire those skills. But you got to do that yourself.
Yeah, they're like basically making sure you can do this amount of work, right? And that you can focus on this thing and you're that committed to it.
So you tried a few different trades before you settled on heavy duty mechanics. Did you only go to school for heavy duty, or did you ever go to school for any other ones?
No, just heavy duty.
So you started, what was the first thing out of high school? What was the first one? Was that plumbing that you tried?
Yeah, I did plumbing for about 6 years or 6.
I was going to say, I don't remember that.
Yeah, 6 months. And then like.
And what did you think of that?
I liked the work, but the guy I worked for was just an absolute piece of shit.
Dickhead,
for lack of a better term.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and then I was looking for something else, and then Barry was telling me, "Oh, we're looking for a guy in the shop," and then
I thought you did electrical first. Didn't you work at Nipissey for a bit?
For a little while.
Oh, okay.
And then I just transitioned basically right into.
And I was working in the shop at that point. So that was, like had we worked together? Oh, I guess we worked together a little bit, filling jet drums at one point. There, got sent home from Simon there the one time, which is one of those moments I was actually thinking about that before he came, of like, that time. So we got. at a pretty young age, actually. Like, I think I started doing it at like 10 years old, just doing the stickers, but we always filled jet fuel drums for forestry.
Like every time it was, spring holidays or summer or, weekend off, that's what me and you were doing.
Yeah, we were filling so you'd fill the jet drums, you'd have to label them with all the dangerous good stickers, you'd have to torque the bungs and then put these plastic caps on. Pretty much work that a monkey could do.
Yeah.
Just had to have people that were there, right? And we did it, just fill time, and it was good. And our buddy Simon, who's been on this podcast a couple times, was a couple years older than us, and he was, had just come over to Alberta. He was maybe only here for a couple years at that point.
Pretty fresh then.
Pretty fresh. He might have only been here a year or 2 years at that point, and he was kind of was learning English a little bit better, right? He still had quite the thick accent, and his English maybe wasn't as good, and he was running the show over there. He was the boss of the jet fuel tent, and there was a little bit of snow the one time, and me and you, we're still doing our work, but in between we decided to have a little bit of a snowball fight. Yep. It happens naturally, and Simon didn't take too kindly to that, and
I think we left early that day.
Yeah, we got sent home a little early that day, and I was thinking about that because, that was one of those moments. It was like, I really think about that because, like I said, I don't mind taking shit if I feel I deserve it. And I didn't feel that we deserved it at that time, but technically,
like, to us, like, working over in the jet tent, it wasn't work.
Yeah, it was
like your house is, I don't know if everyone knows how it's set up, but your house is basically right beside where we do the jet fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So like, you pretty much go from a sleepover and you just go over there and
it was like, it was something to do for us, right? It wasn't like we had a job,
right?
And
which were for Simon. This was,
he was at work.
We were his crew, like, and that's what I'm saying. That's where I flip flop so much on that because from our point of view, I don't think we deserved that. Like, we were going to have that snowball and we're going to go back in and finish the work. It's not like we weren't getting it done, but from Simon's point of view, you're fucking off and you're not taking this seriously, right?
We're like 13.
Yeah, exactly. And in that situation, we're both right. Like, nobody's really wrong in that situation. It's just kind of how you view it. So it's one of those ones where it's a little bit of a mixed bag. It's not completely, not completely justified.
I don't think we were even getting paid, probably.
No, probably not. Yeah. Oh man, I remember
slave labor.
Might have to cut this story out, but I remember one of those summers we were doing those jet fuel drumming all the time, and we're working pretty hard. Actually, maybe this was a couple years later because I think we were taking it a bit more serious at that point. I don't know if you were even around for this, but it was the first day. It was a Saturday that we weren't working. It must have been the summer because we're working through the week and stuff. And it was like first Saturday off, and we're doing work around the house helping Ingo, and we're in the backyard, and Ingo gets a phone call and he walks away, and then he comes back, and sometimes you just see the look on Ingo's face, like something isn't good.
Not good.
And all he says to me is, grab a wheelbarrow and head over to the jet tent. And I go, oh fuck! And one of the guys had left the gun on, and just the weight of the truck had overflowed out, and just a huge mess. And going over there, and it was like, fuck, we finally get a day off, and this shit cause we're just digging up dirt, bringing floor dry, just doing just clean up, like all day that Saturday. It was just like one of those dumb things because the guy thought like, oh, they were leaving for lunch, right? So he has his gun turned on. He put the cap on to jam the gun open, right? Instead of holding it open. Frenchman. Yeah, that Frenchman. Yeah, we couldn't speak English. So Simon was the only one that could talk to him, right? Like,
he was. There was no subtitles for him.
No subtitles in the real world. Oh man, some of the times trying to negotiate. So that, I guess to add to that, and then also once you filled all the drums, got them labeled and stuff, then you'd have to they would be on pallets already set up, right? Like the first thing you do when you get there to get the drums, you'd put out all the pallets, then you put 4 drums on each pallet, and then once they're filled, you zip them up. What's that machine called?
Band them together.
Yeah, the bander machine. And then you load them up onto a truck to send them off. And I remember the funnest times with that Frenchman was trying to negotiate like how to direct the drums onto the truck, like with the forklift, like if he was trying to guide you and stuff in French.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you're saying. Like, parlez-vous, fromage. I don't know what you're saying. Up or down, use hand signals.
Yeah, hand signals only, please.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Good times, but look, that's the thing. The lessons we learned doing that shit, like fucking around and that is
and that was hard work too for a young kid.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Shit.
Humping drums around, trying to load them on and that. Like, yeah, I remember the first couple times at the store, like when you're trying to load somebody up with drums and you're 14 in the back of it with a 205-pound drum, and you have to. It's a skill to learn how to, pull it, get enough force to pull it up on its edge to be able to roll it, but not pull it too far so that crushes you, right? Like. And you don't have the skill, at our age now with the bodies we have, we can do it pretty easy. And we've been humping drums for a while. We know the mechanics of it.
It's like a perfect angle.
Exactly. You got a perfect,
and rolls like butter.
Exactly. And you have to get the perfect force to pull it to that angle because it's got a very nice point of balance if you get it there. But you pull too hard, now you're catching it. You're trying to hold it up. Yeah. Oh man. I remember we had those drums, a glycol in the back, right? And this was when I first started.
That shit is so heavy.
So heavy, right? And a drum had fallen off a pallet out back and at the C store. And it was me and Jaworski, and we were out there for probably 40 minutes in the cold trying to lift this thing up, like me and him. Oh my God. I don't know. Obviously we couldn't do it, but we kept trying, right? And you're a 14-year-old kid at that time, and Javi's an adult.
With a 12-year-old brain.
Right? So like we're trying to figure it out, but he's the adult in the situation. So if he's going to keep trying, I'm going to keep trying. Even though it's pretty clear from about 3 minutes in, we were not getting this drum. Like, I don't even remember what we ended up doing. I just remember being out there for 40 minutes, trying different ways to grab it. And she was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Like, this drum weighs 500 pounds. I'm 14.
Yeah,
we're not getting
not happening.
Yeah. Like, not only to get it back up on its end, but then back up on the pallet and shit. Is like, we're going to need a couple more guys here. Why are we pissing around? Oh, another story, not to jump to another one. I remember I was working I was older. This is probably right before I moved into the into the shop, because I was driving and stuff at this point, and this old couple came in and they wanted a tidy tank, right? And the lady came in and was asking about it, and she didn't know much, but again, like, this was an opportunity. I'm bored, so the conversation, get bullshitting with her. Yeah. Oh yeah, my husband's in the car, he's got a bad leg, he can't come in. And yeah, what do you need? Like, just wheeling and dealing, like the Barry and Ingle special, exactly what they raised me to be. And yeah, so we'll get this, and we get them all lined up. I said, yeah, it's in the back, just get them to pull around. They pull around this tiny little hatchback, and I'm like, what? Where's the truck? Like, what are we loading this into? He goes, yeah, we'll get it in here. I'm like, oh boy. I don't know, man. Like, so we're putting the back seats down in this little hatchback, like, we're putting this tidy tank. So it's like, I don't know, like a 300-gallon tank or whatever they are, but like, it's probably 4 feet long, 2 feet high, like 2 feet wide. Like, it's a big thing. And we get it in there. We're just moving both their seats ahead to get it to fit, like right up against the center console. Yeah. And then the back window, they put like a little blanket, because they couldn't even fit like a blanket in against the window. It shattered. So just like the little thinnest piece of blanket to close that thing. And they pull away, and I'm just going, good luck. As soon as they hit the highway, that thing's coming through the back window for sure. But it's like, and I tried to warn her, like, are you guys sure about this?
You guys want to come back later?
Yeah, and that's what I said. I will be around even if you got to come back with a truck. Like, I was almost like, fuck, do you want me to load up? I think they had to go somewhere. I was like, do you want me to load up my truck and just bring it for you? Like, this is not going to end well. But just the fact, I could not believe, like, obviously I didn't have enough faith, because I did not think we were getting that thing in there. I was just kind of, placating. I figured, we'll get it halfway in. They'll see it won't fit. They'll come back. No, we got in. I was like,
they were committing.
They were committed, right? And as soon as that thing closed and locked, I was like, oh man. But honestly, there was like maybe a 1/4 inch between the corner of that tidy tank and that window.
One little brake job. And holy fuck.
Yeah, you hit the gas too hard and that thing's coming through. Yeah. We've all made that mistake. Fuck, how many times have we seen drums come through the back window of our trucks around with all these guys?
Oh, stupid.
It's funny getting into these roles kind of at a younger age, like me and you are, and just seeing some of the stupidity that can happen, right? And
like being a kid, I always thought like adults were so smart.
Had everything figured out, right? And all of them.
They had all the answers and they could do anything. Yeah. And like, once you're in a supervisor role, it's kind of like, I've lost a lot of faith in humanity.
A little bit, hey, a little bit, honest. Yeah, definitely. And that's something, I mean, we laugh about it, but also I feel like that was something that actually was kind of dragging me down a bit, was just at a certain point of like being in that role for a couple of years and going through a lot of bullshit, right? Like, all the things that happened in GP the first couple of years of what we went through there, and just like trying to figure that all out. That, I was getting kind of bummed. You talk about, you joke about it being, taking away a little bit of your faith in humanity, but definitely was. It's like, fuck, totally. Like, is this going to be the next 3 years, like babysitting this
shit?
Like
nothing surprises you after a while, right? Like, you got to make sure you're, T's are crossed, I's are dotted when you give people instructions. Or
for sure. You don't leave any gray area
on everything.
Yeah. Double check, re-ask the question.
Triple check.
And you get so good at figuring out the questions you can ask so that they have to give you an answer in a way that will tell you if they understood what you're saying.
You're immediately like 4 steps ahead of...
Yeah. You're asking questions that you don't even need the answer for. It's just for them to prove that they've understood 100%. These directions you've given them, right? Yeah. Which is great skills to learn. And I feel like that was something that was getting me down. But always Ingo was always very good at telling me, like, it doesn't matter. He said, that's not this job. That's everything. That's life. You're going to have that. If you work here, if you work anywhere else, you're going to have those people that he said, I've been getting down with that stuff at points. And he said, until somebody comes and asks me if they need to wipe their ass or not, I'm not going to be surprised, right? And he always says it, right? Like he says, and the day somebody comes and asks me if they're going to need to wipe their ass or not, that's the day I hang them up. But until then, you just got to deal with it. Yeah, party's on, let it, and shit like that. That's wisdom, right? Like that.
Totally.
That has.
You just like, you take it so personal at the start. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then
and you watch guys like Barry and Ingle, that the shit just rolls off their back, or I'm fucking at home, right? Like I was talking to someone
staying up late, like thinking of this or that, or
how that interaction
and how is that going to happen? And
exactly. And actually one of the biggest things, do you know Dan McIsaac? He's one of the marketers, or I guess he's a partner, not a marketer, out east on PEI. Yeah. I don't know if you met him, and that was kind of funny because for years, probably 3 or 4 years, I'd never met him, and I just heard the stories of Barry and Ingo and Jason, the way they talked about it. And it was very rare for someone like Ingo and Barry to, like we said, not a lot of thank yous, and for them to see the light in their eyes when they talk about this Dan, right? He was almost this mystical figure, this Dan, right? So I always would bug him, and they went on these golf trips and stuff. Dan. I was always bugging him, and it's funny. So we went to our first conference, and I meet Dan, and Alyssa the first night, she goes, all those jokes you cracked about Ingo and Barry? She said, you have the same look in your eyes when you're talking. And I say that, I was like, fuck, he got me. Because he's just this guy. Like, he's just incredible. He's another guy I can't wait to have on the podcast. But he's just, he's done everything. He has so much wisdom, but he's so much humility and so much just willing to talk to anybody, and it's just so down to earth and that. And then one thing I was talking to him at one of the conferences, he was kind of telling me how he grew up, and he had a huge family and how he built this stuff from some of the things that were important to him. And one of the things he told me, because I was really struggling with that year of like getting home and still thinking about work and just not being able to shut it off. And he does what we do with the marketer stuff, but then he owns, McDonald's and Tim Hortons, and he's got ventures going from here to Sam Hills, right? And a very successful guy in so many different domains. And I just said, like, how do you do it? Like, how do you keep all that? And he said, you know what? When I go to work, I make sure I give everything I have, and I never have to question that I've bust ass. But as soon as I go home, I don't think about anything.
Shut it off.
He said, I shut it off.
That's
I don't think.
Very hard skill to learn too.
And I feel like I wasn't even learning that skill because I wasn't even trying to do that because I felt guilty, right? If I turned it off, if I would go,
I should always be at work in my, you know what I mean? Like I should always be doing this or doing that.
Because growing up, what did we see Ingo and Barry do all the time?
Work 24/7.
They were on the phone, right? Like they were coaching us hockey and answering the phone and sending fuel trucks out. And it was all the time, and we got used to that, and it was awesome. And that, but that
you just try to emulate that.
You try and emulate that, right? And that was something that I think they both got better at as the years went on too, and like balancing that too. But I would have so much guilt if I'd,
you got to remember too, back then, like there was very little emailing and zero texting. Yeah. So every little change of plans or any little thing you wanted to do.
Remember those walkie-talkie phones those two guys got?
On the phone all the time. Oh, those chirp phones.
So those two, I still think if I ever heard that, I'd have PTSD if I ever heard that little chirp song.
Oh my God.
Those two, right? I think maybe Clayton had it, maybe Crossy had one as well, but just a couple of them had them. And
they've literally had adult walkie-talkies.
They had adult walkie-talkies because this was the newest phone technology, right? That like you hit this, you didn't have to do anything. It was set. So like there was a button on the side of your phone, like a walkie-talkie, where you could just, you just hit it once and it'd do like the doodle just to let them know like, oh, somebody's going to be coming through, and then they talk. Man, the amount of, and the thing that got them both is, I think we can probably both say, and they would admit it too, that Ingo and Barry are both pretty cheap fucks, right? Like
totally.
It was free. That's
why they would chirp,
that's why
right?
they do it all the time. It was free, right? Like,
and they like think they're so trendy in all the shit they do.
Yeah.
And like
90% of the time it's just what's cheapest. Right?
Yeah, that's what's cheapest.
But they also they hold a good deal in high esteem, right? And that's something that both me and you, like if you get a good deal, we're both telling, right? If we get a good deal on cowboy boots, we're coming home to tell our girlfriends, fuck, you see this deal I got on these boots, right?
100%.
You value that saving money, right? And it puts a high value on it, which is, I think, another skill that is like learning how to be thrifty and how to be cheap in the right ways. Because I think both of our parents, they were cheap in that way, but they would splurge
on the right things,
and where they would splurge would teach you lessons, right?
Totally. It was to help our family, right? Where they'd save their money for 2 years and then buy a boat.
Yeah.
Where something you can all enjoy.
Yeah. And a big thing too is always when we go on holiday or something, when it was out of the view, right? Like Ingo has that Mercedes and he never drives it in Slave Lake because it's just how they grew up. That's just not, that's showing off. So when he goes to the city, he'll drive it and stuff. And it's like, that is, you don't realize it at the time, but that you're learning lessons, right? And that,
you don't need to flaunt anything you have.
You don't need to flaunt what you have and that sort of stuff, right? Like I was unaware, it's kind of embarrassing to say, I was so unaware of my own situation and what I was and what we had as a family and how successful Ingo was until I was way older. Like I was way old. I think it was you that kind of we had a conversation in the back 40, we had a fire or something and we were kind of bullshitting about it and we were talking about, all that stuff. And I didn't even realize it because Ingo had kept me so sheltered from that stuff of like what we have.
You got to stay humble, right?
Exactly.
Like, but even like Barry, he still buys trucks with fucking cloth seats.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
like,
I know. Yeah.
It doesn't care. And
but those type of lessons you can't learn that anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
The lessons like that only come from that. You can't go to school to learn that. You can surround yourself with the right people, but that's hard to do. But just to get the luck of the draw that we were both surrounded, that we were born to families like that, and then had these subsidiary families like the Deschovers, like the Millers, right? And
Yeah,
for you,
totally.
Just to help teach those lessons, like, fuck, we are lucky, man. Like,
Very lucky
to do. And something that gets me excited about something like this podcast, a big piece of it is too, is like, I want to honor my parents, of like, to show to the world everything I am as a person and all these things that I've learned and things that I value, because I got that all from like my parents and your parents and stuff.
Totally.
And, like, that's almost my payback to them in a way of like, I'm so thankful for all they did for me, and I'm very proud of who I am as a person, but I don't think I have a lot of credit for it. You know,
no,
I think I just, you know, I was just so lucky with all this stuff that I just kind of I almost landed on my feet in the last couple of years. It's just, how did I fucking get here? You
totally.
know, and then you start looking back on it, and you know, like one of the big things is I'm a big reader. I love reading. I always did love reading, but I always thought that was something that was always just innate in me. And then a couple months back, I think my mom asked me, "Do you remember when you were a little kid and we had your whole room covered in these, you know, those big index cards with different words on them, and they'd have them all over my walls, and they would create little sentences every night before bed when I was before school and all this stuff." So like, obviously I'm a good reader because they put in hours and hours of work. I don't remember that.
Totally.
But until they said that, I always just thought, oh, that was innate to me. I'm just a good reader. I was like, no, they busted ass to make sure that I was an amazing reader. And then she would read me Harry Potter and all that, and like get me hooked on reading. Yeah. They got me hooked on reading at such a young age, which is amazing in one way, because I really love reading. I love books, and I love what I get out of it, because the way I look at reading is, you know, if people love movies, I think you would love books. It's just that you're reading
so much more detail, right? And
but it's so much but if you're not a good reader, that's frustrating, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not enjoying the content of it because you're so busy trying to read, right? Where for me, I'm such a good reader that doesn't even come into.
It's like you're watching it in your head.
Exactly,
right?
Right? But some people don't have that. And that's why I think is the big rise of audiobooks lately, is I think people are going to realize that so many people have in their head, oh, I'm just not a reader, I just don't like books.
Yeah.
But so your reading ability is gating your enjoyment. And I feel like that's what's going to start bringing people in. And it's already happening, right? Like audiobooks, Audible has that app for audiobooks has just been skyrocketing lately, because I think there's so many people that are missing out on what books have to offer in that, but just because of their reading level. But now, just by the luck of my family and who I was, I now have this skill that, not just when I have a book in front of me, but you think of shit like reading manuals when you're getting your lawnmower going, all that shit.
100%.
Just like how...
It's a great life skill, right?
Oh, and you don't realize what kind of life skill, like you're going to have to read all the fucking time in life.
Your whole life.
And that's what when I have kids, I'm going to put such an emphasis on making sure like not only are they good readers, but I give them exciting books. And I think a big piece of that too was because of that, I got to read more interesting books. Like because my reading level's ahead, I got to read like Harry Potter and stuff way earlier than it was, which is exciting books. I feel like at the time when you're learning to read, they're giving you these baby books that are maybe good for some people. I don't care about this, but then you get an actual like novel that was half decent and you can read on your own and you get sucked into, oh, this is awesome. And that's when your reading really picks up. And like, I feel like almost, you need some, and that was what was fun about being around like you and your brothers and stuff. You get access to these older levels of kind of content and stuff. And I feel like it's probably not healthy to have a kid just have free reign to that all the time, but to have those little outlets where you get little bits and pieces, little drips and drabs, right? To learn about that stuff puts you so much further ahead of the game and just gives you that sense of being an adult. I feel like growing up, one of the biggest things I struggle with is never felt like anyone treated us like adults, right? Like all the times we were kids, and I felt like I was, let's go rock a piss and we'll refill the whiskeys and we'll get back on.
Sorry, dude. Word?
Oh yeah, I guessed right. I've done like, I don't know, probably 10 in-person interviews now with this Zoom recorder, and I still can't remember if when I go for a pee break to hit play again or the record button again. I've done it wrong so many times. It doesn't matter. It just starts to record a new one. I just splice them together after, but it's definitely something, you know, 50, I think this is going to be episode 58. And I think around there, and I'm still fucking figuring this shit out. I still don't really know what I'm doing.
You've done that many though. That's awesome.
Yeah, it happened in a hurry, man. Like it just, and that's same thing. I mean, I've talked about this on lots of podcasts. It's just like, I'm not very good at looking back at what I'm just, I always see what's out ahead and what more I have to do. And I have such a big vision for all these things I want to do. And like, once I get to here, I can do this. And
like when you asked me to come on, like, honestly, I'd never even listened to a podcast before in my life. Yeah. So I was like, well, I'll check a couple out just to kind of, you know, prime the system and see what this is all about. I listened to the first, like, you know, early ones and then like ones now. Yeah. And like, holy fuck, what a difference. Like
you can see it.
It's gotten so good. Like,
oh, it's awesome, man. And
huge improvement.
And that was something that I went into it knowing, because I listen to a fuck ton of podcasts. Like it's kind of embarrassing how much I listen to. Like it's definitely an obsession, but one of the things I'm very grateful for is I got to listen to all, like, probably the top echelon of podcasts. Like I've listened to almost all of them, and I've heard at some point on the podcast them talk about them starting. and kind of the tips and tricks and what they wish they would have done. And one of the biggest things I heard over and over again is just no matter how good you are, how much experience you have on a microphone, you're going to suck at the start.
For sure.
And just start going and get as many as you can.
Do it,
and you're going to get better, right? And that was the biggest thing, just to know that and that's why I haven't gone to get any sponsors. I'm not trying to make money on it. I'm not trying to, I haven't really even advertised it other than like
Facebook and
Instagram, right? Like, so like that one little circle gets it. And that's so I could just concentrate on making the content as good as I could and getting better at this, because everything's a skill, right? And I feel like that was a big learning lesson for me, was just realizing that everything's a skill.
Totally.
And that you need to, or if you can frame it that way, just so much of shit.
Like you have to learn a ton of the stuff on the fly. Like you can plan it and plan it in your head and practice in your head only so much until you got to dive in.
You got to dive in,
figure out all the tips and tricks yourself, and all what works for you, what doesn't, what you like.
Yeah, and I always relate it to stand-up comedy, because they always talk about with stand-up, you have to get thousands and thousands of hours on stage because you need to be able to handle all these crazy situations that are coming up. A crazy heckler, somebody has a seizure in the crowd, like all these things that can happen.
You can't really plan or practice that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Right?
And
you just have to go for it.
And that's the same thing with podcasts, right? Like you're going to have to learn how to deal with a competitive guest. You're going to have to learn to deal with somebody, like earlier this week, I had a guy on, I already told you who it is. I don't know if I mentioned on here, but clearly had never really listened to the podcast before, had not listened to podcasts in general, didn't really know what he was getting into. And that was kind of a new experience of how to take him through that and how to navigate that. And it was, there was times where I feel like maybe if I would have known that, I would have prepared better. But now I've been through that once. And now if that comes up again, I have a little bit of...
you have some ammunition, right?
Yeah, you have an understanding.
Tool in your toolbox.
Exactly.
To deal with that.
Something you've been through, and now it's old hat. And then eventually you've had that happen 10 times, and now it's nothing, right? And then hopefully a couple years down the road, I've done so many of these that there's not, it takes quite something for it to throw me off, right?
Like, it'll come more naturally.
Yeah. So it's just knowing that. And I feel like that knowledge of treating everything that it's a skill and you can learn it, like even patience, even, what's the word where you, discipline, right? Like that, certain things that I always thought were something you were born with or weren't. Like, you're not born with anything. Everything is a skill. If you think of it like a skill, you can gain a skill in anything, right? Like, and that was a huge shift for myself, is learning just that little mindset shift of like, no, everything is a skill. If you practice it, you'll get better at it. Like, nothing is innate. I feel like that was something that really helped me move forward. And I feel like I learned that from podcasts, right? I listen to these real smart guys talk about it all the time, right? It's just, I don't know. I could do a whole podcast and just all the shit I've learned from podcasting.
About podcasting.
Exactly. Well, that was well, still is kind of one of my ideas of, because I never planned on just doing this podcast. Right? I always thought I'll start with this podcast, I'll practice and get better with it, and then probably along the way I'll find somebody else that wants to start one, and then because it'd be so nice. Right now, one of the hardest parts of this podcast is booking guests and scheduling and all that stuff, and finding time, and especially because myself, I feel so bad asking people on and all that, right? Like,
how long did you have it planned that you were going to do it before you kind of pulled the trigger on it?
So deep down, I knew I wanted to do it for probably 3 years before I did it.
Yeah.
But in my head, I always thought, because the way I looked at podcasting at that point was, it was always people that were successful in something else, and then they started a podcast to supplement it.
Yeah,
right?
And they could kind of build off of that following or whatever.
Right. So I would fantasize all the time. Like when I'd be at that running track by the office there, running all the time, I'd just be fantasizing about these ways that I could, get famous off of something, and then start a podcast from it, right? Like, or run into Joe Rogan at an airport, and like he'd have me on for like a little 20-minute session. I could jump off of that, and I'd have a crowd, and I would always just fantasize about this all the time, not realizing like you just got to start it, right? And then I hit a point where I was very unhappy, and like with all the COVID stuff and being away in GP, away from all our buds and stuff. Like it was pretty tough times, and then I got to a point where I was really depressed, and really like I'd never felt that way before. I was really, scared as fuck, because I'd never felt that feeling. Like, people talk about depression. I'd talked about depression, but I'd never really felt it. And when I did, it was scary, man. Like, it was a feeling like, even the best way I can describe it is like shit that I know I'd be excited about. Like, say my two favorite podcasters, Joe Rogan and Lex Friedman, are going to hop on a podcast together, and it's going to be released. Like, that would get me so excited. I know it would. And I'd see that. I'd be like, holy fuck. But I just
wouldn't really care.
I wouldn't care. Yeah. And nothing would excite me. Numb. And it was, and I was terrified of that, because I was just like, I've never felt this before. I don't know how long. I don't know. Nothing I can try, because up until that point, anytime I get down, I could usually just logic myself out of it. Like, why are you sad? Like, you have no reason to be sad. Your life is great. And it might take me a while, but I can usually snap up. But I couldn't snap out of this. And I drove up to Slave that weekend on Friday, and it was like that drive from GP to Slave was one of the toughest times in my life. It's just like, I don't know what to do. Like, I was just like spiraling. I got here, I dumped my bags in my room upstairs, and I walked back out to the kitchen, just started bawling to Ingo and Dana, and just like, I need help. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't feel good. And obviously they were kind of blindsided. Holy fuck, like, what? You gave me a big hug. Like, what's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Like, just talk to us. And I'm crying so I can't fucking talk, right? And like, just went through that and just kind of explained, like, hey, I don't know what's wrong. I'm not happy, and I don't know what it is. And that Saturday, they were real nice. We did things as a family, watched movies and stuff, and tried to feel a little bit better and all that, and just wasn't really sinking in. And then on Sunday before I left, I just saw it, like, on all these podcasts, a lot of times what I talk about is I'll hear things kind of repeat, right? Like, you'll hear somebody talk about intermittent fasting, right? It's something I do with my diet, right? And I'd heard so many people that I respect talk about it, and it'd come up so many times, right? I would just hear like intermittent fasting, like, fuck, I better give that a try.
Give it a shot.
Yeah. And one of those things that I kept hearing was meditation, right? Like, all these successful people always talk about it. And it was always kind of one of those things in my head, especially growing up around here. That's kind of that fooey shit. We don't, we don't meditate in Slave Lake, Alberta, right? So it's kind of one of those things that I never really gave a try, and thought, I'm desperate. I'm going to try this thing. So I just, Googled how to meditate pretty much. Like what was the name? There's a certain type of meditation that I kept hearing over and over. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, but I just Googled how to do that. Went to my room and tried it, and I came out of it feeling a little bit better. And one of the things that kind of came, and I don't think it was that meditation, but it works. And I tried that. And then when I got home, I meditated again that Monday. And one of the things, as I started meditating more and more, I found when I calm and have no thoughts coming in, these really big ideas and understandings of things I knew that I just wasn't, I don't know. It's like there's these things that but there's so much noise and shit going on. You can't
quiet everything.
Yeah, you quiet everything down. You can hear these things that you obviously knew. Like, I knew I wanted to start a podcast for 3 years up until that point. It was just, there were so many narratives, and what it was fear. I was terrified to do it.
Yeah, you're just distracting yourself from doing it.
Because I knew that if I said the sentence, I want to start a podcast to myself, I knew that now every day I'm living this lie. And I think I was, and I think that was what was making me so upset, was I knew I wasn't being honest with myself.
You knew what you wanted to do.
Yeah, but I wasn't being honest. And from that moment, I realized, like, I came out of it and I said, I need to start a podcast. I don't need to be fit. Like, you start the podcast. That's what you build upon. That is the hub that you build all these spokes off of, and you can branch out to anything you want from there. But, and from that moment, I came out of the meditation. I went online. I ordered a desk for my office there. I ordered the mic arms, the mics, the Zoom recorder.
Yeah.
I hadn't told the soul at that point. I just ordered all the shit so that I knew, now I'm in, right? Like, the shit's going to arrive. I'm in. And then I slowly, was doing more research on how to do it. I think I told my sister maybe pretty early on, and then told my girlfriend, right? Like, kind of as it loaded up, and then, told a couple early guests, like those guys that were on the first ones. I think I told them before I even announced that I was starting one. And then, I was just off to the races, right? By the time I announced I was starting the podcast, I had 5 episodes recorded, and was off to the races and haven't looked back since, right? Like,
it's really improved though, honestly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's wicked.
I appreciate that. And I hope that's the case, right? And I just wanted to, and I knew that if I tried to split my attention between making it popular and all these things, right, that I wouldn't get better at the same rate. I knew I'd still be getting better, obviously, the more time you do it. But if you're splitting your focus between getting better and marketing it and doing all this other stuff, it's not going to get better at the same rate. And I so wanted to concentrate on making a good product that people would enjoy, because
totally,
I knew I wanted to do it long form, but that's a lot to ask people to listen to, 2 hours, 3 hours. That's a lot out of something. So I wanted to make sure I got really good at it, and I was bringing value, because I knew it was possible. I'd seen people do it, right? And I knew what I got out of that. And I knew one of the biggest things that I liked in podcasts was guys that were very honest and very vulnerable with what they're feeling and that. And I feel like that's scary, right? Like, that is a scary thing to do. And I found that was one of the biggest things. Like, I'm sure I've gotten better in other ways, but I feel like for myself, what I feel like I've gotten better at is just being more comfortable with talking about that shit. Yeah,
talking about your feelings is very hard.
It
Right?
is.
Especially for a guy.
Yeah. But I feel like it's so important. And I feel so much better, like, having talked about it on and it's helped me so much.
It's like a little bit of therapy.
It is, right? And I saw this meme, I don't know if it was before or after I started the podcast, but they said, girls will go to therapy, guys just start a podcast, right? It's like, oh fuck, like, that one kind of hit me right in the heart. I was like, oh shit, that's pretty true, right? Like, and I love therapy. I'd go to therapy. The only thing that holds me back from going to therapy is just, again, I have a real respect thing, and I would have to find the right person because I just have trouble respecting.
Totally.
In my head, I always think I'm better than everybody, which is a terrible thing. I hate admitting it, but I know that's a part of me, right? And I have to work with that. It makes me hard to respect what people are saying back to me.
You always think the burden is on yourself to help yourself, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And like, like if you're giving me a suggestion, like, but you don't know what I'm going through. Like, I have a hard time.
Defensive in a way, right?
Which is what I loved about finding podcasts was I found them myself. They weren't trying to preach to you, but just they talked and you got to listen and you made your own judgment on whether you trust them or not, and how much value you put on their opinion, right? And where you value your opinion, right? Like I might value Joe Rogan's opinion on MMA because I know he knows that, right? But then his opinion on fat shaming and body awareness and stuff, where he has some pretty strong feelings on it, but I've got to watch 1,800 episodes of 3-hour-long episodes. I know exactly how he arrived at that,
like
idea,
his feeling,
his feeling of why he feels that way. And I think he's 100% correct with what he's experienced and what he sees, but I think he's wrong. Right? But that doesn't devalue what I think of him. But now, because I have all that understanding now, when he talks about things, I know what domains I can trust what he's saying a little bit less and what parts is like, that might be right, but I'm not going to take that serious, right? Which I think is a mistake for some people. They just hop in these podcasts every once in a while. I think, Joe Rogan's anti whatever. And it's like, no, if you listen enough, like you'll know exactly what.
You have a better feeling of who he is and his experiences he's had, right?
And one of the biggest things I like about that too, and is another reason I was actually talking to Jamie Coots about this, is when you look at what that gives you, you're giving up a lot by being that honest and that vulnerable. You're giving up a lot of your shielding from people, right? You're giving everyone on a silver platter all the attack, all my deepest, darkest things that you could come after me for. Like if you wanted to make me feel bad, you could. Like I'm giving you all the ammunition, so you're giving up a lot of that. But what you gain in response is so valuable to me. And I feel like this is what people don't understand. This is like the power of podcasts. Everyone sees the $100 million deal with Joe Rogan, and that's like, we get in a podcast because there's a bunch of money in it. But I think what's more than that is people know you so well that now with this cancel culture and everything that go around, people have tried to cancel Joe Rogan 3 times a week for the last 6 years, but people know him so well and know exactly what he stands for on all these topics. He's uncancelable, right?
Totally.
Like it's impossible because people know who you are. What you give up, which is a big thing of that armor of against the world of them not knowing what your deep dark secrets are. You give that up, but what you gain in response, and then also you leave a mark on the world of, like you look at Napoleon Bonaparte or someone from history that we know all this stuff about, and they're super famous and we have all this writing. We don't know a tenth of what we know about them, of what, 100 years from now, people can go back and listen to 6,000 hours of Joe Rogan and knows exactly who he is, right? Like when you talk about what the mark you leave on society, if you're willing to go through that, and it's a scary process, and I don't think this would be for everybody, but what I get out of that, of what I can leave one day for my kids or for my grandkids, right? Like, maybe your grandkid, maybe you pass away and your grandkid's only 5 years old. If he's 25 or something, wants to know who his grandpa is,
he can listen to every, he knows every thought or every
and probably more than he wants to know, right? But then that's that's up to him of how far he wants to go. Maybe he'll just listen to maybe the more fun episodes with like my childhood friends or whatever. But if he wants to get into more, the mental health episodes, that I get more into that, or you'll have a open menu of everything you wanted to know about me. You will have that, and anybody will have that, right? Which is good and bad. That's a scary thought, right?
Totally.
And I've had to, and the thing that also I think about too is I signed up for this. I know what I'm getting into, and I've thought long and hard about it. But my parents didn't. Courtney didn't. My girlfriend didn't. So you got to always be conscious of what you're giving up about yourself and what
and others that are close to you.
That didn't sign up for this too, right? And it's now how close do you bring them in? Because I want to be as honest as possible. Where do I draw that line? Where now that's not my story to tell, right? Like there's so many times where there's a story I want to say on this podcast. It's like, maybe I shouldn't. Just like I'm sure I'm like 90% sure that person would be fine with me telling it, but just on that off chance that they wouldn't, I better not, right? And I think that's something as I get more comfortable and I'll learn where that line is, and I'm sure I'll step over it and fuck up a couple times, but I just got to be okay that, I'm a good person. I know I'm never trying to actually hurt somebody, right? If I'm saying it's always coming from a good place, and just, you really got to hold on to that, because at times it's hard, especially because you record an episode and it maybe doesn't release for 2 weeks, and when you go to release it, I don't remember what the fuck I said. Not at all. I go to ask Alyssa and Courtney, because they usually listen to him for me. Like, you ask if I re-listen to him. I can't even stand listening to him. I think if I listen to 10 minutes of the podcast, I second guess every decision I've made in my life.
Really?
I sound like such an idiot. Like, and the big part is because I know what I want to say there. And I feel like that's what I'm so impressed with my favorite podcasts. They're so articulate and they know how to say it. When I listen back to myself, I know what I'm trying to say. and I find like some words to kind of give some approximation of what I was trying to say, but I know,
and that'll come with practice too.
Exactly.
And it has improved hugely.
Yeah, and it has improved too, and I know it will improve, but that's where I still struggle, and I hope that maybe in a couple
I think you're
years,
just being really hard on yourself.
I am,
too,
and,
right?
and I know I'm hard on myself, and I think
perfectionist.
I am, yeah, and that's what I think that's what makes something special is you have to be hard on yourself, and that's what I heard about all these guys. Right? That's what Joe Rogan talks about. He said, I can't listen to this shit.
Speaking of Joe Rogan, like him being on Fear Factor, like who fucking thought that would?
Oh man,
you know what I mean? He was on like a couple episodes of Chappelle's show. Like so random, right?
Mm-hmm. And you know the person who thought it would be the least. Joe Rogan.
Probably, yeah.
He never thought it was. When he started it, it was just like he would do it in green rooms with his comedian buddies. They smoke a bunch of weed and get fucked up and just talk shit and talk shit about people and all this. And there's a couple people listening. And that's what he said. And that's what he puts so much stock into of like, what if it... like that's one of the lessons I learned and I take very seriously is that like, I feel like so many people try and start a podcast and try and make it overproduce and all this stuff. I feel like the magic is to leave it a little dirty. Leave a little bit of the extra shit in. Oh, you fuck up or, you know, the ums and ahs and the you know.
Yeah, don't polish it to where it's just a.
Yeah, there's certain people that take out like right there, like I said, like they'll cut all those out. So you can hear a little bit of chop so that it's very quick and it cuts out, you know, cuts it down to a good 45-minute episode. But I think we get that on TV. If I want overproduced stuff, I'll watch Disney Channel, right?
No
like
shit.
I come to podcasts for real conversations of real shit and what's really happening. I feel like that, and everybody's different. And there's billions of people in the world.
People want to like listen to a podcast and feel like they're in the conversation.
100%.
Right? Like, it's not a fake thing. Like nobody talks like that.
Nobody talks like that, right? And same thing.
Nobody I know anyway.
Yeah, and same with like swearing, right? Like. When you hear swearing anywhere other than podcasts, it's for a purpose, and it's always you never hear the swears that it's just part of a normal vernacular of how you talk, right?
Yeah,
like, I swear when I talk, and
same.
I get in trouble, right? When we go to those Suncor conferences and I'm with all these people in this room.
I deal with truckers all day, every day. That's how you fucking talk.
Exactly. But then you go into this conference when you're with, you know, every marketer across Canada in this room and you stand up to give a little talk and you say fuck a couple times. And everyone looks at you like you just, and I'm looking back and I'm like, oh, you fucking pussies. Like you can't hear, you heard fuck. Like calm down. Like, fuck, get over it, right? And I fuck off. Yeah, exactly, right? Like it's just a joke to me. Like I just find it so weak that people are afraid of words. Like that to me is always ridiculous. Fucking grow up.
Yeah,
like, you're obviously just pretending to be offended, right? Like if you heard it in a movie where are you clutching your pearls if nobody else is around?
No kidding.
So then you
right?
do it with people around. You just make
you're
the
just
show
doing it to
show to
act
other
like
people
you're better than saying
exactly, which is so disingenuous, right? And I feel like what people want, it's, you know, people want all sorts of things, but there's a couple core things that people want. And they want genuineness, right? And that
totally.
And that's where I see like those little pieces of like the podcast may not be it might not be the funniest podcast. It might not be the most enlightening. It might not be. I hope it has pieces of all these things, but any given episode might have them. But the one core thing, if it's going to be genuine and honest, and this is how, like, if these mics weren't on, this is how we talk, right? This is a conversation we'd have, right? Yeah. And I feel like that if you can make that your number one goal, like it's not the views, it's not the money, it's not that. It's just concentrate on that. Eventually the success will come. It might take 10 years, right? There might be, you know, the same amount of people that listen to today, right? This go tomorrow, right? Like, you look at Jamie Coots that just started that podcast, Growing Up Fire, and he gets way more downloads than I do. And I've put so much time, like I started before him. He releases an episode every 2 weeks. I release one every week, sometimes twice a week. I'm, you know, diving into it, and he's ahead of that. And it's hard not to focus on that and get down by that.
Compare yourself to others, right?
Comparison
is a
is
natural thing people do.
Yeah, and they say comparison is the enemy of happiness,
100%.
Right? And it is, and you try so hard, and like I said, I got to learn all these lessons from all these other podcasts. And I've heard so many podcasts talk about, you know, just don't look at the numbers, don't compare yourself to it. Like I've heard them say that, but it's still fucking hard.
Very hard. That's right? A hard thing in life not to do, is to like look around and see what everyone else has.
You're always looking at the grass and how green it is all over. You're looking,
but like as long as you're happy with what you're doing, and you know you're doing something that you would really, really enjoy. And, and clearly you're doing a great job at it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I don't. It's nice when I hear like a guy like you that I respect say like, hey, you're doing a good job at it. But the thing that I struggle with the most maybe with it is the lack of responses. You put an episode, you put your heart and soul out for 3 hours on a podcast.
Oh yeah.
And you put it out and you don't know if it was good, if it was bad. You don't really hear from people. Like there'll be time where I'll release an episode and I'll go through to the next week where I drop the next episode. I didn't hear a word from anybody, right?
Yeah.
And then there's weeks where, you get three different
blasted by
you get 3 different texts from, hey, I really, connect with that episode, and that feels amazing, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like just the randomness of who it is. Like Wasil Melnichuk one time messaged me and said, like, hey, like I'm trucking a lot and I really enjoy these episodes. Like, fuck, that means so much to me.
Yeah,
like, I almost
100%.
get goosebumps just thinking about, like, fuck, that is awesome. Like if there's guys like that.
Yeah, you hang everything out every episode, right?
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
Hold nothing back.
And you never hear, right? And that's something
huge respect for sure.
Yeah, and it's, but kind of what the point I was trying to make is, I know, rationally, I know that I've got to not compare and not concentrate on the money and all those things, and just concentrate. Am I happy with the episodes? And I can do that sometimes. And when I do that, I'm extremely happy with it. And I'm so happy with how it's going, because I am so proud of these episodes and what I'm putting out. I'm, for
you to even be able to talk about every feeling you've had and every life experience you've had, like, I could not do that.
Yeah.
I'm like a pretty guarded person.
Yeah.
Like I let my circle of certain people in.
But it's a small circle
to see that stuff. Yeah. But I don't know if I could do it, to be honest. Like,
And I obviously, I think you could, right? I think I think anybody could. It's just it takes certain things, and it takes work, right? Because, like, I do it on the podcast, but then what people don't see is me every day. I meditate every day, right? And usually what comes out of that is some sort of realization. I'm always doing that work because when I want to come on here and talk about it, I need to know, I need to have as good of understanding of where these things come from in myself, so that I can help other people try and find where they come from in them, right? Like my anger, right? Like I talked about that as something I'm working on. So all the time I'm trying to do work to figure out where that anger comes from. Why am I so angry? Why is that my only tool that I have? What other tools can I work on, right? That's not work I'm doing on the podcast. And sometimes just conversations. And that's what I found is you get so many different people in front of you that have different worldviews.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll be really struggling with something like my anger or something, and you'll just have a conversation and something they will say will connect with you. And then it's like a little puzzle piece splits into place.
Totally.
Oh, and you learn so much about yourself.
Yeah, that's like it being therapy again, right?
100%. But it's like getting a different therapist. It's like 1 or 2 times a week, I get to sit down for 3 hours of therapy with a different person every time. And I'm always trying to help them too, right? I'm willing to go as deep down as, like, that was my goal when I sat down here, right? And I haven't talked about everything. You say you talk about every emotion. There's still things I haven't talked about that I hold back, right? Like one of the big things is work. I haven't talked about, there's so many things I would love to talk about at work, and so many things I've been through with work that just through circumstances probably wouldn't be good to talk about right yet. Yeah. And I know I will eventually, but then there's a couple other things that I don't, it kind of holds me back now. I forgot where I was going with that. I do this all the time. That's it. You have a point with a story, and then you get going on a tangent and you kind of forget where you're going with it. But
it's all in the recovery.
It all is. Yeah. It's great. And that's what's, usually what happens in a time like that, like if something like that happens, that's when I go down to my questions, right? And I'll ask, okay, so then let's ask you about this, when I kind of forget where I was going with that. But it's kind of fun these last couple of days doing them with guys like you and Trav, where, I wrote down some questions, but really I didn't prepare for either one. It's just, I know we're going to.
I tried to prepare, and then I was like, wow, fuck. It's just,
it's just a conversation.
One of my old buddies
bullshit,
I'm fucking just bullshitting with.
We've done this so many times over the years. Like it's nothing. I feel like sometimes you do yourself a disservice by trying to prepare and having too much questions and leaning on that. And I've definitely done that. I've fucked up in so many different ways. That's how I've learned. Like you say it's gotten better. It's gotten better because I've fucked up sometimes, right? And like
totally, it's practice.
Yeah, and there's been times where I've been really prepared for some, and I felt like, oh man, that I kind of over prepared for that one. Then I'll prepare less, and I'll do a really good interview. So then I'll get lazy, and then I won't prepare, and then and then I'll do it where I should have prepped more, and then I'm like, fuck, I really fucked up. I wasn't all ready for enough.
But you can kind of gauge who's coming on, right?
Yeah, like, and I'm getting better at that now, of gauging how much prep do I have to do for this guest, or this guest maybe I don't need to do much, right? And you're learning that, but you have to learn those lessons the hard way sometimes.
That's like,
right?
I thought, like, I was talking to Darbie about it because he listens to a ton of podcasts. And I was like, what should I do? Like, should I write questions down and shit? He's like, man, it's Nick. It's like, he's like, it's your brother. Like, just go on, you'll be fine.
Yeah, let her rip.
Bullshitting.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Oh, that's good. I didn't know Darbie listened to that many podcasts. He'd be a fun guy to come on. He's seen some shit. Oh yeah, we're all bullshitters. Fuck, it's hard to throw a rock in this town without hitting a bullshitter.
He'd jump on that for sure.
Guaranteed. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like I feel it's weird because I know in my head, I know what this podcast is going to be one day, and I see that very clearly. So, but I also realize that it's a big ask out of people. Mm-hmm. But it's hard for me because, and I struggle.
I think it's more of like an honor to, get asked.
And I think it is, and that's the way I'm trying to frame it. Like, but in my own head, I feel like it is an honor. Like deep down, if my true feelings, I feel like it is an honor, and people should be over the moon for me to ask. And I honestly feel like when this podcast kicks off and people start listening to it, people go back like, when I find a podcast, I go back through the catalog and I find episodes from way back, and like this episode here, maybe some group of people are listening to it now, but then 3 years from now, when, maybe it's on a bigger spot, people are going to get to know it. And then when you come on, and then maybe in 5 years, you've come on, say 5 times in that 5 years, and my audience as it's grown has grown with you and has got to know you, and then maybe you start.
Maybe I get to be famous too.
That's exactly what it is. But that's exactly what I love about it. That's what I learned about Joe Rogan when he didn't try to build up that platform that he did. It just kind of happened, right? But when he did, once he realized what it was, one of the first things he did was he looks for these young up and coming comics and tries to give them a platform to rise up. Like, who needs a voice? And he was always doing it. So it was always had like an essence of giving back, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like I love that. That was one of my favorite parts about that. And all my favorite podcasts all have a little piece of that, right?
Yeah.
And that's something I really want to do. That's something I'm excited for, is like, I want to get, that's another thing. Like, when I ask somebody to come on the podcast, I usually hear one of a couple things, right? Like, either, oh, it's too intellectual, I don't think I could do that. Someone says like, oh, I haven't done anything, right? Like, that's the other thing, is like, come on, just introducing me, you haven't done anything. Like, if I'm asking on the podcast, I see something in you, and if you think you haven't done anything, you're probably just being too hard on yourself. But also, even if that is true and you haven't done much, if I'm having you on, I think you're going to do something in the future. And this is just setting the plate, right? Like, so now maybe you come on in 5 years and you just started this new venture. Like, maybe you start your own heavy duty mechanics place, and you're doing custom hot rods or whatever it is, right? Yeah. Whatever that venture that you're chasing, whatever your passion project, like this is for me now.
You can kind of get a progression of that, right?
Yeah. And then I have that opportunity to help those people, raise up. Like, I had cousin Scotty on from Nate there. That was honestly one of my favorite fucking episodes. I love. I can't wait to do that one. I can't wait to do an in-person one with him.
Listen to.
Yeah, no, like, and that was awesome. But what I loved about that too is, like, have him on a couple more times, get more in with that.
Yeah.
And he'll probably have guys that are coming out of Nate that have just immense talent, and can either do their own thing and struggle and not have a real jumping off point, or go work for somebody and maybe lose that spark that made them, you can get beaten down by the world. And if you have a talent for, I don't know, machining or something, and you don't have the confidence or the platform to jump off from to start your own gig, so you go work for a guy for a while.
Even financially too, right? Like, that's
even financially it is, right? Especially if you don't have some way to get it out.
Yeah.
That's a big risk, right? But now, if I can work with Scotty and he says, hey, like this girl coming up, she's awesome, and she could start her own thing, bring her on and help give them a voice and just help other people. Like, that is something I'm so excited for. And
for sure,
I need to just do the work to build it up, to build an audience, so that I have that opportunity to build that, right? You earn that. Nobody hands that to you, an audience is earned. But that's one of those things I'm really excited for, is getting at that point where guys like you, guys like Trav, like whatever you're doing at that point, even if you're still working the same place and it's just like catching up, that's going to be fun altogether. But if you do start something, or if you have a little side hustle, or, like, even if you come on, you want to, plug your girlfriend's new, I don't know, knitting Instagram thing that she's selling quilts or whatever.
No shit.
Even that, like, just the small things like that. Like, how can I help? I always say, like, this is a platform I want to use to help other people too, and like, for whatever way. It doesn't have to be
and that's
something that you do.
Too,
yeah, but it's something that I saw what that does, and I feel like there's doing stuff like that pays back. Like, I don't know if you could call it a million things, karma, or just the way the universe works. But I feel like if you genuinely do things like that,
if you're a shitty person, you'll pay for it.
For sure you will.
I don't know if it's karma or what it is, but like,
it comes back.
100% it does.
Exactly. And that was another one of those lessons that Ingo and Barry taught me, right? Like, being in this role here, and sometimes people aren't happy with you. And that was another big lesson you had to learn. Ingo said,
and that's
like,
a hard one to take too. Like, you want to try to, you're
busting ass.
Trying to please everyone, right? And people don't see the reasons you make decisions for a business, or all the things that go into it. They just feel like they're suffering sometimes. And that's hard to take.
Mm-hmm. And that was one of those things where Ingo was, I never saw him be affected by that shit. And it was always like,
it probably, it did affect him, but
back in the
you
day,
never seen it.
And I think also he's been doing it for 30 years and has learned how, like, all these coping mechanisms and things he can do so that it doesn't affect him and he can get by with that. And like, obviously I don't have those because I don't have that experience, and I'll get there, but it's about what piece is that? Because I don't know if I'd ever want to get to the point like Ingo is, where it all doesn't affect him. I want to be affected a little bit. I wish it didn't affect me this much.
I think too, they can hide it a lot better.
True.
Like,
and I don't think they were ever allowed. I think it's not even conscious of whether they're hiding it or not. I think they're hiding it from themselves a lot of the time too, right? Because that's just how they grew up, just bottle it down. Like they say it doesn't affect them, but it probably does affect them. They just don't deal with it, right? Or they deal with it in some way that we don't see, right?
Like, that was like kind of the way to be a man back in the day.
For sure.
Too, right?
Growing up on the farm, like fuck.
You handle your shit and, don't make it anyone else's problem. And,
which has a lot of positives to it too, right? That can get you pretty far in life, but also at a certain point, if you don't find other outlets to let off some of that steam, it's gonna build up and it's gonna
it takes the right person to be able to deal with your shit that way.
For sure. Like I look at my girlfriend, right? Like I'm not the easiest guy to live with. I'm a fucking nutcase, right? Literally, like I got a lot of shit going on, right? And it's I try to be as good in all these ways because I know that I lack in a lot of ways, and I'm not typical. I'm not a normal dude. I'm a weird guy, right? Like to deal with that, right? And I think that's the same thing of you need to have the right support systems around for what you work with, right? Like you might be really good in one way, but you need a little bit of help in this other area, and to have the right people around you that can, pick you up where you fail, and that's super important, right? And I feel like,
and that's what, you got to know what you need in a relationship too, right? Like maybe you don't need all that shit. Maybe you need more than the regular person, or
right. Yeah, maybe there's one area that you really need some support in, right? And there's one, and it doesn't have to be all come from one relation.
Like my girlfriend, I'll come home some days and bitch to her for an hour, and she'll just sit there and listen. Like, like that's an angel. Like, how can,
right?
You know what I mean? That's
and then for me, it's I get home and I'm pissed off, and all my girlfriend wants is for me to bitch for now, and she wants to know what's going on. I don't want to talk about it, right? Like I was never a talker, and I think this is what's so healthy to me. It says I was never a talker, right? Like I didn't like talking about shit, and I feel like actually dating Alyssa and getting into that opened me up a lot about talking about this stuff, and for it to be received well. I feel like I was always so scared of the reaction of, if I open up about the shit, what is somebody are you gonna run, right? Like, are you gonna be out of here? If I honestly open up about what goes on up here in this fucking weirdo wacko brain of mine, like you're gonna be out the door in 2 seconds. But just to slowly, and it wasn't all at once, and it's still, I haven't completely opened up with all that stuff, right? Like I'm very open on here, but this is, like I've maybe jumped down like 6 levels, but I got 15 levels, like it goes
totally.
deep. Like there's some traumas and some weird things going on up there that I don't even understand, right? But just to open those doors a little bit at a time, and to get a good reaction where they don't run, and they're very supportive, and they react exactly like you would hope they would react. But in your head, you think there's no way that would happen. They're going to run screaming and kicking. And then it gives you that support to talk about more things. And then slowly but slowly you open up, and now you're able to talk about that stuff. And I feel like that was, I don't know if I would be able to do this podcast stuff if I wouldn't have gone through those steps with her of opening up to her.
Kind of did it there first,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. And I feel like that's so much of the stuff. And I feel like for a lot of people that is therapy, and I recommend therapy to everybody. And there's actually a podcast I've shared on my Instagram a couple times that it's these ladies that have therapists on, and they talk about, because I feel like for therapy, everyone's so scared of the process of finding, like that's an overwhelming process of, like, if you're at the point where you need therapy, lots of times you don't have a lot of mental effort to give on this new journey of finding
and
a therapist.
Like you have no other outlets too, right? Like a lot of people don't have a good family support, or close brothers and sisters, or
friends even. Sometimes people have nothing, and that
or
is,
like a sport where they can, that's so good for your mental health, like so exercise good. Or whatever.
And I didn't realize, going to that sports thing, is until COVID took away all sports, I didn't realize what role sports.
Oh my God! Right?
Like I always knew I was a big sports guy, but I always kind of thought like, take it or leave if I got something else to do. And maybe it was just the fact that all the other COVID stuff was going on too. But I was absolutely losing my mind.
Like I can feel that too. Like you can, you're dragging your ass, not going to the gym for a week or two, and then it's like, holy man, I feel like a piece of garbage,
bag of dicks. Yeah.
And then like you go, hit it hard for 3-4 days. Like, okay, now I'm starting to feel like myself again.
For sure.
And that's scary.
Yeah.
That they take that away from people. Like
I
the stuff that got shut down, it
makes no sense.
So random.
And I mean, I shit like this, it comes up so much. I was actually talking to Jamie the other day. It's like all this COVID stuff. I'm so passionate about it, and I feel so strongly about the injustices that are going on right now.
Yeah.
But I don't want to make every podcast about COVID, right? Because I feel like people will probably listen to it trying to get away, but I'm so fired up about it. It's hard for me not to. And it goes back to that balancing of like, the only goal I should have in mind is to just, what is interesting me? What am I passionate about? And just chase that. Don't let any of numbers or anything come into your mind. And so like, it's that balance of, people probably don't want to hear about COVID, but if I want to talk about COVID, then I should talk about it, right?
COVID,
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's that game you play in your head. But yeah, no, I completely agree. I thought from the very start, I mean, I'm a guy that does my own research, and I listen to so many podcasts and have so many intelligent people that aren't caught in this wheel of just saying what you're supposed to say, you know, reading the party line off the thing of, no, we have to do this. We have to keep people safe.
And it's just like they just spooked everyone so badly at the start.
Yeah. So then it's
like they kind of realized, okay, maybe we overreacted, but now they got to play out that, we said it's this bad, so we'll slowly
100%.
let it come back to normal.
100%.
Like the feeling I'm getting.
100%. That you're so right on that. And there was so many things that went into why, right? And it was a mixture of two things. I feel like it's so easy for these conspiracy theorists to just say like, oh, this is all a big cabal. But if you understand human nature and you look into it a little bit deeper, and you don't try to look if you just try to look at the information from first principles and don't try to find a villain in it, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like there was a lot of reasons for them to get everybody scared. There were some good reasons, some bad reasons, right? Like we didn't know what this was. We had no idea. So the natural instinct, just like they did with the AIDS epidemic back in the 80s, 90s, they just said, everybody's going to die.
Everyone has AIDS.
And you talk to people that went through that, right? Like if you talk to our parents, I bet you we ask them, they'll say like, no, it was scary. We thought everyone was going to die. And there was a time where it was, because that they needed that time. That bought them enough time to figure out what this disease is, right? And that's what they're trying to do. But that's not the whole case here. There's also some other shit that was going into it, right? Like there's been a bunch of politicians in the US that have gotten caught on hot mics talking about how they purposely played it up because they wanted to get Trump out and they knew they would affect him. Right? Shit like that. And I'm not saying that is the 100% of the, I would even be willing to give somebody that it was 99% them just trying to buy themselves time to figure out what this was and 1% Trump, right? Maybe it's somewhere in the middle, maybe it's 50-50, whatever it is. But it seems very clear that was at least somewhat part of it, right? And then there's a whole bunch of other factors that go into it, right? Like there's a lot of people that made out like bandits with this, like with that fear and all that, and people going into their houses, right? There's a lot of powerful people that made a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
whether it's through stocks or Amazon. You look at all these companies that like computer companies, everyone's stuck at home in front of their laptop. There's a lot of people with a lot of incentives for this to carry on, and that made out like bandits. I'm not saying that again, I will give you 98% is them just trying to do the right thing, maybe 1% that. Like, I'm not saying that's what the numbers is. I'll totally give you that because I don't want to be labeled as that conspiracy theorist, but that we can't even have a conversation that these very real incentives are on the table. Like, that's not a crazy QAnon
like
person
clearly
to say
something's
that.
a little fucky if every single person you talk to has like a weird feeling about the whole thing. Like, that
100%.
Shit doesn't add up there then.
No, and there's so many different places that even one of the things is like, even our friends that maybe aren't even the brightest bulbs, even they can see that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Like you can see it. Like it doesn't take a PhD to figure out that something fucky's going on, right? And just the biggest red flags to me was where they were cutting off conversation. You couldn't even talk about it. Like right at the start when they said, yeah, there's a level 4 bioweapons lab in Wuhan, but if you bring up that had anything, that it didn't come from a wet market or whatever, you're a conspiracy theorist. Like, I don't know. I think we should probably have that conversation.
Yeah,
and
no
now,
kidding.
And now 95% of the world, of the first world countries, intelligence agencies all say it came from that lab. So now we're a year ago. So now 6 months ago, if you brought that up, you get labeled with all the shit, but now it's almost accepted.
It's okay, yeah.
That I have some questions about that. And the fact that just doesn't come up and that we don't address it. So now all these people that were demonizing all these people for that, like, where's the accountability? Where do you have to go back and say, hey, I fucked up? There's none of that, right?
Like it's just, they said what they said. And then now it's just like, they're trying to make it seem like they were right.
Yeah. And they're trying to backpedal as little as possible, right? Like we have the society today, there's so much, we place so little value on people. Like I love when people admit that they're wrong. Yeah. Right? Like that's one of the favorite things I love about podcasts is you watch something like Joe Rogan change his mind in real time. From a good argument, right? Like that is how the world should work. The fact that we're demonizing people changing their mind and that we have whole sections, we're letting people die, we're letting economies fail because we can't say that we were wrong.
We can't say, hey guys, sorry, like maybe this isn't as bad as we thought.
Exactly, right?
Let's get back to work.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Or at least, and for me, I think it was very much like, if you have enough trust in a society, you can do the least minimum possible. And then when you show that they can't handle that, we can add more, right? Like if we just said, we're going to lock down, nightclubs and like all these things that are like very clearly tight quarters, really big, like sporting events, those kind of things, but we're going to leave everything else open. And if we find that there's real hotspots,
we'll shut them down as required,
instead of going the other way where we'll shut everything down and then slowly open things back up, right? That is completely a different way of looking at things. And the other thing that comes back to me is now, you wouldn't know it, but there's testing grounds like Atlanta, Florida, Texas, all these places that didn't barely close down anything. They went completely the same, right? Yeah. And then you take a California that lockdown almost the same as Canada, like super heavy lockdowns, all this stuff, and their numbers are almost identical. Like the same shit happened. So now
it's like the thing is, it's a flu too. So like they get this vaccine out, and then the vaccine lasts a year. So next year it's never going to be totally gone.
Right?
You know, they're shooting for this. Like no one has it. It's gone. Like,
yeah.
That's never going to happen.
Right.
And it's still going to be a thing forever.
And that is my biggest question the whole time was, now you have a virus like this, and there's a couple different ways you can deal with it, right? You can isolate people away to try and kill it all together. Like how lockdowns work, how lockdowns are supposed to work. Like they were completely botched. When you listen to evolutionary biologists like Brett Weinstein talk about this, and he talked about it right at the start. He said, what lockdowns is they have to be very strict, very heavy right at the start to kill it all together. Like you see New Zealand do it, right? Like they lock down nobody out, and now the disease doesn't come in and it lets it die off because if it can't transfer. That's what lockdowns are for, right? If you're doing a half-ass lockdown, there's no point. You're causing more harm than you are good, right? It's a waste of time, right? So then that avenue, right? And that's the one they went down. What the tactics they chose was lockdown and vaccines. That was the only option. If you brought up anything else, you're crazy. But there's also these rapid testings that cost, you know, if we started producing them en masse, it would cost under $5 a piece. You can do multiple tests, right? Like you have a swab where you have a family of 4, you all, you know, use this one swab, put it in there. If it comes back positive, now you all go for a PCR test or whatever it is.
But like, where's the mention of exercise and like eating a salad?
They showed the effect
like
that
dealing with stress.
100%. Like 100%. There's none of that, and you don't hear it anywhere. And
that makes no sense.
And that's what's driving me wild.
There's just some fat guy on the news saying,
exactly.
Hey, you're going to get COVID and die.
Yeah. You look at these health ministers.
Look at you, man. Like,
exactly. You look at a health minister that's 300 pounds.
Just had a triple fucking Whopper and
no shit
for lunch.
Yeah. Fuck, with a large milkshake.
Like, that makes no sense.
And I think like we were already in a pandemic of health ignorance, right? Beforehand, right? And then this is and that's why you see a country like Canada or America where we have these huge health issues get absolutely ravaged by this. And then you look at countries like Japan and stuff where obviously they're better at rules. They followed the shit, and there's a bunch of other factors that go into it too. But to try and deny that it has something to do with the actual health of the people.
That's totally being ignorant.
Exactly. Like that's what I thought. Now they're putting, you know, all this millions of dollars into all these COVID protocols. Like you'd think if you could have $1 million with this and you see the effect that certain things like vitamin D and zinc have. So now if I'm going to say, you put 10 millions into this, you know, COVID recovery fund or whatever. How do you take $10 million and you buy $10 million worth of fucking zinc and vitamin D and just give it to all Canadians?
Yeah, no
and
shit.
Say, or this is the shit that's
going gym passes or
100%. Yeah.
You know,
if you can show, we'll give you $100 on your stimulus if you show that you're eating healthy and actually, I know that's impossible to actually follow, but just to at least try to put some emphasis on health in this. It blows my mind that they haven't been doing this, and that brings up so many more questions.
Like that's the major thing. Like, not to sound cocky, but if I get it, I'm going to be fine.
Probably going to walk through
but
it, right?
Like
your
the
percentage
people that
chances.
you got to worry about are like these overweight people or people with diabetes or any underlying health issues, and like no one's addressing that. Like, how about we look at, you know, fixing those people? I'm not saying like don't worry about me, but like
exactly, and that's the thing, right? Like you look at someone like me and you, where we're both healthy, right? Like I've been taking vitamin D and all these things since the start because I read that and I was like, oh, that makes sense. They actually have like 96% of people that have to be hospitalized for COVID are vitamin D deficient, right? And some crazy percentage of people that walk through it have adequate levels of vitamin D. Oh, that's enough for me. I don't need the health minister. I don't need anybody to tell me that. I see it on paper. Okay, I'm going to do that, right? Like now
only makes sense
because I started taking it, right? But then the other piece of it too is I think I agree with you there, but also just to maybe add to that is underlying health complications you don't know that you could have some thing that just hasn't shown itself
that's true,
you know, but the percentage chance of that are pretty low. So now say like with everything you know about your own body and how in touch you are with your own body, you are 97% sure that you don't have anything underlying, right? So now that is now your risk factor of how you walk through the world and how you operate is much different from someone that's 350 pounds, knows they're pre-diabetic, knows they have all these other things that are very consequential. They have a very much different risk.
Probably, if I was like that, I would be afraid, right?
For sure you would, but you would hope that you would be trying at least, right? And that was the thing right at the start when that came out. I felt really bad for these people. I was like, yeah, we all have to lock down because that's not that's not their responsibility. They didn't know this pandemic was coming. It's not like they had, hey, there's a pandemic coming in 6 months, get in shape, right? Right. So then I kind of felt bad. But now we're a year into this, right? You haven't even tried it all. You're just waiting for this vaccine. You haven't put any effort in.
To just rely on a vaccine,
exactly. That's what I think. I think rapid testing was the result. I said this from the very start. I think rapid testing, of throwing some real money at these rapid tests and getting them widely available so that we can, and now we actually know where they are. And that's the thing. These PCR tests are absolute garbage, right?
Yeah.
You can do so much stuff. Like if you look into PCR tests, I know this is going to sound like I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I never read any conspiracy theorist shit. That's why I'm so worried to get labeled this, because I don't go down that road very often at all. It might come up on a podcast here and there, but it's usually getting debunked by these people, right? But you look at these PCR tests and there's so much bullshit, right? When you look at how they work, it's about how many cycles they run it for. And it's like magnifying these particles that they're looking for, right? But certain tests require a certain amount of cycles, right? And it started out, they were running, 20 cycles, 25 cycles. Now they're up to 46, 50 cycles. So now you come in with any kind of, cough.
Yeah.
And you have any sort of thing.
Amplifies that, right?
And they can show that. But that's what now, why is there all these things where they're demonizing all these other type of tests? The only test we can use is PCR test, which is the only test that you can, I'm not saying they are fucking with it, but it's the only test that if you wanted to fuck with it, you could.
Yeah.
To me, that's funky. Why are you saying we went down Phoenix and we fly back, we got this rapid test in 20 minutes, no problem, no COVID, great. And then they said, so we're going to fly back. And they said, if you don't have a test within 72 hours, you can't get on this flight. We're like, fuck, okay, well, no problem. We'll go get that out. And say, no, it can't be that one. It's got to be the PCR test. It's like, that's kind of funky, but whatever. We'll do that too. So we look up PCR tests where we can get them. Okay, results come in 72 hours to 5 days. So 3 to 5 days. But you need, within 72 hours, you have to take the test and get your result back. So now we can't even do that. And it's like, this is so unreasonable. But anyways, that's a whole separate story. But to see that there was this option for this different type of testing that you couldn't even, if you brought that up, you got labeled as a conspiracy theorist and all this stuff. It's like, no, this is a real solution. I think this is better than vaccines. Like you talk about, this coming every year. So now you try and get everybody vaccinated this year and that's your solution. And then it comes again next year and you're going to have to revaccinate all these people.
Same thing.
Whereas if you really put some real money and some real industry behind having these rapid testing available, that is going to change the outcome. COVID's still going to be here, like we talked about, but now your response of what you're armed with, the tools you are to fight it, right? Are so much better. It's a completely different thing. If we would have immediately invested into rapid testing, it would be such a different thing, because that was, so much of it's like all the consequences of this COVID. It's like 10% of it is actually COVID itself, and 90% of it is our reaction to COVID. It's causing all the negative externalities.
Yeah, that's all the ripple effect of everyone's pissed off. And
so now there's a couple other options that would actually limit that, where now COVID is not as scary when you can test everybody for it. And you can have a 20-minute test and and you can have it, companies, like you look at Suncor. If you told Suncor you could buy this and they could keep all their operations going, their mines and all that. Obviously they would do it. They would buy that, and all these companies would. But now you have this, if you invest in that now, pretty quick, within 3 to 6 months, you could have 50 to 70% of your entire population of Canada being rapidly tested on a weekly basis. That is a much different reality from what we're living in right now with all this uncertainty and all this fear, right?
Yeah.
So I have so many questions of why we can't even discuss. Yeah, we'll go take a piss and we'll maybe hop on to some other non-COVID-y shit, hey? Much better.
Right on.
No, there's so much stuff about this COVID that just, there's questions. The thing that I get is that there's so many questions to be asked, and the fact that there's so many things in place that are preventing people from having conversations about this, I don't need to be right. I just want to actually have a conversation.
Yeah, no kidding.
I want some answers here.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's so many things that you get labeled with just by asking questions, that's the biggest red flag of them all. There's so many little red flags, but the biggest red flag of them all is that we can't, if you bring up the red flags, you're the red flag.
There's so much information withheld, right?
Yeah. There's more to it going on, and that's but yeah, even bringing it back to how we started with this, is just cutting off the gyms. Fuck, the dumbest. We're going to look back on that as one of the dumbest things we could have done. We should have been fucking expanding gyms, building outdoor gyms, building.
No kidding.
We should have been putting such an emphasis. I mean, before COVID, we should have been doing this. Just the fact that we've seen the consequences of our health deteriorating as a society and not been making big actionable changes. And, you can only lead a horse to water. You can't make it drink, right? You can build all the gyms you want, but if you could combine something like this, which is a real wake up call for people, right? I bet you, all the people that are scared to go to the gym and have all their own reasons that are holding them back from it. You add COVID onto that, and now that might actually get them into that gym, right? That's a big thing. So if you make that opportunity there, but now maybe that was the only thing that was going to get this guy into the gym, and now he closed the gyms. Now he has an easy excuse not to.
Totally.
Now,
people, when you're trying to go to the gym, you're looking for every excuse, right? Like
100%, right? Like I've been there. I used to not like going to the gym. One of the biggest things I'm thankful for was that actually was talking to Travis about this too, was that sports performance class that
that class was unbelievable.
Like, unbelievable. Like what that did for us, but even better than all the hockey we got to play and the lessons we got to learn and the fun we would have with all that crew in that class.
Yeah.
But also having us on the Tuesdays and Thursdays that we would do weights and having us build our own weight program and learn how to do all that. That is invaluable skills. That should be a mandatory course in high school is, build your own workout plan and get familiar with the gym, because the biggest thing, like going to the gym is hard. Like, let's not pretend it's not, but it's not as hard as people make in their heads. It's way harder than it is in reality, because it's mostly like the fear.
If you're an adult and you first start going to the gym and you've never been in there,
it's so intimidating.
Big guys in there. And
so intimidating.
For sure it'd be intimidating. Yeah. Like, where we kind of skipped that because we got to learn those lessons at our school. We were showed how every piece of equipment works and what everything does,
and how to build up a workout plan. How to work. You need to work out the. If you're going to be doing chest, you should do back. If you're going to do buys, you should do tries, right, to keep things in balance and all that. Yeah. Like that's really.
And then we'd do arms every day.
Yeah, we built all these plans. Yeah, oh, that's so funny. Yeah. Fuck, that's
pencil it in that you did legs that day.
I did bench press every Tuesday. That's all we did. Me and Matthew Monahan's trying to see who could out-bench each other, and I had like fucking 500 pounds on the kid. He's just a mutant.
Yeah, that kid was crazy.
That he definitely came up on the Travis podcast too. Yeah. I was talking about him climbing trees and jumping off and I was talking with Travis just how thankful I was for the crew that we grew up with.
Yeah,
like, how many wild characters like Monahan, Malba, Philgate, like all these guys like Gunk and Eric and all. We just had such a amazing crew, and that's what's going to be cool over the years, if any of them are willing to come on, is just to show all those different personalities of all these kids,
where they've went in life,
and what they've done, and the impacts of all of us had on each other, and
totally,
because we all grew up together. You're never influenced just by yourself, right? It's an amalgamation of all the people around you and shit too, right?
Yeah, all great guys. Like, we're not all real close now, but we're still like, I guess we were so close while we were growing up that it, you have that friendship where like we were talking about earlier, where it just you talk to them for 10 minutes and it's like the same as it was.
Oh, that's a comfy shot right there. Oh, feet up. Look at that, baby. Oh, nice. This is where we need video for this. Get the legs up on the desk, tucked in all nice with these nice new arms. Oh, see, why are people afraid to come on here? Oh. For those of you that don't know, Drew just ripped the arm right off the desk. See, this is the type of shit that if you cut this out of the podcast, it's not real. Oh, you probably need me to fix it. Yeah, you're a mechanic. You know how to fix that shit. You've worked a clamp before. Oh, that was funny. Just talking shit about it and then rips it right off. Oh man, good times.
Hoping I'll get charged for that.
Yeah, no, that'll come. I'll pick it out of your paycheck. Oh man,
funny shit.
Good shit. Yeah. What are the things I actually had written down? What we haven't talked about is what did I actually have on it? Older brothers, life before slave. Actually, this is something I want to ask you about. I feel like we're so close and shit, and we were so young, and maybe you don't remember much of before slave. But I'd never really asked you about growing up out east in Dewberry there. Like what was life like over there?
Well, we were in Kitscotty.
Kitscotty, not Dewberry. Close enough.
Honestly, I really don't remember a ton of it. Like, fuck.
Mostly just going back for visits, eh?
Yeah, like, I got a lot of family and cousins and shit there. And, like, when I went to school, I stayed in Dewberry with my grandma when I was in trade school and shit. Yeah. So I got to see a lot of my cousins and all that kind of stuff again. But, like, being a kid there, I really don't remember very much. Like, I was there till I was 3 years old. So I can remember being in that house that we had there. And then that's
pretty much it, eh?
Yeah.
And then it was all slaves. So like pretty much slaves your hometown. Like that that was
100%.
From the very start, pretty much, eh?
Yeah.
What else I got written down here? Remember when we dyed our hair?
Oh man. We were that was at that brown house that we had in town, and we were out on the trampoline, and
I think we're supposed to leave the dye in for
it was for Wacky Hair Day, and your mom and my mom put this blonde hair dye in our
because
hair.
We were going to dye it some other color, right? But we wanted to do blonde first to make it.
I don't remember the exact details on that, but I remember we went outside on the trampoline, and it was like an hour and a half later.
Oh, look at that guy!
Who is this?
We got a special guest on the pod. Couple special guests.
Yo.
What is happening, brothers? You guys have come up a couple times in the pod here already. We got special guests,
talking shit.
Darbie+Derri. Here, I'll crank up your mic. Do you guys want to be on or what?
Sure. You will for sure.
Yeah, come on. How you guys been? What have you been up to? Here, I'll just crank up your mic. You just pull it a bit. You know, I'll just pick it up. So, pick up one or two. Just gonna steal one of your Pepsis here, boys.
Oh, yeah. Can I just leave it like there?
Oh yeah, they'll pick that up. Were you guys at the gym or what?
Yeah, just finished up there.
Oh yeah.
Back today.
Oh, back. We were just talking about throwing the weights around.
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, you've worked out with me a few times.
Yeah, I think once, and I never did it again because you almost fucking killed me. Jesus. I thought we were going for a little 1 hour workout there. We're there for 3 hours, chucking big weights around.
Bit of a sesh.
Yeah. Hey, that's good. You got to learn those lessons. That's a real workout.
Yeah.
Not like my little workouts. I just, go a couple curls, couple tricep dips. And oh, that's good.
Sit-ups.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck,
right on. Good to see you, Nick.
Yeah, no, it's good to see the boys. This is the old crew.
Yeah, the whole crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole old crew.
Learned a lot of lessons from this crew here. Some good lessons and some bad lessons. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. How's the pod going with Drew?
Oh, it's going really good. Nice little catch up. Nice
Yeah.
to
Shit, yeah.
we were
doing
just talking
okay?
about it. Oh yeah, real good.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I feel like almost every podcast is a little bit like first 10, 15 minutes is a bit of nervous, but I feel like even this one felt like pretty almost jumping right into it. There's nothing, right? Like,
That's what I told him too. It's like you guys have known each other forever, man.
yeah, and it's just a conversation.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I was talking to Drew. It's like, I know it's a lot to ask of somebody to come on, right? It's a scary thing, but once you get into it, it's fun. It's fun. Like it's just
vulnerable too.
yeah. And that's the thing. Like, it's good to be vulnerable, but you don't have to. I'll go at the level you want to do. Like some guests are willing. Yeah, exactly. I'll go wherever you want to go. Like if you want to go deep, I'll go deep. If you want to keep it, or up along the salad, right? And it's fun. Some episodes when the guys are willing to go deep, it's fun. Like actually, Chad Paulson, when he came on, he was, I didn't even know him that well, hockey and stuff, but he was just so laid back and willing to go wherever. That was probably the first episode that I felt real comfortable and like was really flowing with and like
Easy guy to talk to.
Yeah. Cool.
Give me a lot of confidence going into the next couple. You have one like that, and it's like, oh, this is because like I was so confident in it at the start, and I did the first couple with Courtney, and it was confident because you're with your sister in those rooms. But then you do a couple with people you don't know, you kind of lose that confidence a bit. Maybe I'm not as good at this, but fuck, it was nice to have a good confidence booster.
Does this guy think I'm an idiot?
Yeah, no shit, right?
All those things running through your head.
Yeah. It's hard to you second guess so much of that shit, like.
You're good at it, man.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, and it's
I like it.
That's good. Yeah, and I knew that's what Drew was talking about. He said he listened to a couple at the start and then a couple more recent. It's gotten better, right? And I knew that. I knew if I just had to
see like the progression. Like it's awesome.
And I knew I just had to start. I knew it was probably going to suck a bit at the start. You just have to get through that. And
Everybody does.
yeah, but that's what's nice too, because now I don't need to put too much pressure on which guest I'm having. It's if you're willing to come on, let's fucking do it. I just want more. I just want to get better. So like fuck, like. Let's do. I'll do 10 a week if you want to. I just want to get better at the more I can get on here. Let's let her rip.
Yeah.
I don't care. Yeah, like fuck it. I feel like if I'm doing a good job, I should be able to pull anyone off the street and have a good conversation. Everyone's got a story, right? Like it's up to you to pull it out of them and find where it goes, right? And you're gonna get better at that. The more you do it, the more you piss around, the more you're gonna go down to it. I didn't know. Drew was saying you listen to quite a few podcasts. I didn't know you listen to podcasts.
I listen to a few. Like it's just like the same basic ones. Like
which ones are your faves?
Mostly like just Spittin' Chicklets.
Oh yeah, fuck! I love Spittin' Chicklets, man.
I used to listen to like some recovery ones and stuff.
Yeah.
Sober radio.
Yeah.
Like that. So
yeah. That's one of the ones, or one of the things I found that with podcasting, with addiction, because I found actually listening to podcasts on addiction, I found so much more like with myself that I didn't realize. I always thought like because I could drink it, I was never like, I don't have an addictive personality. But then I started chewing, and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta right and other shit, right? I just hadn't found my thing yet, and then since then I've found like, oh shit, I gotta stay away from some things, right? Like I can't handle everything. But I always just thought, but I found that was the biggest thing. But you always heard people talk about addiction and what it was, but until I heard people on podcasts that would had 3 hours to talk about like really deeply what it is and what it feels like, the understanding of what it was gotten so much better. Now I have so much more compassion for what it is. It's such a better, like you see, the little 5-minute specials about addiction in between periods of a hockey game. That doesn't teach you much, right? Hearing someone actually tell their real story, what they've been through, fuck that. That really makes you understand what it is, right? And that was one of the biggest things it hits you right in the fucking right between the tits, eh? Yeah, right between the tits. Oh man, that's good. Yeah, no fucks. Spitting Chicklets comes up on this podcast all the time because
Those guys are beauties, man.
they're such beauty, and I feel like more than that, I always use it as an example for like what podcasting can do, right? Like they changed hockey. Like that podcast changed what hockey was, right? You see, every hockey player did the Gretzky way, where they, get pucks deep, chip and change, everyone work together. We'll, get through this last 20 minutes. That was every interview. But now Chicklets comes out and they show, there is a couple different paths. If you want to show a little bit more personality, you can, and you're not going to get, the world's not going to come
kind of got a lot
crashing
of
down.
the background shit you'd never find out by just watching
For
hockey,
sure. I
right?
found when I found Spittin' Chicklets, my enjoyment of hockey, watching it as a fan, went through the
Because
roof.
now you know these guys, like a lot of these guys, like personal stories and
Yeah.
stuff. And, like a lot of these guys now, it's like selling your own brand.
Yeah.
And like I'm into that. It's cool.
Yeah, and like,
It's sweet.
More
And-
personality, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
more personality. Yeah.
and what all goes into behind the scenes of being an NHL player too. Like I used to always think like, how the fuck, why do you watch playoff hockey and it looks like a whole different sport than regular season? Why don't they play like that all the time, right? And then you hear these guys talk about like what that takes out of them to ramp up like that and to go into that
Oh,
playoff
man.
hockey.
Injuries and stuff, they're
It's a
playing
whole nother
through.
gear.
And you almost need, like, it's almost like learning a new sport. You almost need 20 playoff games just to realize what that intensity is like, right? And that's where everyone always this is something I always hear as Oiler fans. People talk about we're not going to win the cup, whatever. It's like I don't even care about it. I just want to get some more experience. Like now that I understand the value of getting some playoff experience, I'm like, fuck, just get a couple rounds in there, boys. Like fuck, just that's going to pay off. Maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, we got some better goaltending and we're set up for it. We can go for a run, right?
Yeah,
Goaltending, that's huge, right? And it's just like I always fancied myself, I knew a lot about hockey until I started watching that podcast. Holy fuck, I don't know shit, right? Like you don't realize how much more goes into it and all that. And then the other side of it too is like the stress that those guys go through, and also what they do after the game, because that's their whole identity, and they got to leave this. They don't know what they're doing, right? They have no degree or no work experience other than playing hockey. That's all they know, right? And I think that's what's beautiful about Spittin' Chicklets too, is now you get a couple guys to come on and tell that story, and now these guys coming out of the league that feel that now they're not alone, because for last 40 years, every guy coming out of it, nobody's talking about it, so they feel like they're the only guy that's struggling with this now. You hear 20 guys come on and tell their stories of what they've been through, and yeah, there's some dark days, but there's some guys that'll help you find your way. You'll find something.
Well, that's the thing with like all this social media and like being connected more. Like it gives you more resources and stuff too, for like when people do want to reach out and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
100%. Yeah, I was just on Jamie Coots's podcast last night, that Growing Up Fire, and we're talking about that, like about the fire.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
On Instagram.
And we were talking about, everybody looks back on the fire 10 years ago and what it's like and all the trauma that everyone went through. But, like these days with mental health, it's way more talked about and stuff. But 10 years ago, 2011, it wasn't as much, right? People were going through it. There wasn't all these resources that are here now. And it's hard to remember that, because you just think, it's hard to think back 10 years and not just think it's like it was now, right? It's kind of hard to remember what the time was like that,
Or when
right?
guys shrug it off too, like it's almost like that man code thing, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Show your weaknesses. And
Yeah.
stuff. Like, I got a new house out of the deal. Like,
Yeah.
you take something good out of it and try to
Yeah, you highlight that and kind of
highlight
take
that
all
and
the...
delete everything else.
For sure, push it down. Don't bring it up. Yeah, that's and that works for some people and it works for a while. But eventually, if you do that too much, it's gonna start popping up in other areas of your life, right? That you can only pop it down; it'll start poking out the sides. It'll come out your ass before you know it. Fuck, you never know where it's gonna pop out. Fuck. Oh fuck, that's awesome.
Awesome.
So what have you guys been doing? The gym's closed. Where you got a little rig set up or what?
Yeah, Drew's got.
Oh,
Yeah.
what did you guys name it or what?
What did you call it?
Mitsu, what the fuck were we calling
Mitsu
it?
Metal?
Mitsu Muscle Resort.
Mitsu
Casino.
Muscle Resort and Casino. Call ahead for a booking. Just a little,
There you go.
just a little plug to
There
that.
you go. Your phone will be blowing up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Appointment
Chuck a couple
only.
lights around in there, hey? Fuck yeah, that's what me and Drew were just talking about before you guys came in, was how stupid that was, closing down all the fucking gyms with all that hell shit. Like, fuck, man.
Just like
Ridiculous,
nothing,
eh?
Nothing makes sense anymore, right?
No,
It's just getting
not a
terrible.
lot. Yeah, and that's actually a big reason why I started this podcast, was like with all this COVID shit starting. Podcasts were the only time I heard people actually reasonably talking about this and saying like some of this shit doesn't add up, but I wasn't hearing it anywhere else except on podcasts. And I was like, man, like this is weird, and like just to be that person, I couldn't really raise my voice and talk about it, right?
They can't censor it. So.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's one of those things where you can go, or just personally for me, I could go a long time, and I was getting pretty frustrated just not having a voice to say some of that shit. But eventually, you just get fed up and you're like, fuck, if no one's gonna talk about this shit, I'm gonna fucking talk about it. I don't care.
No kidding.
Go ahead, like fuck it. I'll take a swing. I might not be the best at it, but eventually I'll figure it out. Maybe I can, make a difference, or someone will hear something, get a little bit of info on, or just hear me talk about another podcast like Spittin' Chicklets, and maybe that's the one you connect with. But you come on here, you learn. Like Travis was just on yesterday. He said, I never listened to a podcast in my fucking life, but then I started listening to yours, and it's kind of good. Checked out Rogan, and now I love it. And when he's out, driving around from lease to lease, he's got something that he loves.
Pete's listening to the same fucking forced like songs all the time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
And you can always go back. New album comes out, you like, you can hop in and listen to music for a while, and then now you come back and you got a back catalog, a bunch of Rogans.
I feel like I'm learning something though, too. You know what I mean? When
What's
you're
that?
doing a podcast, you're kind of learning something.
For sure, and that's what started this addiction for me. Was like I went to university for 4 years and didn't learn fuck all.
I remember I read or heard that on your podcast. Yeah. I was like, fuck, that's funny.
And then I started listening to podcasts, and I was learning at a fucking rate I'd never seen through all of high school, university. Like, I've never learned this much before. And then I was like, holy shit, because I was actually choosing it and I was enjoying it, right? Like I always talk about it in school, like in high school, if it was a class that I liked, or even university, if I enjoyed the class, I'd get great marks and I'd be engaged. But if I didn't like it, or you weren't, like, if I would just do the bare minimum to pass that course, right? Like, and I knew I could do that.
And not show up.
Yeah, and not show up at all.
I just didn't show up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, same here. Fuck, like first year university, because I didn't know what I was doing, I went to like most classes and stuff, and then second year, I learned that you didn't really have to go to all the classes. There's some that have like attendance marks and stuff. You kind of got to go to those, and then some you can kind of get away with not going, and some are really tough, and you kind of need to go to class or you're gonna fail. But that was like first year you just take prereqs, and second year is when you're actually in the business school. So it was a huge step up in like how hard it was. But then third year, like, oh, well, now I've been in business, I can kind of get away with maybe won't go to a couple classes, just the ones with the attendance marks I'll go to. And then fourth year was like, even have his attendance marks, I'll figure it out. I went to like 3 classes in my last year.
Study before the test.
Yeah, that's what it was. I wouldn't go to class, I wouldn't do it, but I knew I could get away with before the exam, right? Midterms coming up or something. I'm gonna I'm gonna sit here, throw a chew in so I don't have to sleep, and stay up all night and just study like a motherfucker and get this all in enough to pass the test. That's honestly what I did, right? Probably not the healthiest way to go about it, but it kept a lot of free time for all the extracurriculars I got in.
Like drinking.
And how stupid it sounds for, everyone that goes to Lister, they talk about dodgeball and how dodgeball was there. And I talk about it all the time in the podcast, but like learning to run that league and like how to like hire and fire referees and like how to schedule it and all that. I learned way more about business and running a business doing that than I did in the fucking business degree. It was, and it sounds silly, but it's very true, right? Like university's so much what you make out of it. And I was actually talking to Drew about this earlier. It's just like my understanding of what a degree was before I went in, because there wasn't really an option for me growing up. Like my parents, you were going to university, right? There was not really much. So the way a degree was built up to me was, this is magic. You come out with a degree, you're a god, you're an expert in this thing. And then when you went through, it's like, oh, this is kind of bullshit, right? Like, it's not nothing. It definitely, it proves that you can get through something, because even saying that I didn't learn anything in university doesn't mean it wasn't hard. University was fucking hard.
Oh, for sure, and it was an experience.
It was an experience, right? And for somebody to have that degree, it proves, I know the difficulty they went through. I know what that proves, that they can get through that. But the actual like learning, that's up to them, what they went through, what they got out of it. Like, it proves to me they have like a certain work ethic, and that's what it is. But until I went and got my degree, I didn't know that. I was kind of completely blown away by what that was. But now hiring guys, and I look on their resume and they got a degree, I'm not thinking they're an expert in that. But I know, oh, well, that means they can actually get through this, right? If that's a role where as long as they show up and work hard, they can get it done, doesn't require too much, that's perfect. If they have that degree, that proves to me they can do that, right? But until I went there, yeah, it's a good way to look at it. And I want more people to understand that, because I feel like so many kids, like, I think there's some, if you want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor, you got to go to school. There's no other option. But if you want to be I don't know, like a fucking painter, you don't need an arts degree. Fucking go do it. You're gonna waste your time. You need to understand what you're going into, or at least know that you're probably not going to learn all this stuff and you're going to come out of it the same place you are now. But if you're going into it for the experience and that's worth it for you, give her. But I just don't want people to go in with a different understanding, thinking they're getting one thing, coming out 40 grand in debt, and they think they're coming out of it
almost worse off.
Yeah, almost worse off, right? And I'm fine with that if you know what you're getting into, right? If you want to make that choice, that's fine. But if you're getting it set up as this is, this golden ticket, if I get this degree, right, which is how it's sold to a lot of people.
I think that's the biggest problem is, like you just said, it's sold to people like that.
Exactly. And if it wasn't sold to people like that, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I'm 32 years old and I graduate with the guy.
Yeah.
Same age as me now.
Yeah.
And he's still doing high school courses.
Wow.
He does high school courses every year at Grand Mac. And last time I talked to him a year ago, he said, yeah, I'm going to be a doctor. And it's just like, dude, you're doing high school courses still. You're 32 years old.
Yeah, you got 8 more years of school here.
It's not gonna happen. Fuck, go get a job.
You're ready to retire?
You'll be, I was just gonna say that. You'll be fucking 50.
Yeah.
You have to work.
Your scholastic career's done, dude.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows? Maybe there might be like a couple guys out there where they will go and get that doctorate at 45 years old.
Yeah.
But that's very few and far between. And you got to be pretty honest with yourself. Are you that guy, or are you lying to yourself right now? Right?
It's pretty deep, man. At that age, like you can
Very hard. The older you get, the harder it is to learn. I found, like,
yeah, for sure, and especially shit like that where it's not even the hard stuff, like the doing the inner work and doing that. The earlier you start doing, because it's almost embarrassing and it's scary to do, right? And the further you get locked into these narratives of who you are and what you built up. Now, if you're 50 and you have to really take a hard look at yourself and see what you are, that's a lot different than doing it at 27, right? The earlier you can start doing that, the better off you're going to be. The less scary it's going to be, the less work you have to do going forward, right? Like it's just but you can tell somebody that, and unless the way you tell it to them really sinks in. Like you hear, this is something I come up with all the time, is there's these cliches that are cliches for a reason, right? They're said, like work hard, all this shit. But because they're cliches, you don't really take them serious. It takes something else, like something to make it sink in, right? Same with that addiction stuff. I've heard all that stuff about addictions all the time, but until I heard someone really tell their story, it didn't sink in, right? And that's what I love about podcasts. I find so much of the lessons I learned from podcasting are shit I heard all the time growing. These are these cliches, but it took that specific group of these two people getting together, having a really deep conversation, all the stuff, the back and forth that led up to it, for that cliche to really sink in and hit me and actually make me want to make a change.
Too, sometimes,
yeah. When you hear someone that has a similar upbringing to you that went through it, right? Like, yeah, all this stuff about privilege and all this stuff. I think it's gone pretty too far in my. But what I think there's always nuggets of good stuff and stuff like that. But I think what I take out of it is there's a huge impact in seeing someone from your area, from like if you see a guy from Slave Lake make it, right? Like there's a guy out of Lloyd that does a podcast named Sean Newman, and he started a couple years ago, and he's doing awesome. He's had on like all these hockey guys. He's had Biz and Ed. He's had like some real huge guests, and he's doing amazing at it, right? And to see a guy from Alberta that's at that point of kind of doing,
normal dude, hey?
Right, just a normal dude. And I've had him on my podcast and bullshitted with him, talked to him a bunch, and like that it's nice to see that. And I feel like there's so many people, right? Like the more we can raise up these stories of people that have made it from all these different areas, there is a lot to that, right? And trying to make sure that everybody can tell a story.
Like it's nice to stay in that. Like you always look up to like all these people in like Hollywood and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's like what? Like
And,
to hear what like people like you have to say, like people like us. Like I like that.
It's nice and it's refreshing too. That's
refreshing,
I think there's so much shit that TV and all that overproduced stuff is just getting worse and worse because they're listening to there's too many cooks in the kitchen. There's so many producers saying cut that word if you say this, and it's just it's not genuine, and you can see it. You listen to it, it's like this sucks.
Very
right?
overdone.
And then you listen to a podcast where it's a little rough around the edges. There's some swears and shit, but
that's real life. Man.
It's real life, and
That's how people fucking talk.
And people are desperate for it. That's why Rogan's got $100 million with Spotify, because people are absolute. It's like people are in the desert right now, and you just got a fucking cup of water. You're just putting it out there. Like they're coming to you, right? And then obviously that's a skill set, and you worked years and years to build it up, right? And it takes some time. But if you realize that as the end goal, like that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Is like if I keep working on it, keep getting better, that's what I can do. And there's definitely a market for it, right? Like
I
just
gotta
gotta see it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no,
Why not?
It's exciting. It's just about having the patience not to, because I was telling Drew, I'm just not very good at being patient and looking back on what I've done. And so what's next? What's ahead, right? What's coming up?
The most impatient, patient person you've met.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck. Good times.
Off topic, do you guys remember that Power Rangers game we had for
Fuck yeah.
N64?
Fucking rights, man. No, that wasn't even N64. That was
Super Nintendo. This was the crew that played it.
This is the crew. I remember that fucking pitchfork guy. We could never beat him. We'd have to
Darry-
get Derry to come in and hop on the
him, yeah.
controller to beat him. So actually, I don't know if I sent you guys a snap of this or something. A couple years ago, I think I might have been in university. I just figured fuck, that was a fun game, and I went on my computer and downloaded an emulator to play it, and I downloaded it and I was playing it on my computer, man. Yeah, I'll send you guys the link to it. I'll send it to you. I think it might have even been just a website, because it was games that are that old. it doesn't take a lot to run, so you can just put them on a website. I might be able to find it and send it to you guys. I'll have to do a podcast. We'll play that game and put it on stream. Fuck.
I was in Drew's room with the fucking bunk bed.
Yeah.
Definitely pushed Drew off that bunk bed one of the first times that we met.
Very first time we met.
I think so. We were gonna fight.
We met. Yeah, and you guys fucking.
I remember that. You guys got in a fight.
Yeah.
And I think we
Day one was a fight.
Day 2 was a fight. Day 3 was a fight. We fought a lot. We were talking about that. Yeah. Me and Drew were saying, like, when I would get babysat by Shireen, we'd be together all day, and there'd probably be 5 times a day where we weren't talking to each other. we'd be completely friends off, nothing, but then,
not my friend.
and then we want to go do something. We'd get over it, like, fuck. Oh, good times, man. Good times.
Yeah, that's funny though. That was a good fucking game. Super Nintendo was awesome.
Oh, man.
He's still on the game.
It's hard to let it go, man. Fuck.
Remember GoldenEye? That was a good game too.
That was N64.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Good games, Job. Yeah, that's the next
Mario Kart.
Yeah, and that's the next thing I'm jumping into after this is kind of my next big thing on the horizon is getting into streaming, right? And like people are, on Twitch and all that. Like, I've got all the stuff. I'm just working on, just kind of learning how to do it. I just did actually a podcast with a guy who's already doing it and kind of asked all my questions of how it works, and I feel a lot better about it after asking that. But that's the thing. I want to definitely going to play all these new games and stuff, but my bread and butter is those nostalgia games. I want to go back and play those Power Rangers, those N64 ones and shit. Like, that is my bread and butter. That's what I enjoyed, right? Like, because
another one where you can make the guys fat or skinny. Wasn't on?
That was a hockey game.
Yeah, that was on Blades of Steel.
That was
regular Nintendo. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I didn't get that in there.
Oh, that's a good one. There's so many old games like that. Fuck, and it's funny to see guys that are a certain age. They can't even see any of the utility of video games, right? They just think it's the stupidest shit, right? Which there's an argument there, right? You can definitely waste some time on it. But if you played a couple of videos, if you grew up with that, those are some fun times. Like the memories you can create with that shit.
Now it's like, it's different back then though, because you just play it like it's still almost like a social thing. Because you have to be in the same room with someone else. Now it's like you can play it remotely, right? So you get lost in that pretty easy.
But like when we would play video games, we'd play for like half an hour, and then we'd fuck off and go do something else.
That's right.
Right? It wasn't like we did it for like 5 or 6 hours at a time.
For sure. Which is, I feel like I was way healthier with it as a kid when you probably shouldn't have self-control. Because then when I got older, because then, I played video games pretty heavy up until probably about like grade, I want to say like 10, because that was when Call of Duty and stuff got online, and I loved it and I was addicted to it. But then, I don't know, all of a sudden the internet just, something changed and the internet here was shit. Like, we live a bit out of town here, and I couldn't play, and so I just kind of gave up. Well, I'm a snap show. I have my temper is crazy, so I'd get so frustrated at the game, so I stopped playing, and then I went to university, didn't play, and then I kind of thought I had it under control, my video game addiction. So then third year, I thought, I think I got this under control. I can bring a PS4 down. Maybe it's fourth year. Fuck, I got right back addicted, man. I was playing. I had this one Call of Duty game, Black Ops 3, and I had every camo unlocked for every gun, every outfit unlocked for every guy. Like, I was probably top 5% in the world. Like, I was fucking good at it too. Like, I was into it, man. Like, and I thought I had that shit licked.
I thought I had that shit.
Yeah, like, and like, I must have known deep down I didn't, because in first year I purposely didn't bring my PS3 or whatever it was at that time to school with me, thinking like, I can't do that, I'm gonna get in trouble. But then I thought, fourth year I've been through this, I know this shit. Nope, right back to it, right? Like,
that's fucking funny, because probably a month ago I pulled my PS3 out.
Yeah.
And I flashed up one of those Call of Duty games.
Yeah.
And I played it for probably 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, straight.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, this is enough. But like, same kind of thing, like, right back into it.
Yeah.
And it was like, that was the one when like all of us were playing, like, there was gunk.
Modern Warfare 2?
And I think so.
Yeah, that was the one, hey?
With like High Rise and all that shit.
Oh, yeah. And just to think back on all those memories of like playing High Rise and all that with them, and like TJ and Tommy. And
everyone was mic'd up. And
everyone was mic'd up.
And that was hilarious.
You get like 12 guys on a team and go out and play against another 12 guys, and you're chirping and like ripping shit, and and you get some guys are better than others, like fucking TJ and Tommy.
I was terrible.
Yeah, like I was good if it was a game like that where I played, like Modern Warfare 2 I was pretty good at, because I put a lot of time in, right? But like, then there'd be other games where if you don't, that was the thing. Like, I'm good at video games if I have the time to play them lots, eh? It's just like anything else, right? Exactly, and you almost have to get addicted to be able to
do like the double control where you like one hand is going left, right, and the other one's going up and down.
Yeah, same with Ingo.
Looking straight at the ground.
Yeah.
Lit up.
Yeah, me and Ingo used to play Sega. I mean, you guys know that fucking gun, Virtual Cop.
Man,
Virtual Cop. That game was nuts.
First time we came over here and I saw that.
Remember that fucking TV that was
like,
here?
No way. Look how big this fucking TV
That TV had like probably 4 feet of back on it.
That
was
thing,
like, what the fuck
that thing
is
weighed
this?
a ton,
They
man.
built the house around it.
Yeah, pretty much. We couldn't get it out. So what we did
They go
when,
cut it in half with a chainsaw.
So what happened was it just sat here and we couldn't get it out of the house. So we just pushed it back in that corner and just put a new TV in front of it. So it was just behind for like 10 years. It was that big TV was just behind it. Yeah, we probably only brought that big TV out of this basement maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And we got probably had to get 6 guys from Nipissey to come out here and haul that thing up those stairs.
Get a picker truck.
Yeah, like fuck. And you think about that back then when Ingo bought that puppy, like 55 inch. Whoa.
That thing was huge.
Yeah.
On a deck truck.
No shit. No shit. That and that giant satellite we used to have on the house here. Like, oh my god.
Got 1,400 channels.
Yeah, you know, like Ingo wasn't the flashiest guy, but definitely there were some things where he had
up on the tech back
he had to
then,
the tech. He had to be up on that.
Yeah, we were talking about those chirp phones earlier that him and Barry had.
Remember those like walkie-talkie ones?
They fucking had adult walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh my
It
god.
was cool for the time.
For sure it was. And that's the thing. It was cool, but it wasn't as cool as Barry and Ingo thought it was. They thought it was cool. Like if you talk to them, they thought it was wicked.
You have a cell phone war for a bit.
Remember those Palm
yeah.
Pilot things they had with the little fucking pen? And
All those
Yeah,
Palm Pilots?
before
Yeah.
you could like put numbers and shit in your cell phone.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
have a-
Barry had like a
phone.
fucking Zoolander phone. Remember that little tiny
Yeah.
phone?
It was seriously like fucking 2 inches by like a half inch, man. It was
little
tiny.
antenna, hello.
I'd sit on that thing and snap that bitch in half. Holy Christ.
But like
All
the
those
batteries
things.
on those phones would last like fucking 4 weeks back then because you weren't on them texting or fuck all, right?
Right? Just every once in a while it'd ring. Probably the amount of time Barry and Ingo were on those phones, they probably run those batteries down.
No
Like
texting back then.
they were on the phone all, you know, we'd be at hockey games, you know, they'd be coaching and
phone was ringing
all the time, all the fucking time, right? And that's what me and Drew were talking about earlier, actually. Like, and we got to see that was what was modeled after. That's how you work, right? You work 24/7. You're always on, right?
Like,
And then we were
none
talking,
of this other stuff, like just them.
Yeah.
Like with what it is now. Like it was just those 2 guys, like just
Yeah.
running around like chickens with their fucking heads cut off.
but look at what they built, man. Like that's, but then what we're talking about is kind of like now when we come home and like trying to shut it off, right? And I was really struggling that first 2 years moving up to GP and being in that role, like. I was really struggling with turning it off, and like I'd feel so guilty if I enjoyed anything after work. I'd be like, fuck, like, and then I check my phone, oh, I'm behind on emails, right? And I'd be super stressed about it. But one guy, I don't know if you guys know him, he's a marketer out east in PI. His name's Dan McIsaac, and Barry and Ingo and Jason all look up to this guy. Like he's just God, and I'd never met him, right? And as soon as I met him, my girlfriend was chirping me because she said, "Oh, the amount of times you chirp Jason and Ingo, but how they talk about Dan and the look they get in their eyes and talk about like they're little kids, and you did the same thing, right?" And I was like, "Oh, fuck, you got me." But I was talking to him at the last conference we were at, and just kind of getting his life story. And just every time you talk to him, he drops these wisdom bombs on you all the time. You're just like, holy shit! And he was saying like, because he does the same role as Barry and Ingo and them, but then also he's got ventures all over the place. And he's a super successful guy, but you wouldn't know it. Just humble, down to earth. And he was talking about like early on, he had to realize that as long as he gives everything he can during those hours of work, whatever he sets that as soon as he gets home, he doesn't answer an email, doesn't think about it, he just shuts it off completely, doesn't let it, be a little bit 50-50, because that was me. I'd try and do that, but then something would come out, oh, this is important, and then, but you're letting yourself judge what is and isn't important and what's going to pull you back into that. Whereas if you just set it as, no, as soon as I'm done, right, and I'm not perfect at that, sometimes, a truck hits the ditch or something, you've got to be on there or something comes up, but just hearing somebody that's that successful say that he does that just gave me the permission that that's okay.
Some of the most successful people do that.
And that's all. But that's all I needed was just that him saying that. Oh, if he can do that, now I don't have to feel guilty, right? That just took such a weight off my shoulders of all the guilt I felt all the time.
The feeling of guilt too is just like how you're portraying other people are gonna think.
For sure,
all,
for
right?
sure.
Like,
Totally.
Yeah.
that's so like you're not feeling guilty for yourself. You're like, well, somebody else is probably doing more. It's always you're not thinking of yourself.
Or what does everyone else say? Is someone thinking I'm not working hard enough? Is somebody like, how is everybody else thinking about
Exactly,
me?
yeah.
And
I do that lots, man. Like,
all the
I'll
time.
stay
That's
up if I fuck something up at work or something's going on, I'll just lay in bed and I'm like, fuck.
yeah, what is everyone thinking about that? Yeah, like, oh, well, sometimes like at the start, like I haven't done it much because the guilt was just racking me. When I first started the podcast, my plan was I'll record after work and stuff. But if a guest wants to do it, or sometimes with time to, so I don't know, a couple episodes in, I got this guy. His name is David Akinnon, and he grew up in Venezuela. His family got kidnapped when he was a kid, and like it was crazy shit with Venezuela, all this stuff. So he moved to the States, and he's just this absolutely amazing guy. He does all this stuff. He at 16 years old, he started this charity that like brought like 20,000 pairs of shoes to Africa and stuff. And then he worked on Wall Street. He worked for Google, did all this shit. And then he always had this dream in his head of moving to Africa and just finding some way to help and just like moving to a country. So now he's in Namibia doing that. But with the time difference, I had to do it during the day, right? So I had to take work off. So the whole time and this was my first interview with like a big person. I was so excited for it, but the guilt I had that whole time of like, what's going on at work, right? Like that, it just ate at me. I haven't really done it since but that's so silly. Like
that is silly. Yeah.
That's only me thinking about what is other people thinking about me. Like Ingo and Barry, who are the only ones that really should matter. They're fine with it. Like I would have 100% permission to do it. The guilt is totally made up in my head, and it all comes back to this. I haven't talked about it on the podcast very recently, but probably the first 50 episodes or first 30 episodes came up. Every episode was imposter syndrome, right? It's this thing that everybody has where you think everybody has this, but you think like, I'm a phony. Like I don't deserve to be here. And like someday someone's going to figure it out. Like
what's that called?
Imposter syndrome, right? And everybody has it. It's this natural thing. But once you hear somebody talk about it, that's why I talk about it so much, because when I heard it on the podcast, somebody say that and then describe what it was, I was like, holy fuck, that's everybody has that? Like, cause that's how I feel like all the time, right?
Explain it a little more.
So like, it's just this natural human inclination to think that everybody else, it starts, actually Drew brought up the kind of starting this earlier. He said like when he was a kid, he thought that adults knew everything, right? And that's everybody kind of grows up, and you probably feel the same way when you're a kid.
I still feel like that.
Yeah, like you'll hit a certain age where you just know everything, right? And everybody feels that way, and that is not the truth. Nobody knows what they're doing. Everybody's just trying to figure it out. Everyone's trying to do their best you can. Like everybody thinks everybody's looking at you, but nobody's looking at you. They're all thinking everybody's looking at them, right? And it's this understanding that like you're so wrapped up in your head on what everyone's thinking about you, but 90% of the time they're only thinking about themselves and what are you thinking about them, right?
The same thing.
Yeah, and everybody, and it's this imposter syndrome, right? Like I heard it a bunch. Like I love comedians. I listen to all these podcasts of comedians. They're one of my favorite things, right? And they all talk about this. It's such a wild thing to pursue, right? And if you reach like not even the pinnacle, you get to any sort of success with stand up, it doesn't feel like you earn it, right? You know you've worked hard, but so much of the work is behind the scenes and nobody sees it. They just see you be up on stage. Yeah.
Right?
So they just think, in your own head, you're thinking, oh, everybody, you feel like you're a fraud and you think everybody else thinks you're a fraud.
Because they don't know the real you.
Right. And everybody thinks that. And I feel like I want to keep yelling from the rooftops about this imposter syndrome, because I feel like this should be taught in school. You should come up with this knowledge, because it takes that's such a weight off your shoulders, just that realization that everybody has that feeling and everybody goes through it. Once you understand that, it's so much better. You still find yourself doing it, but then sometimes you're really spinning out over it and you just think like, no, this is that imposter syndrome again. Like everybody feels this, you're fine, like that. And it just makes you feel so much better about it. Like it's such an important thing that I just,
well, that's where that like, having downtime comes in, right?
Yeah.
And you can actually chill out, relax, and when that shit does happen, you're in the right headspace to deal with it too.
Yeah,
right?
that's.
I've heard that before, but it was called something else. Someone called it.
Yeah. There's lots of
thing. Yeah.
So many. That's the thing with so many of these important things, like language. When you're talking to somebody, you're just trying to convey something. You're trying to convey intent, right? The best way we have to do that is language, right? Like that's what we evolved to do. We talk. It's not perfect, right? It's hard. And like, there's languages, like there's German words for shit we don't even have, right? We just don't have a word for it, right? Like language is so incomplete and it's not great. So like a big idea like imposter syndrome, there's 12 different names for it, because different people have figured it out and have a little bit of different spin on it, right? So many things that are important, right? You look at religion, there are all these ideas, but it's just different people with different languages telling their own different stories of the same shit. Like if you take away all the bells and whistles of it and the things people are fighting over, the real core of what it is, like be good to people, have compassion, all that. It's all the same shit. Yeah, and it's just about the words. The words that we describe for all this shit. Like if you get caught up in that, and that's what I learned in all these podcasts, is just you're going to find your own way. And that's why it's so important to have all these different people, spreading these messages in their own way, right? Like, and that was something I thought, like, there's these Joe Rogans and these guys putting these really important stuff out and teaching people, but that might not connect, right? There's nobody from, redneck Alberta that is saying this shit, right? Like, maybe just the way, with my upbringing, the way I've seen things, maybe I can say these same things that Joe Rogan's saying, all these things, but just in my own way that's going to connect with people that maybe it won't hit with them coming from somebody else, but maybe it'll come from me, right? And that's probably going to be sometime in the future once I get more comfortable and I get better at it. But until then, if I can get people to listen to me and then maybe find these other guys that have really helped me, Aubrey Marcus and Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, all these guys that I listen to all the time, until I can get to that point where I'm doing the same thing they are, right? Like, I'm totally happy. Somebody listens to one episode of mine, but through that episode finds a podcast that really connects with them, whether it is, or maybe it's just a comedian I talk about that has a good podcast, right? Like, and I was actually talking about this with Travis. I have this whole spreadsheet on my computer I could show you guys. It's got fucking like probably over 100 podcasts that I've listened to, and like and I've tried to like say the different things again, like different check boxes they check. Like this one's like spirituality, this one's like mental health, this one's like maybe some addiction stuff, this one's just funny, right? And I want to take that and try and find some way, maybe with my website eventually, to like be a directory for people like, hey, I'm just new to this podcast stuff. I want something that's funny. I want to maybe learn something, but it doesn't need to be too heady in this. And I'll be okay, you know that. Try this one, right? And see what you like about that. Tell me how you like about that.
Like a filter for.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because I feel like podcasting is so intimidating for people to jump into, right?
You don't know what you're getting into, like, because there's a lot. Like, there's a lot. Like everybody wants to do a podcast, right?
Yeah.
So it's like where do you start? Like
exactly, and not only that, but then it's hard to explain what it is, right? When people ask me what's your podcast about, I'm like,
nothing.
Fuck, I don't know. Like,
no offense.
It's so hard to explain, but that's every podcast. It's hard to like.
It's about nothing and everything at the same time.
And writing and writing the descriptions for it. It's always hard, like of just what, even like one episode. So in 3 hours, what'd you talk about? We talked about so much shit. We bounce all the way around. Like it's hard to explain, but that's what I feel like. That makes it intimidating to jump into. So you try and go read like, okay, what's this, Your Mom's House podcast, which is one of my favorite, the funniest shit ever. But you go, what is this about? Like, oh, it's a husband and wife comedian. Like they look at clips, so you don't really get an understanding. Like you don't get the feel for what it is. But if someone like me, I've listened to hundreds of episodes, I can tell you like, if I know somebody well, I could say if you're going to like it or not. Like, maybe that's not for you. Like you might like this one, but I feel like that's a service that you could provide, that anything I can do to bring more people into the world of podcasting. It's helped me so much. It's given me so much. Anything I can do to help bring people into this world and enjoy it, right? Like Travis, like I said, he said he never listened to a podcast, but listened to mine that got him into that. Nothing makes me that happy, right? Like
it's awesome.
That's awesome. That gives me so much juice to keep doing this. Like, fuck, that's awesome. That's exactly what I want to do. Like, I know eventually that I'll be bringing people in and they'll be enjoying my podcast, but until then, while I'm growing, while I'm learning, if I can help them get into other fuck, that's awesome.
That's a good way to look at it, man. Because everyone else is just like my podcast, right? Like, that's cool. I like that. But you know, that's not even me. I can't even take credit for that, because I'm in a place where over the last 6 years, I've listened to thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of podcasts. Yeah, you said you listened to them like 2 times. Eh?
Oh yeah, 2.5 times speed, 3 times speed. I love it.
I couldn't handle that.
But I couldn't do it. At the start, I had to listen on 1.5 speed. But then, you know, it's a skill. Everything's a skill. I was telling Drew, everything in life is a skill.
Right?
One of the biggest misconceptions that holds people back is understanding that you think there's this difference between things that are skills and things that are like attributes that you're born with, right? That is such a misconception. Everything's a fucking skill. You can get better. Like, people think, I'm not disciplined.
But you can get better at anything. The problem is if somebody doesn't get better at something right away. And it's like, fuck.
Yeah, they think that's just not in me.
What a waste of time. It's like, lots of people don't realize that you might have been so close to obtaining what you wanted. Like if you could have gave it another 2 months, 6 months even. Like 6 months is fuck all. Like,
for a year.
It's like, no, I'm done with that. I'm going to try something else.
But that's what I'm saying, Darb, about like, that healthy way of looking at it and trying to concentrate on like the content and helping people and keeping that. I can't even take credit for that, because I learned that from guys like Rogan, that you know, he didn't set out to have a podcast that was the most influential thing in the world, right? He started out trying to smoke weed in the green rooms of the comedy shows with his buddies and just talking bullshit, right? And it grew and it snowballed into what it was, and then he realized that at some point, and then he talked about all these really healthy ways to look at and all these other podcasts, and like I got to learn all these lessons before. I feel like this is something where I feel very blessed, because you see all these podcasts that are huge right now, like Rogan and all these guys that started a long time ago and made all these mistakes and figured this stuff out on the fly, because there was no one for them to look at. There was nobody, when Rogan started in 2009, there was nobody that had a podcast going for 10 years and had grown it to a big point and seen like what the good way to do it was. Now me starting it in 2020, I had 10 years of Rogan, like, you know, 10 years of Marin, I had all these people to listen to, and they're so, they go to such deep levels and are so open about the process and how they felt through all the times. You get to learn from them, right? Like, I'm learning that, you know, I knew going into it, I was telling Drew, like, comparison is the enemy of happiness. Like, when you start a podcast, it's going to grow at its own rate. And if you compare yourself to other people, and I know that.
Comparison will kill you, man.
For sure. But then, and I know that so deeply, but then I talked to Jamie Coots, and we're talking downloads, and he just started his podcast, and he's already, you know, getting more downloads than me. Even though I know that comparison the enemy have, fuck if it doesn't hit you right between the tits, like we say, right? Like, it still gets you, and you know better, but it's still one of those things. But I know that I can try my best to not, like, it's you'd be setting yourself up for failure if you're just saying like, I'm just not going to let it affect me. You know it's going to affect you, but if you can try and just limit it as much as you can and try and concentrate on these other things like helping people, you're going to be so much better off and you're going to be so much happier with it, right? Where I just feel very happy that I had all those podcasts to learn all these lessons about what you want to do. And like, you know, I was telling Drew, right now, I haven't advertised, other than like on my Instagram stuff, I haven't advertised the podcast, I haven't tried to like get it out, and I haven't tried all that stuff because I got to learn all these podcasts. I said, don't worry about that shit. Just concentrate on getting better at the skill of podcasting, right? Like, and that's what I figured. And my plan was, you know, I'll do the first 50 episodes and then I'll start marketing. But I did 50 episodes and I feel like, I think I still got some real growth to do on this, but I'm going to still concentrate on this. And then, you know, I'll maybe at 100 episodes, maybe that's what I'll really try. Cause there's going to be a couple
stuff first.
Yeah. And there's
wants to do the fun stuff first. Like,
right.
Something, cause I like this or this will be fun. So you didn't do any of the hard shit or the important shit first, right?
Right.
So
and
it doesn't work.
And I think that is also the thing too, because I'm very good at rationalizing. Like my brain's very powerful, and that's a good thing and a bad thing because it can rationalize shit that makes a lot of sense to me. But it's just me telling myself bullshit stories. Like you talk about doing the hard shit. This part of recording is the funnest. I enjoy this so fucking much. Yeah. But the advertising in that is not very fun, right? Like trying to get it to people, and I know that. So is me concentrating on the content actually me doing that for a good reason, or is it me being scared to start?
If you want to look at that,
right?
Yeah.
But I think it's just good to keep that in mind because now you're to me that's holding myself accountable. By asking those questions is me holding myself accountable, because if I don't ask those questions, I'll just assume that I'm right with my first thing of like, oh, that's a good way to look at it is, well, I'm just concentrating on this. But is it that no, if I know that I start trying to market and bring it to people and it doesn't grow, that's scary, right? That hurts the heart right now. This thing I put all this in, I'm playing with house money right now because I haven't tried to bring it out to people. Like it's not a smashing success, but I haven't tried to. I'm just trying to make the episodes good itself. But that's insulating me away from that risk of trying to bring it out to people and having it not be received like you want it to. That's a scary thing. So you have to always ask yourself those questions like, am I the stories I'm telling myself in my head, am I just telling myself those, or is there more to it that I'm actually being a chick? Like prime example of this was starting the podcast. I knew like I'd listen to all these podcasts, and Joe Rogan always said this, like he said, I'll never do remote interviews. It's got to be in person. There's something different about being across from somebody when you do this. It is huge, right? And I knew that going in, so I was very scared with all the COVID stuff. I knew I was going to have to do some Zoom ones, right? But I did a couple in person, like I did one with Courtney, and it was awesome, right? And I got to see that difference. But then I got really comfortable doing the Zoom ones, and I hadn't done an in-person one for a while, so I was getting worried about it. But in my head, I was telling myself, like, no, it's just COVID, like all this stuff. Like, I just need to do online ones. Like, that's what I'm concentrating on. And I'm getting better at that. So then by the time I do the in-person ones, it'll be like running with ankle weights, right? Like now that I have this because it's way better. But that was bullshit. In my head, I was just worried because I hadn't done it in a while. I was nervous to do an in-person one. And but that time I realized that, I said, oh, fuck, I caught myself in a lie. This week, I said, I have to book an in-person one this week. Like, no more bullshitting. Like, that's just, you're just being a pussy right now, right? Like, you told all these stories, but when you got down to it, and it's about finding those. But if you,
you're holding yourself so accountable that
right.
it's going to succeed.
Yeah, and that's,
you know what I mean?
That's exactly
you're the kind of guy that you'd call yourself out.
Right.
On your own bullshit, right?
But
which
that's
a lot of people don't have.
But that's a new development for me too. That's the last couple of years that I started doing that. For a long time, I would really give into those stories. If it was a nice story that I was telling myself that worked out and I could take that, I wasn't going to ask too many questions. I was just going to take that and it worked out because it was nice, right? But then you realize that the easy way is never the right. There's always more to it if you don't do it the easy way. And then finding that out and just like, man, asking these questions, then you see the results too. Like when you start doing those things, you get better. You become a better boyfriend. You become better at work. You become better, podcaster, all this. When you start asking those tough questions and like doing that scary deep work, it shows itself so clearly that it becomes addicting, right? And now you start seeing those times where, they always say if you see something that you react to, if you get super mad at something, usually that's a sign that that's something that is in you that you don't like.
Exactly.
Yeah, like if somebody is
usually when somebody's judging someone, it's just like a direct.
It's a reflection of something they see in themselves, right? And I think that's one of those things where that's a cliche. You guys had all heard that before, right? But I think that's one of those things where it's one of those cliches before that really impacts you. And that's one of the things where when you start seeing things through that lens and you start to look at them, now when you see something that you don't like in yourself, a lot of times your natural reaction is just, let's not think about that. I don't like that in myself. But then when you start to do like, oh, I overreacted that, somebody did that and I saw it and I maybe jumped the gun there and now you start seeing, oh, that's an opportunity. Now I think that's an opportunity for growth and you get excited for those times. And that switch of, being scared and shying away from it and then to now have those things that are kind of dark things framed as a positive, fuck, is that a game changer? Now you see this and you're almost searching those pieces out in you, right? And now now the rate that you're improving and getting better as a person and the personal growth it ramps up so quick and it's like a feedback loop, right? Because the more you get better at it, the more you start to see it and the less the less tied to your own bullshit stories you are, and the more questioning you are of your own stories, and it just starts to ramp up. And I found that process, and I learned all that from podcasts, right? Like, and that's where, I'm so excited to, if one person learns that lesson that I just said to you guys that I learned, fuck, this is all worth it, right? Like, fuck, that's awesome. Like, it's, I find like I could almost do a 3-hour podcast just on all the ways that I'm excited about podcasting. And you know what I mean? Like, that's what it is, and I feel like that's, I worry sometimes that that's too much of what I talk about, but it's just, that's what I'm passionate about right now. And that's what I'm excited about. I'm sure once I, settle into it more and I have enough episodes where I've beat this dead horse to death a couple times that I'll get off of it. But for now, this is what I'm excited about, and that's what I'm chasing, right? Like, that's what made Joe Rogan successful. Just whatever interests him at that time, that's what he's pursuing. It doesn't matter if that's what's going to bring viewers or that's what's going to bring anything. As long as it's interesting to you, that's awesome. Like, I've had a couple episodes. I had these authors. They wrote these science fiction books, and like, wasn't a huge download success, but like, that was so cool for me to have these authors that I really look up to and to be able to talk to them for like 2 hours. Fuck, that was so cool, man. Or like, I just had John Morgan from MMA Junkie on. Like, this guy, fuck yeah, that was, to talk to him for an hour was so fucking cool, and like talk MMA, like that made it all worth it. And just to know that, like,
conversations are sweet.
It is, man. Like, and especially when you get to have conversations about things you're really passionate about, and like ask all those questions. Like, I'm a big reader, and like, this is just one example, but when I read those books that were so impactful, I read them like a bunch of times, and like, when I read books, I'm always like, I always fantasize about, like, if I ran into authors to ask these deep questions about the book, like, about like, why did you do that? Did you think about this? Like, am I reading into this? I kind of saw a theme here. Did you mean to do that, or was that just, am I reading into it? And to actually be able to ask them those questions, and to see them excited that somebody had
kind of got their secret message almost, right?
It was such a cool story. Like, fuck, I get goosebumps just taking myself back to that, right? Like, that. The podcast, I hope that it's, eventually successful and lots of people listen to it and it makes money. Like, that's all good too. But even if it never does, just the fact that every once in a while I'll get to have an interview like that where it's that worth it to me, fuck, this is all worth it. That's why you do it, right? And just to keep that in mind. And I think that'd be disingenuous to say that's the only reason I do it, because definitely, I'm an egotistical guy. I've always wanted an audience. I was talking to Travis, they say one of the biggest fears, like, over, more than heights and sharks and stuff, is public speaking.
Oh, man, yeah. That's a real fear, right? 100%.
And I love public speaking. Like, that was always in me. Like, I love getting in front of a crowd, right? And I feel like that's what this is. Like, I was always the youngest, and I always felt like nobody ever listened to me, right? Like, even like my whole family, they're always much older, right? Hanging out with you guys with all the older, and I was always the hockey group older. I was always the young kid. Nobody ever took me seriously, but I always felt like I had something to say. But I never had a platform for people to actually take it seriously, right? So now this is my opportunity to do that. And that's something that I always wanted, right? That was something that was always deep within me, but I was always kind of holding that down. I was telling Drew, like, before I did this, I had to get to a dark place, to be honest with myself. Like, I was very unhappy. Like, I was super successful, like that job in GP. I was, doing awesome things for the company, really successful brand, like making really big moves, but I was really unhappy. That's
the biggest thing. Lots of people think you get that job, you get that paycheck.
And it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Cushy job. Like, not saying you have an easy job, but like, I want that job, that pay, and
it's like a nice title and shit.
Right.
Nice title. And
if anybody else saw this, they would think like it doesn't get better than that, right? Like,
100%.
Privilege. But like, if you're not happy, man, you're not happy.
Exactly, and that was
another thing to go back to what everybody else thinks. Well, fuck, if I don't do this job, everyone will think, oh, fucking guy doesn't even want to do this job.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a huge sense of guilt with this podcast of chasing this too. Is now, what are people going to think? Like, I know, and who gives a fuck? But it's hard not to think that way.
Easy to
right?
say that though.
Yeah, it's easy to say that, but like,
to put yourself out there and be that vulnerable.
Like, I always think about what other people think. Like, if somebody looks from the outside, they don't know, like, to get that job and what I did. Like, I busted ass for that, and I worked for a long time, but nobody sees that. And in your own head, you know people aren't going to see that. And I always had a complex growing up with, being the son of Ingo, right, all the time, right? Like, getting in fights at rec hockey and guys, chirping you, oh, Ingo's son, all that's like, fuck, like, like, because there's nothing you can do. And I always thought, like, hey, I work hard and I try to be a respectful person, like, bust ass for everything I earn. But now, to know that is going to be the perception, now you're chasing something else when you have this in front of you, like this awesome job that so many people would kill for, but they don't understand, like, it's not fulfilling me in the same way. And I found that when I started doing this as well, the enjoyment started to come back at that job, because now I'm not just doing this
outlet, right?
Yeah, and now I'm not just doing this job just to make money for Suncor. I mean, also Barry and Ingo, and it's the company, but then for Suncor, for this unnamed company, like, this isn't for me. And now I'm doing this job and I'm making money because now this supports this, like this passion, right? Like that money buys me these mic arms and this mic and be able to do this without having to think about it. That's what it's supporting. It's exactly. And just that little framing of now why the why, this has come up so many times in the podcast over the last 50 episodes, that why is so important. Why you do something, right? Like, the work didn't change, the responsibilities didn't change, but why I was going every day changed, and that changed how I felt about it, right? And that's important, and that's something that, again, I'd heard that why is important for so many people, but until it actually impacted me like that, and
you realize your why, right?
Until you learn the lesson a hard way, like, and you learn that that's important, it doesn't sink in that way, and now I find that one of the biggest, like, overall lessons of learning that too is now I listen way more, and I take so much more serious of those cliches and what people say. I listen way better because
you're not even 30 yet. And you got that figured out.
And that's what I'm hoping, right? Yeah. And that's what gets me excited too, because I see guys like Rogan that's been doing it for 10 years. He's 50 some years old and he had that opportunity. He started at like 40, right? Like, and he's amazing at what he does and he has that experience. But now, what am I getting? Like, I'm excited to see what I'm going to be like when I'm 50 some and I've been doing this for 23 years, like 25 years. Fuck, that is, we don't know what a 25-year podcaster looks like. The biggest we have is a 12-year podcaster right now. That is the pinnacle of the person who is like the height of the game, because they weren't around before that, right? And you can take it back. I mean, people have been doing podcasts before their podcast.
Tom Green was like,
Howard Stern, like all these guys have been doing it in a certain way,
it's kind of like
right?
the talk radio
kind of. Remember?
And that's what Rogan said. That's what gave him the idea. He went over to Tom Green's house. Holy fuck, you can set this up. I'm going to do the same shit, right?
Kind of like Conan and those guys that did the, like the talk shows and stuff. This is kind of like the new version almost of it.
Right. And but the big difference too is on the talk shows is you have so many producers telling you what is funny.
Exactly.
You can't say that word. And everything's scripted, right?
Yeah.
But
and you're talking to like a
fucking audience,
A-list celebrity, and there's guaranteed there's certain things.
There's like 4 things you can talk about that night.
Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes, fuck, cunt, cunt. I love it. I'm all for it. So like the only difference for like swearing and not swearing is a little checkbox at the bottom of the episode. I just have it always checked because I don't care if I did or didn't swear. I'm going to just say it because I love swearing.
More natural.
Yeah, it's more natural. And this came up earlier on this podcast. I was saying, like, when we go to those Suncor conferences and we're in front of all these people, I've accidentally let a few F-bombs slip in a conference room full of people, and they all look, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, grow the fuck up. Like, you guys, you've never heard fuck before? Grow up, guys. Like, come on. Like, yeah, no shit, clutching their pearls. Like, it's so disingenuous to me that I just, like, I almost like to swear just as I feel like it's a good gauge of other people. When I see somebody react and get offended over swearing, that teaches me something about that person.
You're more real. Like,
yeah.
You, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like shit like that. And I feel like these are just lessons that people that are around the podcast world are learning all these lessons about this genuineness and what goes into it, right? And society is always like, 5-10 years behind. And I feel like we're going to start to see this, right? Like the NHL world is changing right now because Spit and Chicklets came in and kicked down the back door and changed it for them. And now you're seeing it's happening slow, but you're seeing the change happening, right? And I think one of the big things we're going to see is now the value of what a player's personality brings to your fan base. You look at, exactly.
Totally.
So now, my biggest example I use for this is Kevin Hayes, right? Kevin Hayes was always a good hockey player, right? But right, and he comes on Chicklets and shows a bit of that personality, and now he is like the absolute crowd favorite. He's people are fans of the Philadelphia Flyers just because Kevin Hayes is on it, right? That is what it brings. But now, eventually, these teams are going to realize that there's value in more than just your skill on the ice, and that now it opens up different avenues for these hockey players to bring more.
Even like Biz Nasty, the guy himself, like, who the 100%. Fuck are you?
Yeah.
You're some enforcer that plays every third game, like for 4 minutes a game, but now like he's the most famous shitty hockey player ever.
Exactly.
And he's like, he's so awesome to just listen to.
But lots of those guys, like when those guys are telling stories and stuff, good stories, they're usually about those kind of guys.
Yeah. For sure it is.
Like the guys you remember are those kind of guys.
And what I loved about getting into Spit and Chicklets as well was Biz Nasty himself, because I had that mindset of he's just this fourth line grinder that just is kind of a goofball, right? But then when he gets on the podcast, and you only get little glimpse of it. You probably have to listen to 40 podcasts before you get this general gist of him. But he did a lot of things. Like I think you need to give him a lot more credit for a lot of that stuff that he did. He's he's smart in his own way.
Yeah.
He's a smart dude, and when he talks about staying in the NHL and the shit he would do and those antics and being that guy in the room and what he had to do and how thought out all that shit was, right? Like, he's a smart fucking dude. And that changed my idea of him. I always thought he kind of, lucked into the role he was, but once I heard him talk, I was, oh no, this is way more. And now you see that, and you see, I think, again, it seems like he's the tip of the top. I think we're just seeing the start. I think in the next 10 years, he's going to go off and do all this shit. And like, I'll tell you right now what he's going to do. So now he's doing, and this is me guessing, but I'm fairly confident in this. So right now he's doing play-by-play for the Coyotes, right? And it's that, but he's got to be zipped up, and he has to put on a certain face for that, which is good. But you look at Joe Rogan and what he does with the MMA shows when he's not commentating. He does these things called Fight Companions, where he streams live with a bunch of his buddies like this with some whiskey around, and they watch the fights and they just bullshit. So what I do on those fights, and he puts a little timer that pops up so that you can put the fights on it and live it so that they're watching the same time as you, and you get their commentary of just guys fucking around and telling bullshit stories, and sometimes don't even talk about the fights. Eventually, that's what they're going to wake up. I'm going to make way more money doing this on my own, right? Which is, I know I'm giving away my own secrets because this is maybe something I want to do in the future, maybe for fucking the Oilers, right? I could, you get a couple guys like this. We get us 4 guys in a room and we talk on an Oiler game and bullshit and that while the game's going on. Maybe not for everybody. Maybe people like their commentators and they like their Bob Soffers, but it's going to, the way I see it, I think 20 years from now, every team in the NHL, every team in the NFL is going to have about 19 different just online broadcasts where you like this pair, you like this pair, you like these guys, and some guys might be more, it might be just guys that do that traditional route of how they talk about that, of guys, like a Brett Morton, like a guy that wants to know about hockey.
Or more guys bullshitting, or like there's a different...
But there'll be whatever you want, right? And maybe you're, maybe when the game's tight and it's important, you like to listen to the more, real hockey analytical one. But if it's a blowout and you want to hear, Biz Nasty talk about it, and you can switch over for the third period, right? Like,
it's almost like you're at the game, right? Like just bullshitting with some guys.
Talking about, like, every time we watch a Flames game, they got their TV crew, no offense, Calgary.
Terrible.
That is the
garbage.
Fucking TV.
It's brutal.
Listen to a hockey game.
It sounds like an American.
It's brutal.
Like, when you watch like a Florida game and it's clearly some guy that has never watched hockey before.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like when you watch a Flames game.
But that's because we're Oilers fans, probably.
Yeah, for sure. And that is, right? But
just the fact is, like, if you had the option not to listen to those guys, you watch the Flames game, maybe listen to someone else, 100%, I'd be changing that fucking
for sure, right? Like, that's just, and it's just about not being so stuck with how things are done, right? Like, everyone, and another way.
Cancel culture nowadays, too.
100%. But that's what I was telling Drew is, with something like a podcast where, and apologies to listeners if I recap this, you kind of heard this earlier, but what you're giving up a lot by, if you're going to be this genuine, like, you're letting people in, you're letting people into your deep dark secrets, you're giving them attack vectors. If they wanted to come at me, and hurt my feelings, I'm giving you all the ammunition you need by being this deep, right? But in a day like cancel culture, how many times has Joe Rogan been tried to cancel in the last 10 years? Fucking 3 times a week. He's uncancelable because he is exactly who he is. No, like, warts and all, you can see it, and people know that. So now, when they try and say, "Oh, he's this," people go, "Fuck, do you know he's not? Listen to it. Listen to a couple episodes. That's not him, right?"
He's genuine.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's that you give up a lot, obviously, but you gain a lot, right? And I feel like in this day and age, almost as cancel culture ramps up more and more and more, I feel like the value of these kind of things like podcasts, if you're willing to be that open and be that, you're insulating yourself from all that cancel culture bullshit, right? Like, it is. I feel like people are just always steps behind on this stuff, right? Like, people are just getting into podcasts now and like monetizing, getting with advertisers. When you look at like the big dog Joe Rogan, he doesn't make all his money off the advertisers. He's 3 steps ahead. He's been, he used to put all his episodes out live, but they talk about Jack Daniels on the podcast, and Jack Daniels stocks go up 4% the next day because that's the reach he has. He started to realize that. Okay, well, let's put them out a couple days later. Don't release them live. Let's let ourselves invest in these companies and play the stock markets. And now you make more money on that. People look at this $100 million Spotify deal. That's not where he makes his money, right? Like, like he starts doing ads for Traeger grills, and their stocks start going up through the roof. So he buys fucking Traeger grills, or buys 50% of the company, and now he advertises it. Right? No shit. Like there's people are just they feel like there's the only ways they can make money is how they see people make money, but they're not looking. What's a new way I can do it, right? Like, that's what I like, is these trailblazers are finding new ways to make money. And then you find all these people that follow along and just see, oh, I just got to get ads if I get Manscaped advertising on my podcast, that's how I'm going to make it. You got it. If you just try and do the status quo, what everybody else is doing, you're going to be capped at what you can do, because there's already people doing it better than you're doing. You're never going to catch up. You have to be willing to, you have to learn from them and take bits and pieces from, but you have to be able to do your own thing and branch off a little bit, take some risk and try some other shit that's particular to you, right? And then that's where the real honey's at, right? Like when you tap into that new thing, like Spittin' Chicks has done, right? Like they tapped into a new thing there, and now you see all these different ones. There's a Spittin' Chicklets for every sport now, right? Like and there's a bunch of them.
Well, even like Upshaw and those guys got missing curfew. It's the same thing.
For sure, right? And like these golf podcasts and all this, and like fuck, it's just
a podcast for everything, man.
There's a podcast for everything, which is awesome. That's what I'm telling people. People are so intimidated. Like I don't even know how to get into it. I always tell people, what are you most passionate about?
It's like, I mean, there's one for everything.
Exactly. And
there's a podcast for podcasting.
Yeah.
For sure. That's what this is. I just talk about podcasts all the time. Yeah.
What's that one called? Mucking It Up or what? Or
What?
Mucking It Up with Berkey or fucking
Mucking it up.
I think
Mixing it up.
Mixing it up. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like you see that's what I'm talking about, of changing the game. You see Spittin' Chicklets come in, and now 31 Thoughts, Mixing It Up. Everybody on those broadcast crews, Canada and America, all have a podcast now, right? And you see it. And that's why, and then now you see them guest on other ones, like Sean Newman, that guy from Lloyd that does these podcasts. Now he has all these guys on, like, Jeff Merrick and all these guys. And it's a lot different, right? Like broadcasting, but being on once you start being on a couple podcasts, you get the flow of it. Now you see these guys come on and they're already natural in that state, and they're used to letting their hair down, because at the start, if you go to back to some of the older Spittin' Chicklets podcasts where there wasn't a lot of catalog for people and they're kind of coming in fresh, you see the guys, they're kind of worried, like it almost takes time to loosen up, and they're worried, like what can I can't say, right? But then you see a guy like Kirby Doc come in, right? Young kid. Beauty, right? And but he's got to watch these, he doesn't give a fuck. He comes in, I want everybody.
All these young guys seem to be like that. It's
exactly.
awesome.
Because now there's a new path, because before
It's a different culture.
Yeah, before the only path was the Gretzky, the Crosby path, right? You give as little as possible and you keep that all to yourself, and that's the path, which is great. And there's going to still be guys that they're not, they just want to concentrate on their game. They don't want any outside distraction. That's just they don't want people to know what gives them an edge. They just want to do their thing, and maybe after their career they'll open up to it. But now, to have multiple avenues, I just like having avenues that people can do whatever they want, right? That sucks that for how many years you had to go this one way. And I shouldn't say that. There's guys like Jeremy Roenick and guys over the years that kind of blaze their own trail. They were a little bit wild on their own, right? Like
Flurry.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You see shit like that, and I just like seeing more avenues for guys to be successful. Whatever fits with you. It doesn't mean you have to fit this one little mold of what success looks like. Figure out your own way,
That's
and
the
just
whole thing. Like hockey players were always kind of like labeled,
Yeah.
like white rich kids kind of thing.
Yeah.
Quickie. Now it's like the whole hockey's for everybody thing. I think it's
Right.
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And the whole like being able to express yourself a little bit more. I think it's great.
Exactly, because like
Well, yeah, you have more of a feel of who everyone in hockey is, right? Like before, it was just like, oh, it's all these famous athletes that are high caliber athletes that you don't know fuck all about. And now it's like you know these people at a deeper level.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think
more
one of the
connected.
and I think one of the big things that kind of was an impetus to this, because they had it way earlier, was MMA, right? Like there was guys being open about their stories and stuff in MMA on podcasts and stuff way before Spittin' Chicks and way before. And you see like
I think probably because that's like a single person sport too, so
right.
it really matters who that person is.
For sure it does.
Where
right?
like a team sport, it's like I don't give a fuck. I like that team. I don't care who's on it.
Yeah,
is the thing, right?
But I do think that the success, like I think when you looked at the rates of like increase for like UFC versus NHL, MLB, all this stuff. UFC was on a rocket ship in comparison, right? Like it was like night and day. And I think all these other sports are now looking at what little pieces of that can we take, right? And I think that was one of those things where you see these other sports start to see like, oh, there is some value in really
selling these people,
selling who they are, right? And
getting a
people
connection
in,
with the
like,
audience.
Yeah, and there's so much of that now. I just think we're just seeing the very start of it. I think there's so much thirst for that, right? Like I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, and we're going to see more and more people get into that. And I think right now the biggest thing holding back, there's these huge TV networks and all these things that are very powerful that don't want that to happen. They're scared shitless. You look at these news networks that are just swirling the toilet right now because nobody's watching them because it's so overproduced and bullshit, and people.
Yeah.
you can say a lot of things about humanity, what people have, but the bullshit detector, like people have that in droves, right? Even a guy that's not that bright, you can see if someone's being genuine. Like that is something that just people have. And you can tell when you turn on the TV. Yeah, you turn on the TV and you can feel this isn't genuine. This isn't what the people want to say. They're reading off a script or something. And that scares a lot of people that are in power right now. I think, you know, they don't want that to change. That's a lot of money that they have with the status quo of how things work right now. They got a lot invested in that, right? Like, so I'm just excited to see kind of how that where that butting heads happens and kind of what shakes out of it, because, you know, change is good, you know, in that kind of thing. If you stagnate, you know, shit gets boring, you know.
Yeah, like hockey broadcasts have been the same for what, 40 years?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, probably. Yeah, you know, and the one thing that was kind of the you know, spark of interest. What was, so? Let's say 2 years ago, what was your guys' favorite part of Hockey Night in Canada? Not Jerry, right? So he is the one your favorite part of this overproduced bullshit broadcast, other than the hockey itself.
Because he was real.
He was real, right? Don Cherry.
He would say shit you maybe shouldn't say on TV, but he was saying shit that people would say. He was saying what
everyone else was thinking. And
exactly. And that was what made Hockey Night in Canada
so special. And then they censored him,
and now it's hurting, and that's that's what opens the door to guys like Spittin' Chickens and all this, and guys that are going to be doing those streams, like. You know, I think eventually they're going to be forced to adapt. I think they're going to dig in their heels and try and push against it really hard for a couple of years, but eventually that wave crests and they say, fuck, you know, like, we got to switch or else we're going to be Blockbuster. We're going to be fucking Kodak film, right? Like, if you don't change eventually, but I think it's hard. Change is scary.
Everyone's so fucking offended by everything.
Oh, it's crazy.
100%. And I don't think that people are actually genuinely that offended by this shit. I think they just hooked on Fox. I don't think people are that truly offended. I think they just there's so much currency in being offended right now that you pretend to be offended because there's some shit there. You know, you'll get a little cookie pat on the back if you go on social media and say, "Oh, I don't stand for this" and stuff. Yeah, obviously. Like, why do you have to say that?
That's honestly why most people do it.
Yeah, I think, you know.
I'm not saying not everyone's genuine, but
yeah, but very
like, look at me, right? Like,
yeah, so much of that, and even the people that are genuine, right? Like, it's hard not to slip into that, right? Like, even if you are 90% genuine, you probably still got to 10% to look at me, right? Like,
everybody's got a bit of ego, man.
Yeah, exactly. But be open about it, right? Like, I talk about on this podcast, one of the biggest things I talk about is my ego, right? And like talking about, let's not pretend I don't have it. Let's
everybody's
talk.
Got one.
Yeah, everybody's got one, and like,
you don't got one, you're full of shit.
Yeah, you're full of shit. Yeah,
except that this is the only guy I've ever met without.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I have zero.
I'm ego. I run on zero ego.
Yeah. There you go.
Bullshit.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You know, it was funny to chat with Drew earlier about you guys and kind of me growing up. You know, being a year younger than him, and then I never really had older siblings. I was always the young guy, but like being a get around you guys is fun. To, you know, I learned all that. I was always saying like, I was always learning. I always felt pretty smart and stuff, but. With me and Drew growing up, we're similar ages, right? And I'd be smart in some areas, but then he had so much knowledge of all the fun shit, right?
All
the bad shit, right? So then I got to kind of live. Yeah, I got to live vicariously through you guys. I got to learn the fun shit from you two, fuck goose, and then I got to learn. Yeah. I learned. Ingo and Dana would be teaching me all the good lessons, and I learned all the fun lessons from you guys, right? Like, yeah.
Come with us.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. I was saying like that's a good balance because like, and I feel bad using this example of Courtney because, you know, she's really grown out of this, but for a long time, she did not like to break any rules. She was very much by the book and stuff because that was our upbringing and we were taught like the value of that. And there is a lot of value in knowing when to follow the rules, but there's a lot of value in breaking them, right? And I feel like I'm so happy with my mix of that I have. Like, I love my morals and where I stand, but I also will break some rules when it needs to be broken in that, right? And that's what I love. But I'm very thankful that I had both of those pieces because I think if I didn't have guys like you teaching, you know, a little bit of those lessons, you'd be coming through and you wouldn't be as well rounded as you could be, right? And just to understand the value of that, of, you know, there's, you know, everyone says, oh, some violent video. You can learn some lessons in that as long as you're going through everything. Like, you can learn shit from everything.
You gotta live a little too, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone wants to demonize all this stuff and just say it's bad. Like, there is so little things in the world that are all bad or all good. Most things are a little bit of both, right? Some are more to the one side, but like you put yourself at such a disadvantage by looking everything through that lens of everything's either good or bad, right? Most good things got a little bit of bad and most bad things got a little bit of good in them. It's just about being balance. Yeah, and being aware of that and knowing, you know, like if you're doing something that has a lot of bad in it, but there's a little bit of good, being aware of that and just not treating it only as bad, right? Like, it's one of those things like you look at. I'm trying to think of a good example that isn't too crazy, right? Like I don't know, like maybe liquor, right? Like for some people, liquor isn't that, but if you treat it as all bad, that you're not setting yourself up for a full understanding of what that can be. There could be situations for some people where it's not that bad of a thing, but if you put yourself in that position, you'll never be able to understand it, and you'll be put at a disadvantage with your understanding of what that is, right? Like I feel like so much of understanding truly what things are in the world comes from being open-minded about it and being willing to see different things in it too, right? Try it, and also even if you try, because I think people try these things, but I feel like if you say weed, for example, right? If you grow up thinking that weed is bad, right? It's a bad thing, right? And then when you're, say you don't try it till you're 18 and you try it and this is a bad thing, that's all you have wrapped around you. There's nobody's ever showed you what the positive of that could be, right? And now, because that's a framework you're going into it with, you're so blocked. You're not open-minded about to see the good. All you're ever going to see.
Yeah. This is bad. I'm doing a bad thing the whole time you're doing it.
I'm a drug addict.
And then as soon as you get stoned, you're gonna have fucking anxiety coming out of your eyeballs.
Exactly,
right?
It's
gonna be bad.
Yeah. It's gonna be bad, and that's just one example of that. But you can propagate that out to everything in your life, right? If you view everything in those binaries of good and bad, you're closing yourself off to so many different experiences, right? Even if you're really willing, even if you're still willing to try all these things, if you're still trying them through that lens of they're only one thing or the other, you're not going to get the full scope of what they are, right? Just being open-minded to, being a little bit more open to that shit, you're going to find so much more. You're going to get way more out of life. You're going to get way more out of all that shit.
Try more than once.
Yeah, try it out. Yeah,
I try everything 1 to 10 times.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. It doesn't work the first 9 times, give it one more. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, fuck. Any good stories of us two little idiots running around when you guys were a bit older? We didn't actually touch on too many. I thought there'd be a little bit more story time. Like I had travel on.
I always remember like hanging out at the beach down
there. Yeah.
Oh, that was always awesome.
It was always a good time, man.
Yeah. Down at the beach.
Skiing, like when we go to Banff.
Oh man.
You guys had we all had snowblades.
Yeah.
Like fuck, you two guys were just like made of rubber, man.
Yeah, I know. Eh?
Oh, that was always with it.
All day, juice mustaches on all fucking day.
Yeah. Let her buck. And now those snowblades. Now I'm the only fucking guy on the hill with them. You look like.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I still wear them. We're going on a ski trip to Jasper next weekend. I'm wearing those fucking snowblades. Yeah, dude. Fucking rights I am. Like those.
One of my best Nick stories, though, was one time when we went to Big Valley, and anyone that's been to Big Valley knows it's just like a fucking absolute debauchery of drunken bullshit.
We could do a podcast on that Big Valley. Fuck.
So anyway, we have our campsite all set up, and like we're fucking around, and then we look over at like our neighbors across the street, and they have like this gross hot tub. It's like a shitty hot tub on like a real rough trailer, and they have a generator like.
It was like the box of a truck that was ripped off and like converted into like a dirty old. It was gross.
But they had
water.
like a heater and everything. Yeah. Like they had a little generator running the heater, and we're all talking about like, oh man, that's like a fucking cesspool of like STDs and like just nasty shit. So
48 Bud Lights later.
So we're all talking about how gross it is, whatever, and then we look over and we're like, oh, there's kind of a couple good looking chicks over there. And then we're like, whatever, keep drinking. Then we look over and we're like, holy fuck, that's Nick.
I was in the fucking hot tub.
Nick standing in the hot tub with a cowboy hat on and like fucking beer in each hand. It's like, holy man.
I remember that was.
I'm pretty sure he was.
Try it at least once.
You got to try it at least once, and there was some good looking girls in there.
He was the first one to be like, that thing's disgusting.
I'll tell you exactly why I got in that hot tub. There's a chick. She's probably 30. Huge tits and a Legend of Zelda tattoo on her. Fucking rights, I was in there, boy. Are you kidding me? That hot tub could be filled with blood, and I was getting in there like fuck. I don't know. Like I was all in. And then so once you guys recognized I was in, you guys sent Tommy over because he was Tommy Foster over to come get me because he had just showed up and he was less drunk. I think maybe we were sharing teas, and I still remember I was like, I'm hammered in this hot tub. I don't want to drop my phone in the hot tub. And I see Tommy walking over. He's probably fucking, I don't know, like 50 yards away now. Tommy, catch my phone.
Just rifle
whip my phone as far as I can. And I think Tommy had like a case of Twisted Teas, and he's trying to like, and thank God he fucking caught it. Like, good little athlete, right? Like he saved my phone, but fuck, oh man, like that Big Valley, like I told myself after that Big Valley, I am never going back to Big Valley again unless I am at a time where I'm living like in the family zone, right?
Yeah,
like if I go to the family section,
your wife and kids.
Yeah. Then I'll go back and I'll enjoy the music.
You might have like 4 or 5 Coors Light a night or something. And
man, every night.
Monarchs off and go to bed.
Every night of that week was just absolute debauchery, right? Like just
painful. coming home.
But like
Painful.
the thing is,
the last night, I've never felt this before. Like just drinking for a week straight. We went a night. I've never like my stomach. It felt like my stomach was like imploding like a fucking star. Like it just like the pain. And we were over at the casino and I felt like I had to puke, but I go to the bathroom. I couldn't puke. Like, and I wasn't even drinking that day. Like I couldn't even get one down. Like I was just. My body was just rebelling.
Shutting down.
Yeah, shutting down. Like it was rebelling against
but we would
everything I
always
did.
go like 2 days early,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
It wasn't like we went for the 3 days of the
Yeah.
Big Valley. We'd go a night before, stay in the lineup, like camp outside
Yeah.
the grounds, drink for an extra night, and like
Oh,
not
crazy.
needed.
No, completely.
It's almost like a cleanse.
Yeah. It's just
Your
like
booze
a
cleanse.
It's like a rite of passage if you can survive Big Valley with these hooligans. But like every night, I think like the first night we ended up on this like converted school bus with a stripper pole in the back. Like the second night we ended up like every night was just wild.
And like everyone would have a fucking ridiculous story to tell them
In the morning, yeah. Like and every morning we'd wake up, we'd all pile into a truck, probably still half cut, drive to the pool. Right,
fully cut.
go sit in the hot tub at the pool and go jump in the cold water and have a shower and just like collect yourself. Go into town and get some Taco Bell or something, and then head and some more beer, and then go start it over.
Have like
again.
2 or 3 hours of quiet reflection.
Think about what you've done. Yeah,
Are you ready?
yeah. Think about what you've done. I remember one night we were there and I don't know two of our buddies. I'll tell you guys off mic here.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're both wheeling this girl. And we're in some camper. I don't know whose camper we're in, and this chick was very fun, like having a good time with the boys, but just enjoying the Big Valley, right? Like just having a
Getting her
time
fill.
with a couple of our friends, right? And whatever. Just the night carries on. You get whatever happened, and didn't even think about it, and then. The summer ends and you go back to school, and I go back to Lister, right where I'm living, and I'm a dodgeball executive, so I have to go floor to floor and talk to all these people about what dodgeball is and all this stuff. Be respectable, and I go onto this floor and I see this chick, and I can see the look in her eyes. We made eye contact when I walked on.
Like, I recognize you.
Yeah, we recognized each other. We both knew what it's from, but we just didn't mention it. It was just one of those stories, like, yeah, that never happened, And awesome girl, she's fine. She's living out in she went for summer to Australia to just in between semesters, never came back. She's been there ever since, surfing and shit. Yeah, fucking right? Like that's I just wanted to get away from us fucking freaks, probably. Yeah. Had enough of that.
Alberta ruined my life.
Yeah. Big Valley 2016 was a
tough one to swallow.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally, Jesus. Oh my god, yeah, but like that Big Valley, so many stories, and I'm like, fuck.
Oh man, I remember one day somebody like. The way we had our campsite set up, like our trailers were in a square.
Yeah.
And then we had like one little path in between our trailers to walk in and out of the campsite. And then at the start of the day, I walked through there and I like seen this pile of shit. And then I looked down, I was like, somebody fucking shit here. Like a human shit. Oh. And so I was like, hey everybody, like somebody, like heads up, someone fucking shit over here.
I'm not gonna move it, but heads up. Stepping up.
And then so throughout the day, people were walking through, be like, I fucking stepped in shit. And then eventually there was no shit left. It had just like, everyone had stepped in it so much they had just kind of moved it along.
Moved it along. You know what the funniest part of that story was?
You were probably the guy that
I fucking took that
You know, the most fucked up part of that story is there was no fucking toilet paper beside the shit.
No, definitely not. So like, I woke up one morning.
I still didn't know that till this day.
I know. I never mentioned it because everyone was mad, right? Like,
yeah, because that was the biggest thing of the day. Everyone's like, I stepped in fucking because everyone has flip flops on, right?
I've never admitted that to anybody till right now.
That's
and now
awesome.
everyone knows. But fuck.
So it stinks.
Oh, it stunk so bad, man.
You guys said you're eating fucking Taco Bell and shit?
Oh man, because it was.
That was like the main walkway, though.
Well, it was like, well, it's 4 a.m. I'm like so blackout drunk, and like you couldn't shit in any of the campers, and it was one of the first nights I think, and I didn't know where I was so drunk I didn't know which way to the outhouse, and I had to shit bad. I don't know where to go, but like there's still at 4 or 5 in the morning, there's still people walking around at Big Valley, right? Like it goes all night. So like, I kind of had to hide in that little walk. It was the only place where people weren't around where I could fucking shit, right? Like Yeah, no, definitely not a couple stories I wanted
Nick
to be
ruined
told.
Big Valley.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Just had a squirt day.
Hey, just don't admit it till fucking 10 years later. And you're good. On your podcast, exactly, right? Fuck. That's awesome. Like, as soon as you said there was a little trail, but the campers were in a square and there's a little trail, I started laughing. Yeah, you'll hear. I knew because I was like, I just gotta wait for the right time to drop this box. I'll let the whole story get told and then I'll drop it out. Oh, my guts hurt.
Fuck that. Oh. Yeah, they did that night too.
Oh shit, my guts hurt that whole week. My guts hurt for like a month afterwards, man.
Just that greasy Taco Bell rum shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big time.
Fuck.
Big time.
Just steaming for like 2 days.
Yeah. And eating bad food too. The only food we ate were like Smokies.
Pierogi Hut.
Pierogi Hut. Yeah, I ate Pierogi Hut every night. Yeah. It was like, all right, breakfast Taco Bell, lunch Pierogi Hut. You know,
and
maybe
breakfast
have a
it's like Bud Light Apple and fucking.
Yeah. Oh.
Fucking apple for breakfast.
And I'm so bad at drinking when I'm home. Like I could do it in university a bit, and but it was tough for me. Like I would always try and plan around. So like, if we're drinking, I'm picking one night that weekend because I was just never watching these guys like you, like Big Valley, like fucking.
I find it easier, man.
I know, but and everyone always told me like, oh, just get one down. But like for some reason, if I'm hungover and I even smell, like I just cannot do it. So like, which is awesome because I think that also. You know, I'd rather it saves you, right? Like it gives you excuse. You definitely take some chirps for it, right? Get called a pussy a couple times, but hey, you know what? Like look at 100%, man. Like I always have been, and that's what's kind of nice about this podcast too is to be open up. Like I'm a pussy. Like I'm a super emotional guy. Like I'm not a fighter. I've never been in a fight in my life. Like all that stuff. But just like for so long that would be like that was an insecurity about that. But like a couple Derri's never been in a fight in his life, right? Like. But like you always are kind of ashamed of that shit. But like then you kind of look back and like, what's about to be like? There's nothing to be ashamed of, right? And now to be able to like talk about it on my podcast and just laugh about it, right? Like that's just who I am, and I'm proud. I'm pretty happy with who I am. Yeah. Like fuck, but it's almost like a weight off your shoulders when you can say like just every like it's not like you get it all out on one podcast, but over the time like something that you're be scared to say, you say it once and oh well, now like
now it's out there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You think it's out there, but like not many people are listening to this, so pretty much it's still not that out there. But the fact that it just gives you that freedom that I've said it once, like I can say it again. I'm not embarrassed about it. It is out there. Like somebody could find it. Usually, like everyone you meet in your life, they're not going to have listened to that one podcast.
No one's going to maliciously listen to all this shit either, right?
Exactly,
and like attack you with it.
Big city doesn't fucking fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you going to do then? Not fight him?
Yeah. Knock him out.
Yeah.
That guy's soft as Big Valley shit.
Nice tie-in.
Fuck.
There's so many stories about me and shitting that are going to be told on this podcast. I think Drew could probably tell six. Oh man, I think there's a lot of people that campsite had that story there about getting drunk. I remember you guys met my cousins Chris and Kurt. Hey, yeah. So Kurt wasn't up, but Chris was up, and Tyler was there, and all the parents were gone to something that night. Tyler's parents weren't even there, and like my auntie and uncle and my parents were off at one night. I think they were out at bingo or something. And I was, same thing, grade 7. And, they're all partying, right? It was all of Tyler's engineering friends are having a big party there. And, my cousins are there. And they said, yeah, if you want to drink, like, you can have a couple. So I go, I didn't drink. I've only drank once at that point. And it was that party at Julie's, right? Where we drank all that white rum.
That time we played Tipsy fucking 55 times.
Oh my God. Like, that song. I was like, what's that? I thought that was a drinking. I was like, what's that? Oh, that song. Yeah, no, every time I think of that song, I think of that party. But the only thing I drank at that time was that Malibu, right? Because that's what we bought for that party. So I went into the trailer and went through the liquor counter. Oh, there's Malibu, right? So I took a.
This is a common adult drink.
Yeah. I'd had a couple drinks with them, and then I went back. They give me a couple drinks, but I wanted to keep drinking more, so I went to go find it. And I was already pretty drunk at that, but I probably only had like 2 beers. I was pretty cut, so. I grabbed a Fresca, and there's all these cans of Fresca around, so I grabbed one, cracked it, took a bit of a drink, and I was going to pour into it. I got distracted. I ended up grabbing like one that just had barely into it and just poured like the whole thing of fucking Malibu. So it's just pretty much straight Malibu in a can, right? But as a kid, you don't really know like what the taste is, right? And it's white rum. It tastes good. It's Malibu, right?
What's the percentage on Malibu?
I don't know, like 15, like 17, yeah. Like, no, yeah, for a little kid, right? You're in grade 7. It's quite a bit, right? So I'm just getting piled up with them guys, right? They don't know it. So then, I think my cousin Chris recognized, like, holy fuck, you're pretty pissed. Your parents are probably coming home soon. So he, carries me up the stairs in the trailer, gets me all laid down in bed, and he's giving me good, like, looking back, like, awesome life advice. Like, hey, like, first time you might get some spins. Like, if you get the spins, just like hold on to something. Yeah. So midway, he's telling me all this shit, and then he's like, yeah. So if you get the spins, grab on. So holy fucking man, they play. He just peels right out there, fucking flying. His shoes flying out the door. He was out that door and just never said anything about that. And we were leaving the next day too. So I was just worried. Like I'd heard about hangovers. Thank the Lord, when you're in grade 7,
you don't even have a hangover.
So I'm just worried. I'm just for the drive home the next day. I'm just like, I woke up feeling fine. I was like, holy shit! But I was so worried I was going to be just a mangled pile of shit at 6 a.m. trying to do the whole pull back to Alberta there. But
fuck, a hangover for me now lasts like fucking 4 days.
Oh, that's the thing. I moving up to GP, I just don't drink that much. Not really people to drink with, right? So
you don't go to Hammerheads?
No, not really. I think so. Oh, Shark Club or whatever.
You did?
Well, when we played Wolves.
What was that stripper bar in Grand Prairie we used to
Diamonds?
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Never been.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Yeah. I just Googled it.
Yeah.
I've been told, so I've been told.
Yeah, I've given a few gift cards for their.
I remember one night when we played juniors, we went up there for a game, and like after the game, it was like, everyone had a couple beers in the room, and then it was like probably 11, and everyone was fucking pissed, and we're like, hey, we're going to Diamonds.
Yeah.
And so we go to Diamonds, and it's like 3 a.m, and we're trying to get out of there, and a couple guys are in the fucking back room getting lap dances, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So we got to play the next day at like fucking 10.
Oh boy.
In Beaver Lodge. So I remember waking up that next morning, and I was in the wrong hotel room. And you know how in a hotel room they have like a fucking desk?
Yeah.
I woke up under the desk in the wrong and like no fucking wonder we never won a fucking game.
In the wrong hotel?
Wrong hotel room.
Oh, I thought you might run under like the concierge desk at a wrong hotel.
So like
That'd be a wild night.
And then we had all these excuses of why we never won any games.
Well, fuck, we never have anybody on the road. It's like, all fucking 80, you go out and get low.
I love being on the road because shit like that would happen.
But I remember too, even like kind of relatable, being on the bus and like, especially on a Sunday when you got to go somewhere on the Wolves and being like, fuck, I hope the game gets canceled. Like,
Well, because anytime we went on a road trip, we had fucking 8 to 9 guys.
Yeah.
and you're fucking hung.
And it's like you're playing fucking Peace River and they're unbelievable. Like,
Paying their guys
They
and
got
shit.
a guy that fucking played in the NHL when he was 16. Now he's in the fucking junior B league.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Runs a tire shop.
Fuck, that was always tough for me, right? Like growing up, watching Wolves was fucking like the coolest shit you could do. Going to a Wolves game on a Friday was the coolest shit you could do, right? And
And no rules, man. It seemed like everyone there.
let her buck, man.
Circus.
Let her fucking buck. And so, as a kid, you grow up like that. You look forward to like, oh, I'm gonna play Wolves one day. And I always knew, right, with my birthday, I was always the year ahead, so I knew in grade 12 I can't play. I'll have to play Wolves. Maybe try and get an overage, but might as well just go play Wolves at that point. So just like pumped up for this. And then my grade 11 year, that was when Drew and all them went up and played Wolves when they were in grade 12. Kind of did that. So like, oh, I'm just hearing all the stories, him and Ross singing all that. I'm just getting pumped. And then grade 12 comes and fucking the Wolves fold.
Oh, they did?
Fuck, yeah, so I didn't get to play. So I fucking played rec that year with Benny, which was awesome. Like those guys like Paulson and Benny, real good. And they were awesome. Talk about learning something from the older guys like you, like just, coming in there at 18, 17 when we started, right? Like 17-year-old playing with these guys and, just learning. I'm sure that the conversation was a little bit, put a little bit of earmuffs on at times, but, after a while they'd forget you're there and start talking, just keep quiet and hear all these stories. Fuck.
I started playing rec when I was like 16. I used to be able to smoke and shit. Like,
Yeah.
Man. Like guys are smoking darts right in the room.
That's awesome.
Crazy. Remember that Roger guy?
Like our captain quotations, yeah.
He was like the drunkest guy in Alberta every time he showed up.
I think he was more stoned.
I think stoned, yeah. I think he was.
But
Well, that's always good too. Just like cool old dude, fucking crushing beers after the game.
You need those guys.
Truck driver type guy.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Let her buck, baby. Let her buck. You need a little bit of that. You learn some lessons in that shit.
Charlestown cheap shit.
Yeah. Oh man, on all those. So talk about all those bus trips. How many times do you think we all seen Slapshot on those bus trips?
Every
I don't know,
time.
30, 40. Like you got to get up there. That was just classic. Oh man.
Rock'em Sock'em video.
Oh yeah. Those used to be deadly.
What the fuck was that movie with Sil Melnichuk would always try to get us to play?
Was it a hockey movie?
No, it was some retarded movie that he thought was so funny.
MacGruber?
Maybe Joe Dirt or something.
I love
Yeah,
Joe
I think it was
Dirt.
Joe Dirt.
I mean, Sure, but fuck, I do love Joe Dirt personally. I'm a pretty big fan of it. Yeah, that's one of my faves. Oh man, all those old movies. Fuck that shit. Dumb and Dumber. Like the amount of times we watched that at your place.
Oh man,
crazy. I know. I was fucking every time Melissa tells me she hasn't seen one of those movies like Dumb and Dumber.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's like, fuck you.
who raised you?
You want to rethink that statement here? Like, you know who you're talking
I
to?
made my wife watch Slapshot with me like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Same like awesome shit. Never seen Awesome Pride. Oh, okay, we're sitting down. We're gonna watch all three.
Portrayal of
Yeah. I love when the guy gets the fucking puck in the head, eh?
the guy.
Oh yeah.
And it shows him next to me. He's got a helmet on.
I like the coach the best. How they're like, you pick up every piece of shit that's for sale. He's just like this conniving fat old guy.
Yeah.
Runs a real fuck show.
One of my favorite things was when Spittin' Chicklets had one of the actors from that movie on. They told all the behind the scenes stories of like filming the movie and shit. And
He was a real hockey player.
And he was a real hockey player. That was one of the best podcasts I've ever heard, man. Like, if anybody likes the movie Slapshot, go look up that Spittin' Chicklets podcast with the actor from it. It was awesome, man. Like, and talk about taking a puck in the head. Were you with us that time when Ingo took the puck in the head, in the forehead?
Yeah, when he was coaching on the
Yeah,
bench.
he was coaching
and he
and
just put a paper towel on it.
yeah.
Adjusted his toupee.
No, he had to go get stitches there
But
after.
he stayed the whole game.
Yeah, like he said it didn't even hurt. So like what happened was we got a warning from a ref. One of our players didn't have a neck guard or something. So and Clinton wasn't even on that day. I think he was pulled up for that game or something. But he was standing right beside Ingo. So they go like, oh, everybody check their neck guards. And Ingo goes, Clinton, you got your neck guard, and turned to him. And Aaron Dees just turned. I don't know why. It was right at our own blue line. Turned and shot it straight across the blue line from the far side, right into our bench.
rocket.
Oh yeah, hard. And it hit Ingo square between the eyes like Harry Potter. And like the sound it made sounded like, you know, when you club a fish like that, like, right? And it was so loud, like, and everyone's like, holy fuck, and he immediately just started gushing down his face, right? Like, and he said it didn't even hurt. He said it just was like loud and like almost like scared him. Like, what the fuck happened? Didn't drop. He said he just like, kind of looked around and he felt it coming down his nose. And he's like, holy fuck! He just took a puck in the bean, like hard. It didn't even phase him. Oh man, that story gets told a lot.
I never heard that.
Yeah, he still blames Clinton for it. He said, if you wouldn't have your neck guard on it.
Every time he sees him, put your neck guard on.
Yeah,
Took
no
a
shit.
Howie in the face.
Oh yeah.
Ow.
Fucking took it well though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he take and keep on ticking, I guess. Yeah, I think he had to get a little bit of glue or
Something, right?
a little bit of butterfly band-aids on her. Yeah.
Couple zips.
Yeah, it's good. Didn't you guys have when you guys were playing Wolves back in your day? Didn't you guys have a little doctor that went with you that could zip you guys up in the room and shit?
We never did. No.
I thought
Darb did when he was in like
Pee-wee's.
Phantoms and shit.
that's who it was. It's Paul Cafaro.
When we were in fucking Pee-wees on the bench.
That's hardcore.
That's wicked. No, definitely not. Yeah.
Push league.
Yeah, there'd be some parents in the stands throwing a ruckus.
Holy fuck.
This is real.
Didn't he rip it open again too?
And he left it open again and he stitched it up in the room too.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Oof.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Fuck,
That's
you
intense
guys-
for a little kid.
Oh yeah.
You see some fucking crazy shit in hockey, like the kind of injuries you see. Like, remember, who was it? Like, Tyron that got.
face in the chin.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're young.
I've got sticks in the lips. I got my finger almost cut off.
Yeah.
Colby Welligan, thanks to him.
Oh, fucker, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, Willigan. I remember, I think it was Tyron Gray Eyes, maybe. He got his hand stepped on. Like, he lost his glove and he went to grab it and he got his hand stepped on. Oh, right in the lead of the hand. Oh, yeah, like right on the tendons and shit. Like, oh, it was gross. Yeah, like I don't know if it just like cut impression and they lifted off. Oh, it was one of those things. And it might not even been him. It was somebody back then. But like, yeah, the kind of shit you see, like even
the hits and shit when we were in like bantams and peewees, it was just like guys trying to take off each other's heads.
I was trying to kill everybody out
Because
there.
like on
I didn't
every
score
team,
a lot of goals, but I hit a lot of
every
dudes.
team would be
That's all I
like 3 or
wanted to
4
do.
guys that could like hardly fucking skate.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's like you're gonna get hurt tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Just malicious, right?
Yeah. Oh my God! Do you remember? I won't say his name, but you remember the one guy we're close with their family, and he just there was one girl on their team, and he lined her up at the blue line, head down, and absolutely blew her up. And everyone on the team, you know, like
We used to have a guy like that when I was in minor hockey. Anytime there was a team that had a girl on it,
like
it's like, what are you doing, man?
What do you right? Because like
GS.
Yeah.
yeah, no, and that's one of those things where like you when there's a girl in the team, like you don't usually play hard, but every once in a while, like it's just those up, like you'll still hit them, but if it's open ice, you see them coming, you'll ease up, right?
Yeah.
All of us, but just to see, like he got the extra couple steps, like it was a charge for sure. Like it wasn't a clean hit, even if it was on. If you take the gender rate out of it, like it wasn't a clean hit. And he came back to the bench so pumped up for high fives, and everyone's just looking.
No,
What are you doing, man? Like that wasn't cool. Like what are you doing? It's just so funny to see the big grin on his face coming back, hand in the air, fucking riding the roller coaster. Like, yeah, no, let's pump the brakes on that one. That wasn't very cool, man. Like,
it's like you think about it, like especially in midgets, like some of those guys I remember, because I'm like not a big dude. Like I remember going into rinks and seeing some of these kids like 6'3", 6'4", like big full-grown men.
They got like a beard, and when they're like 13, it's like, holy fuck, I'm gonna get hurt.
Yeah, and then you put like a young girl on the team. Holy cow, that's scary.
Yeah, let her buck, right? And that's the thing. 99% everyone out there was respectful, and not like to the other part where now you're not letting them play the game and not letting them have the full experience, right? Like they got. The girls like Paige Foster when she played with us for years. Like she was
better than 80% of us.
Fucking right. She was my D partner for a year, and I was like, holy fuck, this is nice.
I suck compared to you.
Oh man, I remember one game we're playing in the back barn there, and not Sean Daniels. What's his older brother? Mark Daniels was reffing her lines, and then he was on the edge, and Paige just ripped one down the boards, right? And he wasn't wearing a cam that game, and it got him
right in the bag,
like, and you could see him just take it, and just the play kept going, and you could just see him like the play would go down, and he just hobbling,
try not to puke.
Come back. He had to cut her. Like he played till that whistle. He had to go off. I don't think he finished that game. Like he was done good, right? And like usually refs wear a cam, but I think he just forgot it that day, right? I think I've talked to him after the fact, but
I wouldn't even think of putting one on, honestly, if I ref the game.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I
think you need to be geared up pretty decent if you're a ref. Like
for sure,
I have tangled up with refs lots, man.
Depends what you're like. If you're reffing a little kid's game,
yeah, that's different. But like in juniors, like
some guy sends a rocket right at your shit.
Time's out. Like a Kevlar socks on.
That was like when we play sports performance, and Carlton would be out there with no equipment on.
Oh, I two-handed him a couple times.
Oh, for sure. But that was the thing, because that's what I loved about it. Like he would
if he gave it to you and then you gave it back, he wouldn't do fuck all.
He liked that.
Right? Yeah. He would try to get it out of you.
Oh, I love that. Like that's what we actually talked about that earlier too. Is like just that little bit of when teachers treated you a bit more like an adult, right? Like gave you a little bit more rope. I love that, right? And that was always sports performances. You can't do that anymore, right? But it's nice. I think that was one of those things where because that class took you out of the school into the rink, it was a bit of different parameters. They could do things a little bit that you couldn't do anywhere else. And it was all the kids, and it was a fraternity.
Down, you think too, it's his word over mine.
For sure, right?
Like sticking me.
But I still remember. I think it was when they were renovating the rink, so we couldn't go there for a year. We had to go to High Prairie to play for the first couple of weeks.
That must have been your grade 12 year.
Oh, it was my grade 12 year. Yeah. So we had to go to High Prairie for it. But I swear it was Tanner Lacombe that the story's about. So maybe I don't know. Maybe it was somebody else. I can't remember. It was somebody kind of Tanner Lacombe size, right? Like a bigger guy, and there was no hitting in that stuff, right? But this guy was a big guy, and he always dangled. But in sports performance, he would always do these big crazy dangles with his head down. That would always piss me off, right? And one time, my wires crossed. I don't know why I did it, but they were doing it right at the blue line. I just stepped up on it. Like, didn't hit hard, but just put him on his ass, and I was, just like, oh fuck, I'm gonna be in trouble. And I look over the bench to Carlton, just like ready for like, oh fuck, and he just goes, keep your head up. Like very clearly, like I shouldn't have been doing that, but he probably exactly, and he probably.
But he was like that, so hockey. You know what I mean? Like like that kind of shit he would respect because you didn't do it like malintent or or nothing like that.
Exactly. I saw that guy for the last 3 fucking classes with his head down.
Right, and he was waiting for someone to do that.
He was like right on.
Yeah, he loved that. Oh, that was awesome. Like, but fuck, did that fire me? Like that just
keep your head up.
Little stick tap going up.
Yeah, fuck, that was awesome. And same shit. Yeah, like Carlton would give you a hack, you give him one back, and he wouldn't say shit. Like he knew he deserved. Like, like he knew, and he was almost trying to bring that out of you, right?
Totally.
Like that's part of hockey, and like. You think about it,
emotional guy.
For sure. There's a couple times where but I think that was so nice because when you're playing minor hockey, it's luck of the draw.
And he taught you not everything is by the fucking rules, right?
Yeah,
like this shit'll happen in hockey, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't get rewarded for just showing up. Like I feel like nowadays, that's a really bad thing with kids. Like if you show up, you get an award.
For sure.
Oh, thanks for showing up. Here's your award. Like then don't worry about putting any work in. Don't worry about sacrificing anything. You know what I mean? Like all those little simple lessons aren't there anymore.
Yeah, and you see the consequences so much, like talking about like some of the earlier conversations we had about, you know, doing those hard things of not taking the easy way out, like asking yourself those hard questions, because there's so much of that of giving you awards just for showing up and all that. That teaches them that there's always going to be an easy way out. There's always going to be an easy way out. And now you see it start to infect, right? Like that was when I thought going to university was going to be that time where, oh, there isn't that. But there's still those easy, that will hold your hand through it. We'll treat, like this is all safe space shit. Like it's dangerous, right? Like now you're going out into the real world, into the workforce where that shit isn't there. And now you see these kids coming out and they're my boss was mean to me. It's like, yeah, you're going to see that.
Your boss is supposed to be mean to you.
You should have been prepared. There should have been years of preparation for you to come into that and see that instead of you crying about it. Fuck, like
everybody wants to work at Google.
Yeah, no shit, eh? Yeah. Everybody wants the campus with the, you know, like on-site therapists and
with
stuff.
a slide down the stairs.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody thinks the real world's going to be. But how can you blame them when that's
what they're conditioned for, right?
That's exactly what we're teaching them, right? That's exactly what we're showing these kids is what it's going to be like, and then they're surprised that it's not.
But you just see everybody's highlight reel and you think that's what life is.
Yeah. Especially social media just amps it all up, puts it on. It's like it's on steroids, right? All those things.
See all the good shit.
Yeah. You see all the good shit.
Hard work or sacrifice.
The good shit's good. Fuck, there's
it is.
Yeah. It's like we said earlier. There's good and bad in everything, right? But you just got to be aware. If you think of it as just all good or all bad, you're just putting yourself behind the eight ball. You're not opening yourself up to seeing the whole scope of what everything could be, right? It's fucking wild. But that's why you go listen to podcasts and you learn all these shit and you find it. Or not, it just doesn't have to be podcasts. That's the thing. I always feel bad saying podcasts because it's YouTube channels too. It's all this. It's anything that isn't overproduced. Yeah, it's anything that's coming from one or two people that's just their vision that they're putting out that doesn't have a whole bunch of cooks in that kitchen, you know, adding their 2 cents in and rewriting it and shit. That's why you know, and that's why I feel the next, there's going to be a whole wave in the next 10, 20 years of movies and TV shows that are just put together cheaply with people that don't have all those producers and shit mucking it up and taking, like you look at comedies. Exactly, especially like comedy.
Stand-up comedy is so fucking bomb.
So good because, you know, you'd watch old comedy movies and they were pushing some limits to it. Now, comedy movies are they got skate guards on. Like, they're so dumb. They're so, because you can't,
all the same shit over and over again.
You can't push any buttons. And when a movie does, like Superbad when it came out, where it was kind of
I was just thinking that too.
Right? Right? And you can still back. It holds up to this day because they didn't give a fuck. They
it was like such raw shit. Like it's just two guys being idiots at school. Like,
yeah, like, but you try and make that today. Yeah, for sure it is.
Fucking relatable.
It's super relatable, like that, and that's what it was. And people are desperate for that shit. But I think what the next wave is going to be is people saying, "Fuck you, Hollywood. I don't need all your money. I can, you know, you can film this on my fucking iPhone or a little bit better camera. All the barriers to entry are just lower and lower. With the internet we're going to see some fucking cheaply put together funny ass movies and funny ass, but good stuff, right? Like it's like how things should work in a perfect world is that the best people, the best filmmakers should rise to the top. But it's so much a game of politics and who knows who, and you know you need to follow this, vote for this guy. You need to do all these stuff to be in the game and even get into a movie as an actor, right? And that holds back now. There's so many people that are amazing, but can't get to that point. I mean, even a better example is his music, right? Like when we went to Nashville that time, I was blown away by how many amazing artists are in Nashville. Just in every bar is 3 floors, and there's a different band playing on every floor, and
that's all unbelievable.
They're mind blowing. But what that taught me was you need to have the look, you need to have the attitude, you need to,
and then you have to have the connections,
and then you have to get lucky, right? All that shit is a big part of that, right? But I think what you see with guys like Chance the Rapper that don't sign with any labels and grow it all on their own because they trust. If you trust in your own abilities, you can do really amazing things, right? And you can hold back. And now they're not getting all these percentages. You're seeing that. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
That too is you see people that are caged in eventually once they do get to a certain point of fame, and it's just like they're not the same anymore. It's like you always talk about, their old shit was good, their old stuff was good. It's like, well, because their old stuff was probably a lot more real than the new stuff. Right?
Yeah. So now and then they get a little bit of fame, and then they're trying. What do people want, right?
Or their old shit was when they were on drugs still, and that was good.
That's definitely a lot of the time too. Oh man, no, for sure. But I just think there's so many industries that are just ripe for a turn on their head, right? Where we're going to see these new things, and I'm excited for it. I can't wait to watch those movies and watch those TV shows and listen to that music that gets created by those people, right? Like just the like I don't watch much TV anymore, but I watch a lot of YouTube, and I watch a lot of these guys that, watch for years, and just to see them get the success and make the money back. But they were grinding for years and just putting this together, which was awesome stuff. They just hadn't found the right audience. And that's the thing, like a podcast, it might take you 10 years before you tap into that. You might be grinding to nobody, doing this podcast for the same 100 people every time, or 20 people, or what's that? For sure, especially when you do something like that, you're enjoying and nobody's in it. You enjoy it so much, it doesn't matter how many people listen. It doesn't matter the success, because you enjoy the thing so much that it's so, like I said to you guys, like, even if this never took off, I would never quit doing it because it's so enjoyable for me. It's just like, it's almost mental health, or it's almost therapy, like you say. Like it's so good for me, but that's awesome. Like, if it ever becomes something more than that, that's just icing on the cake, right? Like, it's already good before that. Like, fuck. But just to know that, I've said this a couple times, of ventures like this, once you get started, it's so scary to get started and so overwhelming to get started. But once you do, now the only way you can fail is to quit, right?
Totally.
Which is things like that, when the only way to fail is to quit, it's scary to start, because now
you're so committed.
You're only accountable to yourself, right? Like, you're a quitter. Yeah. If it's something else, like maybe if it's not something like that, work, or you start a business or something, you can blame it on the economy. You can blame it on all these other things, right? Whereas things like this, there's nothing I can blame it. It's only you, right? Which is scary to start, but once you start, it's so liberating now to know that it doesn't matter if good or bad, or you have 10 awesome podcasts in a row and you have kind of it doesn't matter, because there's going to be more, right? Like, nothing, one podcast doesn't make and break you, right? And then people always worry, can we talk about this and stuff? It doesn't matter. Let's let it go or go. We're so free, because it doesn't matter. If it sucks and people don't like it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt it long term. People are going to keep coming back. You'll have some good ones in the future. You'll have a big guest that brings some people back. If like one person listens to it, doesn't like it, and they're gone, maybe that's not the right kind of guy for you. Maybe there's other podcasts that are better for those guys, right?
Yeah. You want those guys hanging around listening to your shit anyway, just dissecting everything.
Exactly. If you like it, you like it. I'm not forcing anyone to be here. If you come listen to this, it's because you wanted to, right? It's 100% your choice, and that's what I like about not marketing or nothing. Is if you're listening to this, it's because you chose to, and that I love that. And if you get something out of it, it's so much more meaningful. If you're, if they wheel the TV into the room for class and you're forced to watch a video on I don't know, fucking magnetism, Bill Nye or whatever.
Yeah.
You might take something in. But if you are on YouTube and you find this kind of cool video someone connects on magnetism or whatever, I'm just throwing something out there. But the difference between it being you're forced to watch it or you choosing to watch it is so much different
totally.
too. Which I think is something like you turn on your TV and you got 800 channels, right? You're choosing between those, but really you're confined to like what they're putting out, right? And it's all kind of the same thing. Where you on YouTube, you are
sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit. It's not one of, like there's 800 channels, but like how many channels do you really, probably 20, 30 maybe that you'll ever turn on, right? Yeah, me neither, right? Like that's how it, well, I do have TV because Ingo made it quite clear to me when I moved to GP that I was going to have satellite for when he visits because he likes his TV. So I told him, I said like, I'll stream, like the only thing I watch on TV is sports and I stream it anyway. Like
it's just like you're paying for shit you don't need.
Exactly.
Like,
shit you don't want.
Yeah. Which is now what's funny to me is that's what happened, right? And they failed to adapt. Is they were the downfall of cable TV that opened the door for Netflix to come in and did what they did was they were forcing you, if you wanted sports, you had to buy this whole package. So they were forcing you to buy shit you didn't want, and that pisses guys off, right? But there's no other opportunity. So, but now Netflix comes in, they fail to adapt. Netflix eats their lunch, right? Because they failed to adapt. Now, but what's interesting to me is now you see there's Netflix and now there's competition rises up, right? That's next. Now there's Disney Plus, Hulu, all these. There's HBO Max, all these things, right? And now what you see is these bundling packages where now if you want to get Hulu, you buy this package with Hulu, Netflix, all, and eventually they're going to slip into. Watch 20 years from now they're going to do the same thing where somebody else is going to come in, innovate because history repeats itself. It does, but it's funny to see it happening, right? And you're just like,
notice it though because it happens a little.
So it happens right in front of you, right?
Exactly, and I think what used to happen, right, like the transition when you look at like Kodak of transition to like digital cameras. It kind of happened over a couple of years in the technology, right? Where Netflix kind of came in and I started like, holy shit, with now the internet, shit happens so quick, it's almost hard to realize that you've seen it before because it's just like, it's wild, right? And that's the same with all this mental health stuff is like, we're doing all this work and we're doing good stuff and we're moving in the right direction, but shit is moving so fast and social media is fucking people at such a rate. Like we're behind the eight ball. Like the wave is crashing. We haven't even seen the start of it. Like, me and Drew's generation is probably the first one that grew up. Like I think I got Facebook in grade 6. So like we're kind of that. This is the age group where now you wind it back a couple of years, say like 2 years younger than me. Now they got social media kind of came on stage. They probably got Instagram in grade 6 or grade 7, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine that, right? Like and now you see all the mental health aspects that are going to be coming up. So now when those kids that maybe got it at grade 4 or 5. they're going to be, into the work. They're going to be coming into the workforce in a couple of years. We're going to be seeing we're going to see the after effects, all this stuff so delayed, right? Like it is kind of scary, right?
I didn't have a cell phone until I was probably 20.
Yeah, right. Like that's so different. Exactly, right. That's such a different. It's
T9 word.
and it's hard to keep that in mind. Of like, there's so right. Like it kind of almost goes back to that imposter syndrome of like you're so focused on what you're going through, you don't realize everybody is living this life, like, and has all these aspects that come into it, and with how fast everything's changing, like. If you go back to maybe like our dad's age when they were in school, and you look at somebody that's in, the class of '82 versus the class of '86, probably pretty similar in what they went through right now, right?
You look didn't change like really fast.
You look at like my grad class 2012 versus the grad class of 2016. Vastly different people,
my
different.
grad class to you guys, that's only 7 years ago.
Right?
It's not even 10 years, and it's so much different.
Totally different.
So much different.
And it's only ramping up. It's only getting faster, right? Pretty soon it's going to be the difference between the grad class of 2021 is going to be
like a lot of pressure on kids.
So much pressure,
that,
right?
Like comparison and looking.
100%.
Like, as soon as you open that stuff, you're instantly comparing your life to someone else.
Exactly, and the antidote to that, everybody's got their own vision of what would fix it, but to me, it's why not talk about this stuff? Like, why don't you add that to the curriculum in grade 5, grade 6 about talking about this?
Like how to play a fucking recorder.
Yeah, like learn about.
I'm so glad I learned to play recorder.
Yeah, me too. Hey man, I think I could still bust out In the Jungle. That was one we never got to play it in class, but I found it in the back of the book. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of dope song. It's the only dope song you gotta learn. In the jungle.
I gotta hit that C note on the bottom that has 2 holes in it.
That was a tough one. But like shit like that, like I always use the best example is that imposter syndrome, right? Like just understanding what that was such a game changer for me. Like you start teaching kids about that so that they don't have to learn it when they're 25. They've come up understanding that, and they get to go through all this stuff with that knowledge and so much of this stuff. Like nothing's going to change that pressure. Like I agree, there's so much more pressure on these kids, but we can't.
Be more awareness.
Yeah, just more awareness and more tools for them to deal with it, right? You can't turn back the clock. You can't go back to what it was. This is the new reality. What things can we do to help support it and like catch up to where it is, right? Like we let technology get a little bit out ahead of us here, but what we can do, all we can do is reel it back in, right? Like trying to recognize that, and as maybe we realize that, and probably as a society we could understand, like with these new technology, maybe we got to put more forethought into some of the consequences long term instead of just what's going to make us a buck right now. Like one of the biggest ones with Facebook came on the scene and the tweaks of the algorithm to make more and more people addicted to it and stick on it, which is from a business perspective exactly what they should have done, right? And that's obviously going to be the next step of evolution with it, but who was there to say like, hey, maybe there could be some bad consequences of this, like we could be really fucking some people up, but
whoever said that probably got fired.
You're out the door, right? Like that's what it is, if you're all on board or not. And it's just like probably, if you want to get deep with it, like we probably should have started learning that lesson in probably 1945 when we developed a fucking nuclear bomb. Like, hey, we gotta start. Holy shit, technology! Like, it's been awesome, but man, we took a big step forward here. Are we ready for it? Do we know what to do with it? Right? And ever since then, it was kind of that started that clock of that ramp up time to like the 80s it got pretty quick, and the 90s it go quick, and then the 2000s, like what we grew up in, fuck, like it was
every month something's different.
Yeah, every month something's different, right? Like 2008, the iPhone comes out, and holy man, is that a game changer, right? Smartphones. Yeah? Oh, fuck. I remember.
Philgate had one for about 6 years.
Yeah, I think he had an iPhone 3 for about fucking 12. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Philgate. Fuck. I can't wait to get that kid on here, man. Like, the stories that, like,
I don't know if any of his stories will be true, but very interesting.
That's what I'm here for. But, I feel like that's also cool. Is like guys like that are just so unique. Like if you tried to explain to someone that never met Philgate before, like how he is in his sense of humor,
God,
you couldn't do it.
You can't,
right? But then something like this,
when you see him, you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. You tell people about it, right? It's just, but he's so unique, right?
Great
and
guy.
just like you'll never meet another Philgate in your life, right?
No.
He is so unique to what he is. You hope not, right? But then you can't explain to people. But this is the one way where you could bring that to, if 1,000 people listen to the show eventually, you could bring who he is to 1,000 people, right? Because you'd have long form to let him just run wild and talk about that shit, right? Like, fuck, that is a cool idea to me, to be able to bring somebody like that. And,
totally.
Like all these unique guys that, you grow up with and you see that, like, fuck, it's almost like, I think it'd be a disservice to the world for them not to get a little bit of Philgate, right? At least a small group, right? Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, fuck.
Philgate for Prime Minister.
No shit. Hey, he could fucking do a pretty good job, I'm sure. Well, that's what I said. As soon as he started at the mill there, I said, 100% he runs that place one day. Like, he's that kind of guy. Like, he's a goofball and he's funny and all this stuff, but also an amazingly hard worker, right? And like, bust ass and like driven like none other.
Nice
Like,
guy. Eh?
yeah, like just fucking
Good hockey player too.
Yeah.
wicked. Not even just hockey. Like, he was so goofy and such a goofball in life. You couldn't tell that he was this fucking amazing athlete in anything he did, right? When we were in gym class, any sport he played, he was unreal at it. But he was so weird. Even like hockey, I feel like for me personally, I didn't realize how good he was at hockey
He's
because
got
of
that like little edge where he does this shit to piss guys off. And he acts like he's not doing fucking.
exactly.
Yeah.
And like even it's funny.
Very hard to explain.
And even some of his moves, like even some of his dekes, like it almost looked like he was like it looked like he was joking. Like, it looked like, but it worked, right? Like,
It'll
it
fuck
wasn't.
you up like just that second.
Yeah,
right?
like he would do these like if he did like a spinorama dig, he would do it so differently than anybody else, so goofy that it seemed. Yeah, like it seemed.
You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it almost felt like he was doing it for the boys on the bench to make us laugh, but it wasn't because it actually worked. And he was actually super talented and was one of our best players, right? Like, it was so cool to see. But like that uniqueness, you never see that, and it's so cool to see the guy that's that unique that it comes out in his sports. Like how, like that's weird, eh? Like you wouldn't think like there. We know some unique people, but there's usually some places where your uniqueness only shines so far, but. He is so unique. It shined in everything he did, right? Like nobody does anything like Phil Gay, right? Like fuck, I just he's one of those guys that I'm excited to fucking have on here. Right? It might take a little bit of convincing. I'm sure he'd be a little shy to come on, but we'll get him on. Yeah, for sure. Get a couple whiskeys in him. We'll get him on. Fuck. Oh, maybe he'll rap a bit. Like fuck, he is like. And just to think of that, like it feels like when I started the podcast, I built up a big spreadsheet of like future guests and stuff, and like have all these guys that like for a long time, but then. Even with doing all that work and figuring it all out, you still forget about people. Like, holy fuck, I'm gonna have him on, right? Like,
You see someone, you're like, fuck.
yeah, like, oh man, I can't wait to have him on. Like, it's just you get excited all the time to these new guys. Like, oh man, I can't wait to have him on and that guy on, right? And then you have all like the bigger swings, like the guys you look up to, and like, oh, eventually I get to a point where I get to have that guy on, right? Like Biz Nasty or like Ryan Whitney. Fuck, how fun would that be to get Ryan Whitney on? And oh, for sure, I get chirped the whole time, but I would love it, right? Like,
grumpy.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
The
Like,
grumpiest motherfucker.
fuck, it's great, but like. It's funny to see that personality that he has, right? Like you wouldn't that grumpiness, and that like you wouldn't even pick that if you were trying to like build a perfect podcast, right? To revolutionize hockey. But it works. That's what it is. But it's just him being willing to do that, is to be that open and show that all those personality traits that he has.
Listening to that show, it's like, what's he gonna fucking bitch about today?
Yeah.
Like, are we gonna hear about the PB Championship again?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
It's just funny to fucking.
Oh, that's good. That's good shit. Fuck. What else we covered here? I mean, I got to get to a rehearsal dinner for a wedding here in about 20 minutes ago. But,
Oh, no worries.
oh, fuck. I'm just having too much fun. I don't ever want to quit this, but I got to go pick up their wedding gift. I mean, this episode isn't gonna go out to them. I got you guys know Lonnie Brost. He does those build. He does all the fab stuff. So I got him to build for the wedding for Julie. I got him to make a wine rack. It's like a flat bar on a circular flat plate with like bar that goes up in like a circle like that, and then he's got all these little holes, so you put wine bottles in vertically all around it. So there's like a big, like almost like a Christmas tree of wine bottles. He's built that. It looks awesome. Then for Miller, I got.
Same thing for Bud Light Cans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bud Light Orange, that's his favorite. Got them because they love that fucking dog, right? Howler, that's their life. So I got them like he built out of metal a big wrought iron dog bowl holder for like 2 bowls, and then a big wooden thing on the back that says like Clinton, Julie, and Howard established for the wedding date. Yeah, so fuck yeah. No, I'm excited for that. Yeah, and the thing was like with this, I'm so excited for guys like Lonnie that you see his talent for that. Like nothing gets my dick hard like seeing somebody chasing the talent like that. Like I love that. I want to support him, so I'm always shouting about it on Instagram. Like, look what he built here. Like he just builds cool shit. I wish we supported people like that more, right? Like even like I talk about this on the podcast a bunch. Like Cody Miller, like he has so many talents in so many areas, right? And kind of nobody ever tried to grab him and concentrate that talent on any one thing, right? So he's good at all the shit he does, but nobody ever really said like you don't need to. Right, just naturally good at shit, right? Like building knives and stuff. Like if somebody would have got him a little video camera back in 2010 and a YouTube channel, and he could have started like fuck, where can he have been? Right, for sure. You can imagine. And then like as he gets more comfortable with it, building shit, and then letting some of his personality, like a guy like Cody Miller on a fucking like if he started letting his personality flow, for sure, like it'd be awesome, right? So I just when I see that, I just want to support them, right? So like when I was thinking, oh, got to get a wedding gift, right? full disclosure, probably forgot about it a bit, just get busy. I'm like, shit, I need to figure out a gift. But that was awesome. Like, I've been trying to like think of ways like how can I buy, like my first thought was I wanted to support Lonnie, and I was thinking, when I eventually can build a studio for the pod, I'll get him to build like a, I don't know, big metal sculpture or something. Yeah, like whatever, just say like whatever you want to build. Like here's $1,000, go nuts, build me something cool, right? Like, but I was trying to think like, that might be further down the road. Like it all depends on how this podcast picks up, when I can start a studio. But then
do a mobile one.
On the road with Nick.
It's funny you mentioned that. That little mini Winnie that Ingles got there. I know. I told him, I said, don't you ever fucking sell that thing because it's the perfect size, like small enough. It's got that perfect table where you set these. Like
you don't even have to fucking take anything out of it.
No, like it's perfect. And the way the couch sits, you could set up a tripod for a video camera for us sitting at that little desk with the just intimate. And you could go all across Canada.
Random people.
Yeah. Like, so like this little trip to Slave is kind of my dry run for certain plans I have, right? Like I wanted to come down, set all this stuff up, right? Like this is kind of some of my old equipment. Like I have all this shit here of like my newer stuff, right? Yeah, I'm not good enough at setting it up yet to like get it comfortable. And when I was doing the first interview on Wednesday with Tyler Warman there, it was kind of I was getting to town, I had to get it set up, it wasn't working, I was stressed out, so I just kind of threw my old shit together here.
Whatever works, man.
Right, whatever works. But now, once I've done this, I have 5 or 6 guys in Lloyd that I want to do episodes with. So I'm going to book a weekend and, a long weekend, probably take Friday and Monday off and just do a bunch of interviews, right? And I can do that. And then go down to Calgary. I got a bunch of guys down in Calgary that I want to do it with, right? And do that. Like a mobile studio would be perfect for that eventually. But even before that, I could do it right now because really all I need is that little Zoom recorder, these mics and these arms and a couple pairs of headphones. And you're ready to go, right? Like, and eventually I want to get one of those like Pelican cases that you can put it all in so it's easy travel too. Because then if you want to fly down, Biz Nasty says, hey, I'd interview you, but you got to come down to Phoenix. Fucking rights, let's go, right? That's awesome. Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's the shit that gets me excited in the future, right? Eventually.
Joe.
Yeah, maybe. You don't know. You never know. What's that?
Did you meet Joe?
Who? Joe who? I know a lot of Joes.
Barry's neighbor.
Oh no, I've never met him.
His Phoenix stepdad.
Yeah.
He wears a belt buckle that says Joe. It's a belt buckle.
Holy fuck, that's awesome.
So you know his name.
Yeah. Drew, I think you should get a belt buckle that says Drew.
I think I'm good.
No, I think you need it. These guys won't bug you much. No, I'm sure Darbie+Derri. Yeah, no shit. Christmas is coming out. Yeah, Christmas is coming. Oh, a big iron one. Holy fuck. Yeah, weighs 4 pounds. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, that's good. All right, well, fuck. I mean, you mentioned UFC. I'd love to dive into that and start talking that tonight, but I probably should get over to Miller's there and say hello. Are you coming to tell me to get the fuck? Yeah, give me the watch. Yeah, okay, I'll get going. You look beautiful, by the way. Yeah, gotta get the brownie points before she goes. I've been podcasting the last 3 days here, so I gotta give a little bit of attention when I can. Thanks for stopping by, boys. That was fucking lots of fun.
Me. Thanks for having all of us. That was awesome.
I'm thinking I might even split that into 2 because you just did.
Fuck, you guys started.
You just did 4 hours. I might just split one with Drew and then one with the full Deschover brothers. Might release your own episode, you guys, if you guys are okay with it. That's awesome. 10-4. All right, thanks, boys.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Nicky.
All right, I hope you guys enjoyed that episode as much as I enjoyed recording it. Always nice to get the boys back on and have a conversation like that. I enjoyed it more than I can ever probably explain to you guys because it's just one of those ones that has a deep meaning. Again, I'll try and keep this outro short. I know I just kept you here, guys, for 4 hours. Like I always say, always looking for help with the podcast, all these different types of roles and easy things, even if you have no expertise in any kind of editing or podcast in general. Just things that I just need physical people that want to try and build this vision with me. If you have that, you can help. I've got so many different things that could make use of whatever expertise you have. I could make use of it. So if anybody wants to listen to this, is affected by this at any point and wants to come on board and help out, just reach out. I can explain it to you, even if you just want to kick the tires on it and see what kind of things I'm talking about that maybe if any of them would interest you. I'm always looking for it. If you have guest ideas for the podcast, reach out. I love those. If anybody wants to come on the podcast, reach out. Always looking for more people to come and do this with. And then other than that, just thank you guys all for the support that you give me. Like I said, I can't believe we're already at 60 episodes. It almost boggles my mind. But it's a sign that we're on the right track and that it's keeping on going. I've heard from so many people that they can hear that I'm getting better at it. And that's all I can hope for is that. And hopefully that keeps on its path. And the only things that hold me back from that is how many podcasts I can get recording and how much I can do this. It's all time in the saddle. So if you know anybody or if you yourself want to come on, please reach out. That really helps. That's probably the hardest part of this, is just finding people to come on. Once you get into the seat and you get it all organized, it's all gravy, and it's one of the funnest things you can do. Yeah. So other than that, hope you guys are doing good. I know it's tough times. I know I say this every outro, but just keep your chin up. Things are going to get better. Sun's starting to shine, and good times are on the way. I can feel it. Stay positive. All right. See you guys next time.